Welcome to the stream. Hello, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Thank you, everybody, for the raid. That's crazy of you. You absolute bastard, Giddy. I knew that you were up to something when you said you were going to stay late and do karaoke on your stream, you absolute fuck. Anyway, we are here today with Mars. We've got Tats, we've got Katie, we've got Shen, we've got B, and we've got Stee. How is everybody doing today?
Super good. A little tired, but super good.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'll take it. I'll
Excited
take
for
it.
today.
Hey, I'm
All
doing
right.
great.
Ready to play D&D.
Hi.
Nice. Well, I'm ready to give you my new magnum opus. Honestly, the text document that I've created in Word for this campaign, we're not even at session 2 yet, and I've already got 11... Jesus fucking Christ, Lucy. We've got 11,000 words in my text document just for all of this. Oh, Shen, you just got gifted a sub. Right.
Oh wow.
Without further ado, we are going to begin. From merfolk of the churning oceans to giants beneath the rolling hills, authors have found tales to tell in the wonders of reality. But whose stories do they tell? Are these their own creations, or are they simply the last in a long line of historians retelling a diluted truth? Perhaps we should rewind the clock and return to a time before modernity. A time where dragons and monsters roamed the earth. A time of gods, fairies, and demons. A time before time. In a world such as this, how might fate's ink spill onto the pages of your life? How might an adventurer become a hero? Or perhaps a villain? In our retelling of these tales of gods, fairies, and monsters, we will discover where the ink falls for our adventuring party. But in which world do we find them? On this day, the seas roll and crash as tumultuous waves are sent high by a storm sent perhaps by the might of Odin himself. As the sky cracks, a bolt sent from above strikes a tree upon the shoreline. The green bark is split as new embers combine with the rain to smoulder this disfigured sapling. The smoke is blown low across the ground inland, where an aging minotaur, deep in their flasks, is awakened by the encroaching smell of burning. As he climbs and stumbles to the top of his narrow stone tower, his hooves slip on the salt and brine covering each flagstone step. He relights the beacon, which turns by arcane technology to guide sailors away from the rocks that many have surely died upon. The beacon, in its turning, stirs an old being in a dilapidated cowshed, where they turn away and pull a hardy blanket of dwarven creation to hide their shoulders from the whistling wind. We soar onward past hills burgeoning with funeral cairns, and the abandoned villages lost to wars past, where the dead under the hills still wander as wights. Their moans carry on the wind to the ears of an emaciated raven, as it moves on the breeze, seeking carrion for a much-needed meal. The raven keeps south as the night turns to day, and the sun's rays at last find the red wall mountain peaks, where a solitary worker squints as they lift their 15th pail of yak's milk. The raven's empty stomach shouts of need, as a caw falls from its beak to the ground below, where a mother fox, whose night of foraging has ended abruptly by a farmer protecting their flock of fowl. An arrow through the skull has terrified her cubs into fleeing from the line of farmland along the green waste forest, and deep into the city of Ironfront, where grocers awake, rejoicing this first day of the harvest. City guards return after relief of duty, as the morning shift continue their patrols in the outskirts to keep wild predators from attacking farm workers as they gather today's crops. Medics and clerics have joined to assist any who may fall to a stray arrow or blade in the often clumsy attempts at this protection detail. The ground shaking with their footfall is met with greater rumblings still, as a caravan of travellers arriving at Ironfront from the southern trail find their way to the city walls guided by a time-weathered man. The sounds and rumbles of activity echo along the ground until a wall of plant life in the Deshurga swamp shields those inside from the din. Deeper within the swamp, a slender, red-skinned teenager, has escaped his parents' hut as they slept. He breathes a sigh of mixed relief and elation as his clumsy footfall increases in speed. A place with jars and containers of colourful creatures just like him has caught his attention since he saw them. And the orange glow of the sky begins to awaken the council behind him, he gathers pace. His friends have dared him at last evening's supper, and he cannot just let words be words. An hour passes as a scream of anguish can be heard along the swamp, when the boy is found clammy and collapsed, having succeeded in releasing his intended quarry. The wheel of time turns on, as the day turns from morning through midday and further into dusk. As we move to a small camp being set up on the road north from Ironfront. An eventful day for a newly formed group of adventurers is finally drawing to a close, as the old man from the caravan builds a fire and asks the group, "How did you all meet each other? If you don't mind me saying, you seem like a group of misfits." Now, we're going to roll a d6 to determine who is going to go first with their flashback sequence. The way that this session is going to run, you've all already met each other. You're all already in a group together. We just have to find out whose flashback goes first. So I'm going to roll a d6, and I've got all of your names according to numbers in front of me. Let's see who goes first.
Alrighty.
Who's got their heart set on this? Who's got their heart set on going first, by the way?
Oh god, not me.
No? Nobody really wants it? Nobody really wants it. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to say then, in that case, Katie, would you like to describe your character, please?
Okay, my character is Briar. She is a cleric. She is wearing purple vestments, not quite heavy armor. She hasn't earned that yet. She has got bright white hair. Like, that is her defining character feature. And she's a little badass.
She is a little badass. So, Briar has been sent to gather some supplies from a local dealer in the city slums. Your father holds himself in too high a regard to sully himself in those areas, and he's busy today. It's the first day of harvest. He needs to be out and about. He needs to make a show of it. He's, a person of prestige. It takes a lot of work and a lot of public attention to maintain that prestige. So you need to go into the slums. We do so in Ironfront. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for? Is there anything in particular that you have on your mind as you go for these supplies?
I think I would be very wary of my surroundings and kind of nervous. But other than that, I would be looking for like plants and herbs and just like maybe some empty vials or something that I could store medicines in, or make potions like on the go.
There's quite a few places down here that I think you're quite familiar with. I reckon that Briar's father would be certainly the kind that sends her on missions a lot. Missions, quote unquote, basically errands, So you've probably gotten to know this area. But you've also probably gotten to know this area well enough to know to be careful. A lot of people would walk down here naively and not really understand that. You've got your head on your shoulders just well enough to know, don't fuck with people here because they will fuck with you back. So while you're out and about, give me a perception check. This will be the first roll of the campaign. For anybody watching who doesn't know, this all happens on Foundry on a digital table. We're all rolling in that, and we will tell you out loud what the numbers are. So, Briar just got a 21 perception check. That's a pretty good first roll, I've got to say. And in session 0, didn't you have the first nat 1 or something? Or were you the nat 20? I can't remember.
Probably.
Yeah.
I thought I was the first nat 20.
Yeah, I thought you were the first nat 20 in session 0, yeah. Just rolling, just checking it out, yeah. Which is crazy because in our last campaign that was not televised, so to speak, you had some amazing nat ones. Anyway, so with a perception check of a 21, you are headed down a street in Ironfront City. You find yourself in cobblestones and ruins. There are buildings around you that are dilapidated, that are falling to ruin and weather and time. The buildings around you are old brick, stone, wood built contraptions, but you know, they're nothing pretty. They're there for utilitarian purposes and nothing really more. As you walk down this street, though, you see that there are two urchins that are lying in the gutter on the side, one of them over the other. And one turns towards you as you approach, seeing somebody in such fine dress, and says, "Please, please, all we need is some coin."
I will flick them, off the top of my thumb.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
1 silver.
I cut out for a second. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Silver piece, thank you. I'm sorry. It's just my friend here. He's sick. He's very sick. The silver might get us some bread, but we need medics, and there's none of them around. Could you help him? He's probably not long for this world, honestly.
I can take a look. What are the symptoms? What's happening? What's going on?
We escaped something horrible up north, but it was just so bad. I got some magical affliction, and I don't know what it was. Something's draining me. I can feel it, like there's something in my bones that wants my life, but it's not taking it all yet, and I don't know what comes next. I don't want to. It's not time for me yet. Could I, please, anything you can give? I heard that the medics, they'll work for 15 gold. If you've got 15 gold, I'll take it. I can't. Your silver's the only thing I've seen in days. We've been stuck here in days. We've not eaten. I've gone without food. He's got nothing. Please.
I can probably help in some way. I can try to heal, but I don't have much in the way of anything else. I've heard what's going on up north, and I haven't seen anything myself. But I'm in training. I'll try my best.
Whatever you can do, honestly, please. He's dying. The guy that's been speaking to you this whole time is the guy that sort of propped himself up over his friend. His friend's sort of breathing very shallow. Do you want to take a closer look?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you take a closer look, give me a medicine check. Just to see how well you can sort of ascertain these problems, this issue, this ailment. Oh, you did it twice, so we'll take the first one, because it came out first. That's a 22, a dirty 22. You're getting some good rolls. This is not the Katie that I'm used to. I think you've rigged this, but, never mind. Right, so, yeah, we with a 22 medicine check, you can see that there's like a trace of something red just underneath his shirt line. By his neck, you can see that he's got a jagged piece of cloth that's sort of been folded forwards over something else. And as you lift that cloth, you can see that there is a wound that has it's like a small nick of a blade has hit him somewhere just under like his floating rib on the left side, but it's not so bad that it killed him immediately, but you can see that there are long red tracing veins all the way across his skin, and you can see that the wound looks fetid. It's an awful pustulating thing. It does not look healthy at all. Honestly, on this assessment, you would be surprised that this man is still alive. If not for the pulse you can feel, you would doubt it.
That's a fairly significant affliction you have there. I can heal you a little bit, but you're gonna need to see, for lack of better word, a better cleric. I'm not sure I can handle this.
Okay. You perform your healing. You carry on towards your goal of finding the supplies that you need. They thank you in your leaving, and they take whatever healing magic you can offer. And we move now on to our next. Shall we say victim? No, that's not fair, is it?
Boy.
I'm evil. I'm an evil bastard. You should know this by now. You've had me for like what 30 sessions before. We roll the dice again. Okay. Anybody else in a particular need to go next? Any desire?
Right,
Anybody
let the dice
really
decide.
wanting for it? Oh,
Not
nice.
particularly.
I love it when the dice decide. Right, well. Tats, would you like to describe your character for us?
Oh, I mean, I can do that. I can also show you if you're watching the multi-stream.
Yes,
am-
and I've brought it
I
up
am
online.
an Aarakocra. I am a druid. I have a bluish colored feather with like a greenish, almost like seafoam green tinge to the ends. The gem in the middle of my chest is my druidic focus, and it is a rough agate. And I'm just adorned with stuff that I've made myself. I also have
love
green
that.
eyes.
Well, Ash, you are surrounded by the wilds of nature. You've been lost from society for a while, but up until now, you have been on your own. At this point, someone stumbles upon you in a clearing, or rather you stumble upon them. There are a few of them, and they are wearing what you might ascertain to be helmets of some kind, but not the kind that you've seen before.
Right.
For the layperson seeing this as an objective observer, what you're seeing is workmen. They are speaking and pointing towards the trees, and you hear the rumble of something large, heavy, and arcane heading towards this clearing from far away.
Oh, well, that's not good.
What do? Do you approach these men?
I want to fly up and view from above because I can do that.
You can. You can. As you fly up into the sky, you look down upon the Green Waste. The Green Waste, the name of this forest that sits just to the left of the Red Wall Mountains in the territory of Redwall. As you fly up, you see across the land. You see the storms to the north. You see the clouds striking trees and cairns alike as it travels south towards you. To the south, you see the long trail with the freshly churned mud from the approaching vehicles as they've arrived in the morning. And just beneath you, not far out, probably about 200 feet and closing slowly, you see the rumble and shake of machinery that is what you could almost swear looks like something very, very specialized towards uprooting trees.
Not my home, you fucks.
What is that? Come down from up there. I see you. I see
What are you
you.
doing to my home?
This is not your home. We have bought this land. It is our land.
You can't own land.
I own this. Well, my employer owns this. What do you want?
No. What do you want? This is my home.
I want you to fuck off.
I want you to eat dirt.
Well, sorry, I cannot eat dirt. I am elf, you know? We no eat dirt.
I mean, you could.
I mean, I probably could. Let's say yes, I could probably do that. It's not something that I'm about to do, though. How about you eat dirt and fuck off? Anyway, Roger, what were we saying?
I need to get these guys off my land.
You can try. You can certainly try. Listen, if you have problem, you take up with council. Council in Ironfront, that's where I get instruction. They agree, we get permit, we allow here. We take down tree, we build. Yes? No.
No.
Get out.
I swear to all that is holy.
Give me an intimidation check. This will be your first roll of the campaign. With a 9, he is very unimpressed. You try and make yourself look like a hawk in the air. You know how a lot of birds are able to mimic the shapes and flight paths of other birds to scare off prey and stuff and make them, like, you know, do what they need to do or get away from them. In this case, he sees right through it. Listen, I know you are a bird. It make no difference. You fuck off, bird. You fly, yes? I see you can fly. You have feather, you fuck off. Feather boy, get out.
I am not a boy.
Oh, I am very sorry. Listen, Roger, you speak with them. I apologize. I am very sorry. I do not mean offense. I sorry. He steps over to one side. Listen, Herbert is a fool. Hey, you shut up. I am no fool. Hey, you shut up. You are fool. Anyway, Herbert is fool. Look, if you want us to stop, we cannot stop. The only way is to go to Ironfront and speak with council. I can tell you where council will be.
Can you at least not do anything while I'm gone?
Give me a persuasion check. 11 is more reasonable. Let me give them an insight check to see they get an 18. Listen, I can maybe say we take break now. I cannot say anymore. What are you talking about? We cannot take break. We only just get here. We start. It is morning. It is dawn. We speak. We do this now.
How would you feel if I came to your home and started destroying it?
Yeah. You speak with your beak very good when you're up there. You don't speak when you're down here speaking to me. Hey, how about you about face and you? Oh yes, you will. Oh, I see how it is. Roger, hold my cane. As this continues, you get through this whole discussion and discover that yes, they will hold off the work, but it will only be held off for an hour at the most. That's as much union time that they get for a break, and you're going to need to go into Ironfront to speak with somebody.
I guess I'm going to Ironfront to speak with somebody. Who am I speaking with?
You are looking for a council member by the name of Danik Druffel.
Okay. Making notes.
As you make your way over to this council member's office in the center of the city, you find that they are out for the day. Their receptionist points you towards their waiting room. Their waiting room, heavy quotes, is not in fact a waiting room, it's just their office. And as you are sat there, you see something on their desk waiting in just, open view. It has the letters DASH on it.
It says dash?
Yes. It has a bunch of other writing underneath it, but essentially it's like that and then an address, and they've left. They're not here. The receptionist calls out to you. Sorry, dearie. Danik's normally back after maybe half an hour. He's got something that he goes to at this time. Don't worry about it, dearie. It'll be all right. It'll be all right.
They're destroying my home.
Oh, I mean, I know the sort of basic idea where he is, and they mentioned the name of a street, and it matches the street name that you've seen on this little piece of paper.
I grumble as I walk out. Well, that's a nice howdy do.
Okay, and that is the end of this flashback sequence for you. Thank you very much. You head off in the direction of this street, I assume. Now, let's find out who goes next. Let's see, who have we got? That actually rolled Katie again. We've already introduced ourselves to Briar. So we'll roll again, and instead, B. How are you feeling about describing your character?
Hello. I'll happily go ahead. So, This is Ruby Morning, known as Ruby. So you'll see a fairly tall, broad tabaxi, female tabaxi, with sort of tiger print, which maybe is a bit paler than you'd anticipate for a standard tiger, and maybe the odd rosettes thrown in just for fun. Her clothes, well, she's sort of wearing a lot of wraps, which, as a monk, would not be necessarily unexpected. But the fabric doesn't necessarily seem to be of the best quality. Maybe a little bit more of a found fabric, a found material. But that doesn't stop her wearing what she's wearing with great pride and maintaining her appearance as well as she can do.
I love that.
True monk style, has her wrists and ankles wrapped. So
Well,
she's very free.
Ruby, as you have just gotten back to the dairy plant that you work at, by the way, this place is known as Deer Dairy. This is up on the Redwall Mountain peaks, and you I came up with that one myself. Thank you very much. This is up on the Redwall Mountain peaks, the mountains that split this world sort of down the middle. Very long mountain range of red stone mountains, where the workers here collect yak's milk. There's very little in the way of work. It's essentially just milk a yak every so often and throw it into the pot, since most of it gets watered down anyway. The person that takes care of you and of the other, shall we say, the other people within here with you, they go by the name of Crimson. You have just returned back from a job that you've just taken to the west, where you came back from Corelva, the territory over there, which is by and large populated by wolfkin people, which are humanoid wolf people, not werewolves. We must make that distinction. As you've just returned from there, you have delivered something to the Footpad tribe. The Footpad tribe, a nomadic tribe. You are exhausted because they are nomadic. There's no delivery address. How are you supposed to find a nomad tribe to deliver something to them? Can you imagine how hard that would be if you were, Amazon delivery driver and it's just somebody who just wanders the earth? Very difficult. Well, you've arrived back and you are exhausted from your travels. You've not rested because you wanted to get back here to help protect and to help train in some ways. And as you get here, you see that Crimson and Berg, the two people that you know best from here, the two caretakers, so to speak, are deep in conversation with each other. As they see you, Crimson turns and regards you. Berg sort of nods in your direction and then walks off. Bye, Ruby. As they walk off. Crimson, on the other hand, turns and says, I hope you don't mind, but the other trainees, we've run out of some construction material. You need to get going on the yaks. You know how it is. It's like I've already done probably about 30 pails of milk. There's so much more to do. I wondered whether perhaps you wouldn't mind, since we're low on the breaking of bricks and all that. It's like when these youngsters get it in their head that they need to break bricks. Well, we need bricks. So I wondered, there's a bunch of those old quarry boulders outside. I wondered if you wouldn't mind going and breaking some of them down. I know you're very tired. I just can't stop. I'm sorry. Is it okay? Please be okay with that.
Please, please be okay with that. Well, yeah. Oh,
Thank you.
Oh,
I will take this. So I owe you one. You remember multiple times beyond count when they've owed you one, and you've still not collected on that. So Crimson gets to doing some yak milking over by the yak holders. Berg is headed downstairs. and then shortly after that heads off and just leaves the place altogether. And you are left to your devices. By the way, just for if you are viewing the battle map from Tats's stream, this is Berg, and for those in my stream, this is Berg. And
Thank you.
there you go. And Crimson is this person. Boom.
Very cool.
So yeah, those are your two peeps. As you head outside, you see that there's a bunch of boulders there, ready for you to break them down. Do you just go striking at them? If so, give me an attack roll.
Right. I'm gonna have
Someone
a
in my
big
chat
stretch.
said thank you.
Big stretch.
I'm gonna have a big stretch first.
Love a big stretch.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah,
Try
center
and
yourself.
zone myself back in, and then have at these boulders to break them down.
Love that.
So what was it? I was
You need to give me an attack roll, please.
on
Let me
attack
just
roll.
move you outside to
Lovely.
where the boulders are. Berg has buggered off.
Double checking.
Crimson has buggered off. To do their
Is it
bits.
/R or R/?
It will be on your character sheet. You go into inventory and just do unarmed strike. Or if you want to do it with your quarterstaff, you can do that. Just click on the icon.
Let me do an unarmed strike. There we go.
You're gonna punch the boulder as hard as you possibly can, and with a 12,
Really
yeah. You know what? The boulder, it's not going anywhere, and it doesn't have any armor, so you can pretty much hit it however you please. You do so, and you get some damage on this thing. Now, while you are working on this, you feel that the sun is starting to raise. It's hitting you with all those hot rays, and up here in the mountain peaks, it's hard to get away from the heat of the sun. It's thin air up here, so it's hard work when you're moving and striking at boulders with such ferocity. But you're used to it up to a point. Unfortunately, in this case, you've already arrived pretty exhausted, and you feel the need to have a bit of a rest after a couple of hours of this. Whereabouts do you lay your head down to rest?
So I'm trying to think if there's any vague amount of shade out here, or
there would
just
be sort of under the
lying down.
parapets. It's like there's like shade underneath the sort of like circular like tower crenellations, I guess you might call them, or whatever it's
Yeah.
called. So
thinking
yeah,
if
you
I
could probably
just
hide under them.
slump down and sit with my back against that in the shade and just
Nice.
try and get a little bit of relief.
You feel the
from
cool
the
stone
sun.
against your back. You feel that the sun is just starting to tickle your toes as it moves a little bit further out, and the midday moves into the afternoon. And you close your eyes to rest. Before long, you hear a voice off to the side. Hello, you seem very strong. Have you been working on those boulders?
Who's asking?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. I'm more impressed by you. You're a very impressive creature. Has anybody ever complimented you on your prowess? I know that it's not exactly martial arts when they can't move, you know, the boulders. But it's very impressive. You've got a brilliant physique about you.
I'm gonna try and stretch up a bit from being sat down to try and take clock of this person.
You try and look in their direction. All that you can see is a dark shape in your sort of periphery.
Okay.
It's hard to see. There's the sun, there's shade. You're just coming up from a slumber. It's difficult to make them out, really.
Well, when it comes to hitting boulders, can't say whether much skill is involved, but I Will always appreciate someone offering a compliment.
Oh, you're very skilled, I
Thank you.
must say. I'm very impressed. All I can do is offer you something more than what you've got right now. Would that maybe work for you? You seem, pardon me for saying, I love the outfit you're wearing, but it doesn't scream of riches. Is that fair to say? I think that you might be able to get something more for yourself. You're a very capable person. Have you ever
You seem
considered
to
doing
have
something for more than yourself? For others, perhaps?
considered doing something more than for myself.
Aye.
Why do you think I am currently doing anything for myself if you are suggesting my clothes do not
Well,
demonstrate riches?
keeping this place here is probably done so by breaking of boulders, might I say. The people inside, they sort of, you feel them nod towards you in that little sort of vagary that they're stood in. I have a feeling that you do this to keep your place here, and that you're anxious about being removed if you don't. I don't mean to speak out of turn, Lovey. It's just that I have a feeling that perhaps this is more about self preservation than it is about making a grand difference in the world.
Use a lot of large words and to try and quite perceive what's happening for me. You seem to have summed me up in your mind, so
Oh, I know
do
you
it. You're
quite
trying to offer
well.
me something.
I know you
What do
quite
you mean
well.
by that?
I have a, shall we say, a vested interest, and I would be very, very happy. I would be very pleased if you would help me in my endeavours. What do you say?
As soon as they said they know me well and have a vested interest, I'm going to try and move away from where I'm stood to approach this person and get a
You,
better
yeah,
view of
you.
them.
As you move, you sort of sense them in your peripheral vision as well.
Hmm.
You sort of move off towards the entrance or down a trail, I assume. Where are you headed?
Um, yes, just towards. I'm just trying to think wherever would give me the best view of them. I just want to
Hmm.
not have them as just a black shape anymore. I want to know who they are or what they are.
Okay. So you sort of trying to make them out.
Yes, yeah, trying to
Okay.
get an assessment of them. Yeah.
You head out into sort of sunnier area, away from the building, away from the shadow and the shade. Uh,
Hmm.
they don't really clarify in your eyes or even in your mind's eye. It's sort of still just this amorphous shape in your peripheral vision, just a dark thing. But they continue talking to you nonetheless. Oh, I am very impressed by what you've been capable of doing. I must say you are a very capable person. The only thing that I would say is that perhaps you're not quite ready, as with dairy. A good cheese, perhaps. Maybe that's a good analogy that you may understand. They they need time and age to become better, more sort of, I don't know, uh, flavorful. I want you to be flavorful, if that makes sense. Get you some experience, get you some battle experience, and then when you've had time and you've experienced enough in this world to become stronger, then I think perhaps you can come and help me in my endeavours. You've not even asked what I'm after. There's plenty going on in this world that is more than just give and take. And of course, with give and take, I would be accepting your help, but I would give you what you want as well. Whatever it is you desire.
As someone who seems to know so much about me, I almost anticipate you'd know what I'd want, but I
I
can't
know
deny.
very much what you want, Miss Morning. Make no mistake
Mm.
about that. But of course, I'm not here in a menacing way. I am here to try and broaden your horizons. How about we start with a friendly pat on the back? You feel sort of a cold hand touch somewhere. You couldn't really place it. It feels like it's not even really there.
Okay. So I'll just take in everything they've said and accept that punching boulders isn't necessarily how I want to spend my time after going off and trying to find a nomadic wolffolk pack. So I'll. Okay. I can't deny that honing my skills in a way that is not punching boulders would be more desirable. Are you sending me anywhere potentially less cold or
All I
what?
would say, my dear Ruby, is where are your friends? And as they say that, you wake up and you are in the shade underneath the parapet of the building, back where you were before you stood up and walked. And with that, we're going to move on to the next person. Okie dokie. Next in line, we have... Oh, we've got... Mars. How are you feeling about explaining or introducing your character to us, please?
Okay. My character here is Alandressa, and they are a half Aladrin, and half dragon. They have a draconic bloodline, that gives them that mix. And they're a sorcerer, and they happen to love frogs, because they like things that are toxic and poisonous.
Love that. In the early hours of the morning, what do you think that Aldrin would be doing? Do you think that you would be resting, or do you think that you would be out in the wilds trying to find another frog? I guess that, early hours of the
Probably
morning where it's sort of...
searching frog.
Yeah, like dewy and moist, and there's still moisture on the air from the night time. I would assume that that's the best time for a frog.
Yay.
Yeah.
Definitely frog catching.
As you have spent your morning hours out collecting a frog, what kind of frog do you think you've got?
Probably would have found another a poisoned art frog, perhaps, is what they're trying to collect.
Love that.
Or some kind of other little frog that they haven't found yet.
Absolutely love that. Well, as you return back with your new frog buddy, that's not a foreign word, by the way. I'm just literally saying frog. As you head back with your little frog, you see that there is some commotion near your hut, your settlement. There's 3 people stood over there, and another person stood expecting your return as you get there. On your arrival back, Merle, who is one of the female Elder Council members, spots your arrival and stops you just in time to speak to you. Oh, Aldrin, maybe perhaps don't, maybe just don't go over there. Maybe don't go over there.
Who are they?
You look over and you see that there is another Elder Council member by the name of Tiberius, and just through the opening to your hut, you see that there is a small teenager with red skin, and there is his mother. The small teenager with the red skin, you've probably observed from afar. You've been on the outskirts of civilization, but you've been there for long enough to have observed the comings and goings of the people within the village that you sort of, should we say, no longer frequent. You know that they are Curtis and Kentar. Curtis being the teenager.
Curtis and Kentar.
Yeah.
Alright.
Logbrock and So it's Curtis Lavberg and Kentar Logbrock. Kentar is his mother.
Okay. Is everything all right with them?
They,
Why are they in my
She sort of
home?
squints and holds a hand up, looking like she's trying to find the words. Well, her wrinkles seem to, like, furrow and get even deeper, like she's frowning upon a frown upon a frown. Oh, let's see how to say this. Curtis has found one of your friends while you were away, and he has tried to release the friend so that he could say hello to the friend, and unfortunately has fallen afoul. I think you know what I'm saying. The only thing that is the problem with this, I suppose, is that, well, you know what Tiberius is like. He doesn't like you. He's wanted you gone for a long time, and he has seen this as his biggest moment to sort of have you gone.
Uh-huh. I see. Can I collect my frogs?
I would say it's probably a good idea, yes. Thinking about it, do you have any kind of antidote? I imagine you must have worked on some in your time.
Well, depending on the frog, I could mix one up. Do you know which frog it was?
Oh,
You
I'm
know,
not
they're all a little
sure.
different, so that's kind of important.
I think as he fell, he knocked a few jars, and they may have... Yes, there may be one or two loose.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure. You look over and you can see shadows of little frog bodies on the insides of the, like, sort of drapes for your tent.
I see.
Like,
I
tent or
can
covering for windows, yeah.
see which containers are empty, and
Yeah, so
try and figure it out from there.
Do you want to do this in secret so that they don't see you, or do you want to just approach and be open about this?
I think at first we'll try and take a peek without alerting Captain Cranky Pants.
Lovely. So you try and take a look from over here. Give me a perception check at disadvantage. You're looking in through a shrouded window in the early hours of the morning from a distance. Even with elven, senses, you can still only see so much. With disadvantage.
Yep.
So
I realized that was rolled incorrectly.
Yeah. So that's a nat 20. And now we're going to click the disadvantage, and you get an 18. So even at disadvantage, you can see that there is one particular blue fellow that seems to have latched onto Curtis's hand and left his particular blue sort of frog print, shall we say, on the hand. You can tell that from here. He's sort of stumbled and fallen with his hand sort of just over the doorway where you can see it from here. But yeah, they have done this. To know any more, you would need to do a medicine check at his side.
Alright. Aldred's gonna step forward and make themselves known. And just sort of enter the space and be like,
cool.
Hello, I'm here to help.
I'll just move you over. Tiberius turns and has what looks like the sternest look on a face that you've probably ever seen. Why are you still here? You and your kin, should we say? You have killed this young boy. Kentar shouts out.
I'm here to try and help save him.
Kentar shouts out in
I would also
a scream
like
from
to
inside.
just collect my frogs before I go, so that they are no longer here to bother you.
Kentar shouts out a yelp from inside. Dead? He's not dead, is he?
No, he's not dead. Yeah.
Merle rushes over, just wading through the swamp water at this point. You can see that she's got... You know her well enough. She's one of the ones that's kind of sympathetic to you. It's okay. It's okay. Tiberius, it's all right. They were just leaving. They're just going to get their things, and it's all right. They're just going to get their things. It's all right. Look, Maybe I help you. Maybe I help you. Together, you go through the hut. You gather all of your belongings. You gather what frogs you can in whatever empty jars you still have, and the rest, I suppose, you place onto your shoulders. This sympathetic person, this Merle, says, "Look, I've, you know me. I've been around in this village as long as you have. I may not be of the same stock. You certainly don't look your age." She sort of smiles and then, forgets herself and sort of goes back to looking worried. Look, I have this place that I think that you might do well at. I've been meaning to sort of bring it up to you, but up until now we've not really had a need, should we say? I think that this may have just sort of precipitated that time. Look, over at the city of Ironfront, you should know that, you've been there. There's a place there that I want you to seek and look out for. It's called Dash. Maybe go and take a look. Maybe that might help. I don't know.
But did you want me to try and make an antidote for the kid?
Do a medicine check. Give me a medicine check. While you're sort of stood this sort of 20-foot distance, you might just be able to get a better view of this. And with a 10, you can tell that it's a venom of some kind from a topical contact, to touch contact frog. You couldn't really 100% be sure of it. You do know that the Dawnheart family are particularly good medics and that they also reside in Ironfront, but you have not really had much dealings with them because usually you sort of deal with yourself. I assume that you head off to Dash.
Yep.
Okay. That's the end of your introduction. Thank you very much. Now, it's just sort of a 50-50, isn't it, for who goes next? Should we say odds we go for Shen, and evens we go for Stee?
Even Stevens, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's very much what I'm saying. I stumbled into that one as a mistake. It still works out. Right. So, in actual fact, it is you, Steve. Would you care to introduce your character?
Look at that.
You see a average height fellow with he has vitiligo, so he has like a mix of like a sky blue and like a kind of dark greeny blue skin. He has a slight underbite because he's half orc. He wears all kind of green. It's almost like a suit with a long coat. It looks from a distance, it looks as though he's well dressed, but if you look closer, it's a little threadbare, so it's as though he wears it all the time. And he has like an unbuttoned shirt and a purple neckerchief, and carries a curved sword at his hip.
I love that. Right, so Victor, you have been off on an investigation of your own. You've been sent by your employer, the company that you work for, Big Bad Bacon Inc. The boss there, your manager, who is the sub-manager to the main guy, or woman, should we say. They have sent you off on an investigation to find out why the funds have been going missing from the community pot. In your investigations, you have found that it was one of the... it was essentially just a very frail woman of very little income who had a sick child in need of healthcare. They were taking money so that they could try and help their child because, unfortunately, the wages are not enough and the benefits don't cover it either. What do you think that Victor's response to that would be? Do you think that he would give that information over to the manager, or do you think that he would say, "I'm sorry, I couldn't figure it out," or what else?
I think he would first of all try and decipher whether she was being forthright with him.
So you can give me an insight check.
Sure. Where am I? Let me just find my insight.
A 6.
Ooh, okay.
A 6 insight, even with a 6 insight, you could tell she's not showing the basic signs of somebody who is lying. You know, there's no eye twitch, there's no looking off to one side, there's no intense eye contact. She's caring for her child while you're talking to her, and she's taken this money, and she looks sort of relieved that the worst is over, but there's still more to come, and she's not particularly happy or relieved at the idea of being, thrown to the guards. But for the time being, she seems to, sort of be doing okay.
Okay.
Do you have an image of them?
This woman, no.
Okay.
I think upon returning, Victor would have an intention to not tell the truth, basically, to cover for this woman and cook up a different story.
I like that. You tell your manager, who takes that information in a sort of dour sort of mood. I think you know your manager well enough. He likes the whip. He doesn't like the carrot so much. He's more on the side of things of you are lucky to have this job. If you don't do it right, then we'll deal with that. There are plenty of people in this world who are struggling for money. Anybody would have your job. You're not special. That's the kind of manager that he is. However, while you're having this conversation with him out on the shop floor, you gain the attention of Big Red, the person who was once known as Little Red Riding Hood, a very tall, very broad tabaxi with tiger patterning. Big Red calls you up to her office. Do you go?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just
Can
for
I
everybody.
ascertain whether her demeanor, as she calls me, does she look?
Sure.
Does she look?
You can do another. You can do an insight check if you like. She doesn't look particularly pissed from the outset. That's a nat 20. You can tell immediately upon looking at her, she is impressed by you. And for those who are looking on Foundry or in Tats's stream, this is what Big Red looks like. And for those in my own stream, this is what Big Red looks like. So yeah, this is Big Red. She's very encouraging when you walk in, and as you come up the stairs and you make your way up to her office, you see that there is lavish carpeting, a big rug that looks like it's got tiger stripes on it as well, sort of mirror her pattern. As you walk through the door into her office, which overlooks the work floor below, where a lot of sort of factory meat and things like that are all processed and worked on, and there's a lot of offal gets thrown and a lot of other stuff gets thrown. But Big Red is a very well-celebrated person. Big Red is known, has a reputation, and is one of those stalwart sort of business magnates within this city and within the world itself. Certainly one of those stronger figureheads that you've heard of around Redwall, and basically everybody would have. Big Red sees you walk in, and they're just so impressed by you. Big Red comes out. Oh, hello! Come in.
Good evening, boss. May I sit?
Oh, of course. Please do. I tell you what. I'll sit with you. And Big Red comes and sits down on one of the couches and invites you to sit on the couch near them, but not next to them.
Okay. I perch, just kind of on the edge, sideways, keeping my eyes on them.
I like it. I like it. I like your approach. You're very sort of pointing with the finger. You're very clever. You know that. Look, this business seems to sort of run itself sometimes. I don't really need to do much. What I do, however, is, to be honest, quite a lot of sleeping behind the desk. You remember times that you've seen their paws sort of sticking out and a snore being heard. There's really not a lot that this person does. People buy bacon. It's as simple as that. Bacon is one of those things that just falls off the shelves. Look. I know that there's not a lot that we really do around here. There's just there's something that I think that you in particular would be good at. I saw your judgment. I could tell that you are a person of discerning nature. You obviously didn't tell Roy the real truth, and I'm good with that. I'd much rather that money go to our workers' children. A loyal worker is a hard worker. I always say. Now we've got other business dealings elsewhere. And I know that you are particularly good at figuring out the truth from the filth, shall we say. Now, I would really like it if you could go and speak for me to the Snow Queen over at Highfall. I know, you've probably not heard of them. She's new in power, but yeah, there's the fact that she's now in power means that we have the opportunity to sell our bacon overseas. And well, you know, it's sort of overseas. Listen at me. It's a very cold climate over there. So I think that they would very much like the bacon because it would sort of preserve well on the journey, wouldn't it? You know. So we don't need to worry so much about the heat as we do here. What do you say? You go and speak to the Snow Queen for me?
Happy to do this.
I knew you would. I knew you would. She gets up and she gives you a very strong pat on the back. Like you feel almost like the claws are coming out with this smack. But yeah, you feel the wind knocked out of you.
This happens. Like he drops the coin he's been nervously fiddling with.
Yeah. Is that sorry. What?
It's okay.
What?
It's just a coin. It's just a keepsake. I fidget when I'm nervous. Don't worry. Anyway, he picks it up and he stands up and tries to kind of brush himself down.
You see Big Red recoils when you go to collect it. Give me an insight check.
This one would be the natural 20 that I'd want, wouldn't it?
This would have wanted to be the natural 20 that you wanted. Yeah, Big Red is just uncomfortable around this. I don't know why. They just seem very shaken. But yeah, they've made notice of it. And they've sort of stepped back away from you to make some distance. I'm ever so sorry. I lost myself there. Look, I just wish for you to have a pleasant time. Please do your best. I know you will. So
he smiles and nods. No need to apologize, please.
We'll zoom ahead so that we get to the Snow Queen. You have travelled long and far. You've gone for weeks now. You've taken the coin purse that they offered you at the desk so that you could find your way to some safe travel because, you know, it doesn't look good for a business for you to be thumbing a ride the whole way there. You've got to arrive in some relative style, even if you're a representative of a business. You arrive at the Snow Queen's palace, and you see that in some ways it's very much under construction. You're sort of looking at something that is frozen tundra that's just had a building sort of thrown into the middle of it. But yeah, you are stood in sort of an entrance hall, and there's nobody there to say hello. Nobody has greeted you. It sounds sort of empty, but you've not made a step foot towards the larger building yet. It's up to you what you want to do from here.
Okay, so I'm in a smaller building for now. Sorry, just to clarify.
Yes. You're in sort of like an outer building, but there's a larger palace that seems to be under construction a little bit further to the west of you.
Oh, okay. I think he would pay kind of backwards and forwards and wait for a while, looking not on edge, but as though he's on guard.
After a while, you hear a very shrill.
After a while, he would.
Yeah, you hear a very shrill voice come sort of echoing through the tundra. Come in!
You had cut out some.
Oh, that was a come in,
sorry,
but a very, very high-pitched come in. That's
cool.
Discord being a bitch. Discord does not like people to say things in high pitch.
No,
Yeah,
Discord
yeah.
just doesn't like you being loud.
But like the come in, that's what you get. So you got that shouted. Do you approach the palace?
I shall. Yes.
Okay. As you enter through the palace doors, you see that there is a great deal of construction going on here. The floor is made of packed ice. The pillars are made of ice. There are lanterns in front of you. Ice. There's chests. Ice. There's a table. Ice. There's even a bed over in the corner that sort of, like when someone moves in to an apartment, they just sort of throw their mattress on the floor. That's the kind of thing that you're seeing over there. Mm-hmm. That, in actual fact, silky sheets, but with a frosting of ice. The sort of the windows, they're all formed into lovely fractal shapes that sort of match the angles and geometry of a snowflake, and everything in front of you that you see, beside the silk sheets, is all made of ice. The only thing that you see in front of you that does not look like ice is the Snow Queen herself. She is a very pale individual who stands sort of 5'8", 5'10", very sort of slender, wears an ice crown and has a heart coming down the face. They are wearing a sort of pendant around the neck, and they're wearing silk gloves. The gloves, however, look like they're a bit dirty, shall we say. She's also not wearing any footwear. As she stands upon the massive sort of contraption above you, this huge sort of ramped seating arrangement where she's sat on a throne of ice, she looks down upon you. Well?
Is she pulling this kind of face as she looks down at me?
Yeah, she's sort of got a bit of a resting bitch face, yeah.
Okay, cool. Would I know the correct kind of way to bow to this person?
Give me a history check. We'll say 15 or above, and you do. 15! You hit it exactly. Yes, you know the correct way to bow to this person.
Okay, then I somewhat belligerently, politely nod my head, and that's all she's getting.
She looks down upon you. She gives you no idea of what's going through her head. She's just sort of looks at you. Well, what are you here for? You here to congratulate me on being the queen?
I mean, first of all, sure. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I will accept your congratulations. Do you have a gift?
He doesn't carry a lot with him, so he thinks and kind of pats his pockets and looks at her and he's like, I'm terribly sorry, I must have dropped it on the way here.
Oh, don't worry, there's plenty more besides. She points over with her sort of sooty glove towards the corner where you see that there is nothing in the corner. She's sort of, not quite all with it. And yeah, you have a conversation with her about Big Bad Bacon. During this conversation, you have a lovely discussion, a rousing discussion about how bacon is the spice of life, so to speak. She has her cons for that of, well, surely we need to cook the bacon. This is a frozen tundra. How do you expect us to get the fire? And this sort of back and forth goes on, and eventually you come to an agreement, and you head back to Ironfront. Now, we have our final victim for their first flashback. Shen, would you like to describe your character?
I'll do my best. Hello. Her name is Isabel, and she's a human. I know, so original. And she wears a purple dress and has a grey short coat thing with one sleeve ripped off. And she carries a book bag with one singular book that she hopes to keep trading in order to keep reading more books. And she carries an axe engraved with moons on it.
Love that. So, Shen, your father has been missing for a few days, but that's not very abnormal for him. He often goes off, but he always comes back safe. It's not the kind of thing that you would immediately be worried about. Only on this occasion, there's little food in the pantry. So today, you have gone out to see the Howlers. However, when you've gotten there, you see that the group leader and the elders and the adults are all gone. They've gone out, but they've latched the building. Unfortunately, as you arrive, I guess in your barbarian ways, or maybe perhaps you were heading a book and wasn't paying attention, the latch that you have opened has broken. The latch that was keeping the young ones from leaving. They are in need of encouragement, heavy air quotes, to keep them in place so that they don't wander off into the street and get caught. What do you think would be your go-to plan here?
Are they trying to leave at the moment?
Yes.
I do the simplest thing a barbarian could do. I just take up my axe, slam the base of it on the floor, and say, "You're not going anywhere."
Grin, who is the 15-year-old girl, she's a wolfkin. They're all wolfkin. They're all from the Footpad tribe, come over to become Howlers. So Grin is this 15-year-old girl. Wolfkin tend to mature at the age of 16, so she's sort of starting to have airs and graces, starting to pretend to be an adult, even though she's not yet. And, you know, Wolfkin can live to be like 800 years old, so 15 really is not the be-all and end-all. But as she stands in front of you, she puts a hand on the hip, and she sort of like gives you that half-lidded look of, really? You're going to try and stop us with an axe? She, with that look, she backs it up by saying, you are really not going to do this. You really think that we believe you, that you're going to slash us with an axe? I doubt that you'd be allowed to stay after that.
No, but I can make it very hard for you to leave.
You say this as the 8-year-old, who is 5'8" and muscular, by the name of Bashal. He sort of is he's a wolfkin, but he's head to toe red fur, like a ginger cat, but in a wolf body. He sort of stands awkwardly because he's not learned how to use his physique yet, but he's very clumsy in the same time, and even just trying not to move, he still awkwardly twitches and accidentally kicks the axe from out from underneath you. As he does so, Hrund, who is the 9-year-old, 1 year older than him, but still a little bit, scrawnier than him, he is one of them that I think you find a little bit of kinship with. He wants to learn to read, but can't yet. And he has been taking a great deal of interest in the books that you carry. He wants to know what the symbols mean. He wants to know how to read for himself. It seems like you have a great deal of enjoyment out of it. A great deal of time.
I'll read a story if you stay here just a little bit longer.
Oh, Grin, please. Please let Isabel read a story. Grin. Grin, you could do that thing. Okay. Grin scratches behind Hrund's ear. Clearly Hrund could scratch for himself, but he's just like, oh, you always get the right spot. And he's like, his paw starts to like clap against the ground as he like gets really into this being scratched beyond the ear malarkey. The three of them sort of gather around you. Bashal sort of slams his body into the ground as he falls over into a seated position. Hrund just sort of follows wherever Grin's scratching hand goes, and Grin reluctantly sits down where she is. Give me a performance check, please.
Okie dokie, I think I can do this.
A nat
God,
one.
dang it.
With a nat one, the very first nat one of the campaign.
Woo!
That's unfortunate. You start to read, but you come to realize that this is not the kind of this is not the version of the book that you're used to. So some of the wording gets off, and you start stumbling over some of the words, and they just lose interest 100%. The big one of them gets up and starts to leave.
Oh, no. You gotta stay here. It's dangerous out there.
I want to go outside.
But later, when the adults come back.
But they left. They went out this door. I want to go out.
They'll be back soon.
But I want to go out.
Stay here, please.
Okay, but I want to go out.
I know, and you could go out later, I promise.
But if I go out first, then I could go out, and then I could wait after.
I just mumbled to myself, kids.
Grin hears that and is like, I know, right? Kids. And pretends to not be hurt by your sentiment. As the big one tries to step out, the leader of the Howlers steps in and sees them about to leave. Thaddeus Luna, this wolfkin who is not particularly tall, this 5'4" person, has a grey streak of hair going down their back all the way to their tail. The streak continues all the way down it. He stands in the doorway. He may not be particularly tall, but he certainly has an intimidating presence with the scars that he has covering his muzzle all the way down his face, but one of his teeth stands bare at the front. He stands in the doorway. Where are you going? The 8-year-old is like, nowhere. I'm staying. We were reading a book. Book. Yes, book. And that's the end of your encounter.
Okay.
Now, we have one more flashback each. And we're not going to roll for it this time. We're going to go through them just in order. We've now been introduced to each of your characters. It's time that we made our way back to the campfire by finishing off all of these flashbacks for our lovely friend. Speaking of whom, he looks at each of you over the flames of this campfire at the end of that day, and he hears your flashbacks from the very first sort of stories as you've done them. And he remarks, well, it sounds like you've had an interesting time. I fail to see how this connects, though. And you each go into your second flashback each. Now then, we'll go in alphabetical order. Mars, Aldrin finds themselves at Dash, where you stand at this doorway in a small sort of what could be confused for like church sort of room, I guess. It's very difficult to really tell what this place is, besides the fact that it is just sort of a church room. You see over the doorway that there is it's an anonymous place, and you don't really know much more than that, but you do know that you were sent here by Merle. Do you go inside?
Do I see anybody outside?
No, you see that there's like a couple of people that are walking in and out. They're sort of, milling in and out, but not a great deal of them.
An open place that can be gone into and left.
Yeah, the door is open. You see in through the door that there's like like solo cups kind of thing, but the fantasy level of solo cup, where there's like, you know, take one, please return it, honor system kind of thing for cups. And you see that there's some snacks out on the side of varying kinds. You know, everybody in a fantasy world eats different things. So there's like some like boiled brain that someone's put there. And there's some like cow tongue and, you know, that usual thing of just sort of like gristle. You wouldn't know why just to look at it, but perhaps if you asked inside, you might be able to find out.
Alright. Yeah, Aldrin would head inside, probably stick to the shadows, keep an eye on things, and then approach someone who seemed like they were intended to be there for help.
Okie doke. So give me a stealth check, please.
Alright.
See how well you stick to the shadows.
Stealth.
With a stealth check of 6, you stumble into the door. The creaky hinge on the door alerts everybody in this room to your presence, and everybody turns around to look at you. You can see 5 people here. They're all stood in various heights with various skin colours. One of them is scaly and has like a forked tongue. Another person just looks like a human with darker skin. There's another person beside them who looks like they might be a part of the same family. And then further down at the very front, you see 2 people, one of whom has horns and a tail, and another person has claws on the one side that they fail to hide. They kind of try and keep their hand behind their back, but they keep gesticulating with the same hand, so it's always sort of on show. And they see you as you arrive, and the person with the claws points out, "Oh, a new person! Please, come in! Yes, please! Oh, I'm so excited! Yes! Oh, wonderful!" You go inside.
Yep.
Inside, you see Dash written everywhere. It's all over the walls. However, you also see what Dash stands for. Dash stands for Dragon's Anonymous Support Hangout. Everybody around you is like, "Oh, so you're a dragon. I'm a dragon as well." Well, we try not to make it very well known because people tend to hate us, and we don't. Yeah, we're never really painted very nicely in the stories, but yeah, we. Bryn,
Yeah.
calm down, Bryn. Stop telling people how bad we are. Tell people nice things. Say hello to them. Oh yes, sorry.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, I'm not a whole dragon, I'm a half dragon.
Oh, we take all
But,
kinds here. I'm only a quarter dragon. The person with the claws holds their hand up.
I see. Well,
The-
I was
The sort of
sent
human
here.
person, they are fully sort of they just look like a regular person to you. But then after a moment, they just sort of like shrug, and they fully appear as a regular sized dragon. And you're just like, "Holy fuck!" And then they change back into human again. And yeah, you get a very quick look at a person's actual size. So yeah, you are surrounded by other dragons, and as you are surrounded by them, in through the door behind you walks Merle.
Oh. Huh. Hello.
Hello.
Didn't expect to see you again.
Well,
so soon.
I'll be honest. I've been coming here for decades.
Oh.
I've
That
always liked you,
explains a
Aldrin.
lot.
I've always liked you, Aldrin. I've always told Tiberius the child that is shunned by the village will burn it down just to feel its warmth. We can't just have you held at bay all of this time. And you are, in actual fact, a dragon, but not by your choice. You were born that way. We shouldn't be persecuting you. Tiberius, unfortunately, doesn't see it that way. He's had experiences with dragons, and, well, you know how they went. You remember that Tiberius has got one of his eyes is completely blanked white from a claw attack. You never really knew what happened to cause that. Now you know. now that Merle has just enlightened you.
Ah.
Merle mentions to you that whatever it is that you're seeking for your future, that perhaps you should take some time in consideration. But maybe there might be some sort of help that you might be able to find up north in a town called Dreedle. You know of the town, but you've not been. And you know that Merle suggests that you go to a shop of odds and ends. The person there, he's perhaps not the most savoury of characters, but he sells things and they work. Yes, they work.
Alright. And this fellow's in Dreedle. Okay.
Yes.
Well, that explains
I
a
forget his
lot.
name. Is it Stumple-Riltskin? No, Dumple-Tiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin. That's it.
Rumpelstiltskin.
Yes. So he has a shop
Right.
in Dreedle where he sells odds and ends, and they're sort of magical things. Magical, yes. They might be able to help you. They either help you by helping, Curtis, or they help you by reinventing yourself, or they help you in other ways. I don't know. Maybe you just want to go and speak to Rumpelstiltskin. It is that, isn't it? Not Dumple. Yeah. Yes, maybe you just want to go and talk to Rumpelstiltskin. Perhaps there's something there that you might find. I don't know. Anyway, I heard in the town that there is a caravan of people heading north. I wouldn't want you to have to travel alone. Even a person of your very capable means, it's very dangerous, the road, and I would want you to stay safe in a group, especially at night. You can't
That's
travel
logical.
the whole time, and even when you go into your trances, and she pokes a finger at your chest and then thinks twice about it. Sorry. Even when you go into your trances, you're still vulnerable. Eyes closed and not sleeping is still eyes closed. So yes, I thought that perhaps you could inquire as to this caravan that's heading north. So Tom somebody. Anyway, yes, thank you.
Rumpelstiltskin, Dreedle, Tom.
Yes,
All right.
that's the one. Anyway, take your time. Maybe speak to the people here. They might be able to help. She sort of heads over to the side, pours herself something that looks hot and black, necks it back, and turns to you, nods, and then excuses herself and excludes herself. And you are set on a path. You know what you can do now. You can speak to the people at Dash if you wish. You know what you can do later. You can go and find Tom. And you know what to do after that. You can head to Dreedle and find, perhaps, Rumpelstiltskin. What do you think you're going to do first off? Do you think you're going to stay here at Dash or go straight to find Tom? Dash off to find Tom.
I think Aldrin would hang about for a bit and ask around as to if anyone's had powers develop from their heritage.
Cool.
Because of the most recent development of their acidic claw.
Right.
And perhaps maybe they could get a little insight on how these things develop and how to manage
Cool.
such a thing.
So give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
With a dirty 20, yeah, you get a bunch of advice. They start sort of outpouring their stories to you. One of them talks about how they just owned a tower. It was a part of their heritage. They were given it in their inheritance from their grandfather. And this castle tower, some evil wizard just came along and threw some daft bint with some long hair in it. And suddenly this guy that you're talking to suddenly becomes the angry dragon that's keeping this person in a tower. And how dare they? And it's like, That's my tower. What are you doing in my tower? Why the fuck did you come along and throw this daft, person in my tower? Fuck off. Another person tells you about how they developed their fire breath at sort of teenage time for them. They sort of, whenever they got into a heated argument or debate, they would get very riled up, and the fire breath would make them snort smoke, and people started to bully them at their school because they were snorting the smoke. Eventually they got banned because people were worried about them torching the place. And they all give you varying stories about how their sort of powers and how their difficulties manifested in all different ways. The person with the single hand with claws is just sort of like, well, yeah, I've got some claws. Yeah. So that's your discussion with them. I assume that you go off and speak to Tom afterwards in the centre of town.
Yeah.
Lovely. For those who are watching the stream, this is Tom. And for those who are on Foundry, this is Tom.
Oh,
I love Tom.
Tom's adorable.
You recognise him as the man that's talking to you over the campfire. Now I think everybody starts to understand where their flashbacks are headed. If you didn't already realise, it's the person you've been speaking to the whole time. Next in our order, we have Ash. Ash, you have come to seek out this council member, and you have found a note on their desk saying that they have gone to Dash. The person who is at the reception desk mentions the same address, the same street that is written on that note in front of you, that is on the desk in front.
Okay.
Have you headed off to Dash, do you think?
Sure, I don't know what to expect, but yes. I'm very upset.
You go off to find the council member, but instead you find Aldrin.
Are you the council member I need to talk to?
I am not the council member. So
Alright,
anybody
look.
needs to talk to. And the
Somebody
council.
is destroying my home, and I need to talk to somebody to get this to stop.
That's
There you go.
rude.
Right?
Yeah, I would say so. I'm not certain quite who's the council member, but there's quite a few folks here. Did you have a name for them?
Yeah, sort of. They weren't here. Danik?
Yeah.
Aldrin
Oh!
kind of look around the room.
Danik Druffle,
oh.
you look towards the back
Yeah.
and Merle is still here. She's got her head underneath one of the faucets of this hot black liquid and is just pouring it straight into her mouth.
Well, do you know them?
Oh yeah. Sorry. I just really love this stuff. We don't really get it back in the marshes, do we? Sorry about that. Well. Look. Yes. There's certainly a person by that name. He doesn't really hang out a lot. Look. He sometimes comes. He sometimes doesn't, and as they say that, someone walks in through the door, and Merle points at him and goes, "Oh, Danik, yes, you."
Oh,
Just
so
like
you're
you
the one I
found.
need to talk to.
What?
I was told that I needed to talk to you because people are destroying my home.
Why? Why
They're
me?
digging up my trees. They told me to speak with you.
Oh, trees, schmees.
No, it's my home. It's not trees, schmees. What is this lingo?
Well, what do you want?
Them to stop?
Well, but
That sounds fair.
I have a counter offer. What if they don't?
But it's my home. What would you think if I came and destroyed your home?
Do you own it?
And I live there. Nobody can own land.
Well, I think that the fact that this city exists where it does and people own businesses and homes here would probably disagree with you.
Did they build the land? No, the land was there before them. Nobody can own it, and I happen to live there.
Look, I
Don't they
will.
already live there, so don't they own it?
I would have to look at the city bylaws. Look,
They would own it. They live there.
how about this? I will tell them
They were there
to.
first.
I will tell the workers to stop. We will stop and postpone for the standard time with the city council is a month. So I'll tell them to stop for a month. But yes, we'll need to straighten this out with the bylaws and the in-laws and the hard laws and all of
I
that.
was a fledgling.
Well,
you don't come into somebody's home and start destroying it.
Well,
That makes no sense.
my childhood home was bought and destroyed. I'm very sympathetic to you, but at the same time, I'm not. Look, I'll give you. How's 3 months? Does 3 months work for you?
I 3 months to find a new home that I've lived in for my entire life.
That's
not really fair.
3 months to find whether we need to do it in the first place at all. Maybe we could find somewhere else. It's 3 months to find
No tree
the
chopping
laws.
for 3 months.
Yes, nothing
Why
to
are you
do
doing
at
it in
all
the
for 3
first
months.
place?
Oh, it was some
Good
permit put in by you know, Curly.
Who?
Curly?
Curly.
I don't know a Curly.
So you would know of the business that Curly owns and runs. The business is it's a construction company, which goes by the name. Hang on, give me a sec. I've got it in my notes here, and I've got to find it now. I did call it something. I think it's Seven Strand Construction Company. Pretty sure that's it, but I'll have to find it. But yeah, Seven Strand Construction Company. So Curly is he is a pig folk. Curly is Sir Curly. He's one of the fabled Three Little Pigs. He is the surviving brother. He inherited his business off of them. He's been in the public eye because of the big bad wolf and all of the things that he managed to escape and get away with, or rather escape with. And yeah, he managed to escape with the family business. His family business is construction, part of which they send bricks to certain places, part of which they send wood to certain places. It's just what they do. And cutting down trees is business. So that's what you know. You know that Curly is a business magnate. He's in big business, and he is the head, like the CEO and owner of a large construction company.
Okay, so they know what it's like to lose their home. Gotcha.
What you do know is that Curly was last seen and was reported to have been headed up towards Dreedle. But for the time being, you could head back over to your, the plot that you're at, or you could stay here with Aldrin and discuss the fact that he's up at Dreedle.
Well, I mean, who's gonna tell these people to stop? Like, I need this in writing, right?
Oh, Merle, would you please go tell them to stop? Oh, yes. She's covered in this black, hot liquid now. Fully just emptied the entire thing. Oh, Merle, yes, very good. I can see you over there drinking all of our coffee. Thank you. Do we have the stash on the side? Oh, yes, we do still have the stash on the side. Oh, very good. Okay, you fill your boots, Merle, but please, no more. Okay, thank you. And Merle heads off in the direction of the forest to tell the workers to stop.
We don't get that drink back home.
Oh, honestly, dear, you probably don't want it, she says as she walks out. It's ruined my life. I love it here, but it does terrible things to my bladder. She walks off in the direction of the forest. And she, you would know Aldrin. She is a trustworthy person. She can be trusted to go off and speak to people and to make it known what's happening. She is also the elder councilwoman of a very close by village that the people of Ironfront would know the name of. There's not going to be any issue here. She'll be able to stop them, and she'll be able to stop them for a few months. And who knows, with her coffee levels skyrocketing, perhaps she'll do even better at her check. What do you think Ash does?
I feel like Aldrin is a understanding type of person, and they know that my home shouldn't be torn down, so I think I'm going to become their friend, obviously.
Nice. And Aldrin, you know that there is a person in the city centre who is headed to Dreedle. Perhaps Ash might be able to head up there with you and speak to this, Sir Curly.
Oh, it's Sir Curly now.
Sir. It was. It's Sir. S-E-R Curly. Sir Curly. And the two of you are fast friends. We move on now to Briar again. Briar, you've returned from gathering supplies. You see that one of the two people in the alleyway, the more sick person, is dead. He's lying in the gutter, not breathing. He's pale and clammy. He doesn't move when you approach, and his friend has gone. His friend, however, has left a note and put the silver piece on top of it. The note reads, my name was Brent. Danger in the north. Don't go without help. He has tried to leave this as a warning to any passerby. But you see that as you get there.
Oh man. I wish I could have done more to help. I was so young. This makes me want to check out the north even more, though.
You return home with your supplies. You see Rowena, your mother, who has just returned back. You know that she's more sort of fast and loose with the rules. She's not as stoic as your father, and he's not here. You don't see him in the doorway. You don't see him in the house or any evidence of his shoes being dropped off.
Mom, the north. What do you know?
What do I know?
I need to go. I need to check it out.
What do you mean, what do I know? I know a lot about the north. What do you want to know?
What's going on? There seems to be this terrible sickness.
What was it like? What sickness?
This, red gash. And there's just doesn't seem to be a cure for it. And
I mean, look, a lot of gashes are red. That's blood. That's just blood that you saw, dearie. It's fine. It's just blood. What you saw was a cut.
No,
someone probably just got stabbed or something.
It's not just blood.
What of it then? What was special about this red?
It was spreading like red veins, not blood.
Her eyes glaze over. She gets a fixed gaze into the far distance. Her mouth just sort of drops, and her skin goes pale, ghostly white. Where?
What is it? What is it?
Where? What? Where? Briar. She holds your hand, and you can feel that her hand is clammy to the touch, even through your gloves. What? Where? What? Who? What? What? You should stay. You should stay. Yes, you don't need to be there. No. Come here. She wraps you in tight for a hug, and you can feel that her breathing is shallow on your neck.
We have to find something to help people, or so many more people are gonna die.
And how do we help them from this? How do we help them from him? I mean, this. This.
From him?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You didn't hear me say that. I did not say that. No. 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 No.
What's so bad that you can't even talk to me, Mom?
I
You can always talk to me.
look. I. Give me a persuasion check and give it with advantage because she's clearly very affected by this. And with advantage, that was a nat 1 on the first. And that's only a 7 on the second. Okay. Back to old Katie then. You can tell that she knows more than she's letting on. You just couldn't tell how or why. She seems to know more than she's telling you, and she's not giving it away without a fight. What she does say is that there is definitely trouble in the north, and that it would be in your best interests to stay away from it. But being the not very stoic person that she is, she's also not of the kind to say, stay here, you're not allowed to go. She sort of nods in agreement after, about half an hour and just is like, okay, I understand. If you want to go, you can go, but please, please, please be safe. Go with company.
I'll try to find other people, but it's our duty as clerics. We have to find something. We have to find a way. Help people, or a cure, or
Briar,
support these people.
do you find what we do good?
Yeah,
Do you think we help people?
of course.
Do you find what we do holy?
In some ways.
When you go north, if you ever hear of a person who's goes by the name the Holy Man, you turn and run, and you come back here as fast as you can. There is some holy spirits, there are some holiness in this world that is altogether unholy, and I would not have my daughter go near it.
But what if it means helping lots of people?
What he brings is not help. And she brings you in close, tight for a hug. She says, if you're going to go, go now. Your father is due home in the next couple of minutes. I saw in town that there was a caravan of people headed north. Perhaps go and speak with them.
Okay.
Take whatever you can. Be
I'll
quick, though.
Squeeze her tight.
Gather it quickly. Your father is home now. And with that,
Okay.
we move on to
Do my
our
best.
next flashback. Shen, we're back with Isabel. Thaddeus has returned, this 5'4" scarred howler. He sees exactly what you have been doing. Trying to do, rather, yeah. He hears, he wants to mention to you something in private, though. He brings you off to one side to speak to you about something.
Okay.
Look, the footpads we hunted, we had food, we could catch it. We can't do that here. This concrete jungle is very different to the kind that we knew. We want to be self-sufficient, you know that.
Of course.
We can't be. There's fewer and fewer animals now that they're starting to get more and more careful around these parts. And, I've heard tales of a person up north that you could do us a favour by speaking to. He's good. He's very good. He's great, in fact. He's one of the best. he can bring in animals like nothing. We could have a steady supply of food. All you need to do is actually go and find him, though.
Is he legit?
I like to think he's on the level, yeah.
And I'll do it.
Okay. He goes by the name of Friedrich Ratzenberger.
Okay.
You'll find him in Driedel.
Okay. How does one get there?
That's for you to find out. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I only know where he is, and where he is Driedel.
So I'll go and inquire a way up north then.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Listen, be careful. It's dangerous. Please, be careful. I know that you're at odds sometimes with the young'uns, and I know that in their heart they do love you. But just please be careful. I've seen enough people die. I don't want to see you die as well.
I'll do my best, and I swing my axe just to be like, I'm not going to make it easy for anyone to hurt me.
That's
I
the
promise.
spirit, and he punches you square in the shoulder.
It stings a little bit, but I don't say anything.
Yeah, you don't let it show. Okay. You head out into the city. Give me a perception or an investigation check.
See which is better for me. I'll go for an investigation check.
Nice. 7.
Never
Unfortunately,
mind.
with an investigation check, you can't really see a great deal of what's going on. You have an idea that perhaps if you went up towards the centre of town, that you might have a better idea. This is sort of an abandoned building on the outskirts of a city where people are less likely to spot you. That's kind of why the Howlers are where they are. You have a feeling that if you went more into the centre, that you might be able to discover some more. You can either give me another investigation check, or you can give me a perception check now.
Do investigation again.
Cool.
Please, come on. Yay!
With a dirty 21 in the centre of town, yes, you are as aware of your surroundings as you've ever been. You are a capable fighter. You're by no means the best, but you are absolutely adept at judging your surroundings well in a given moment. And in this moment, you do that well. You look around, you spot that there is a man off in a sort of far cobbled area. He's an older man. He's got wrinkles on wrinkles on wrinkles. He has a grey beard and a traveller's hat and a big old scarf shielding his neck from the wind. He's stood with a couple of other people, and then you see 2 more people approach him as well. One an Aarakocra and one a smaller green-haired person.
I approached a man.
Hello?
Excuse me. Do you know how to get north? I need to get to.
Why, yes, my dear. You join with me. We are going north.
We?
Yes, there's a caravan of us. We came in from the south. We're all headed north.
Oh, if it's okay, I'll.
You also see Ash and Aldrin approach and ask the very same question. Oh, the more the merrier! Yes, of course. Yes, we'll have room for all of you. I should think. Yes.
Oh,
Oh, awesome.
Yes. Well,
Great.
I'll keep my frog
Shall
close.
we tally ho?
you tag along for a moment. I've still got some things to do in the city. I often try and help stragglers and people who are headed in certain directions. Well, we've got some more things that we need to gather, some provisions and supplies and things. I have a bit of a hankering for a candle myself, but don't tell the others. Anyway, I'll hang on for now. And he sort of stands there with his business. The rest of you, I guess, hang out in the city centre, while the others sort of wander off, and one sticks behind while the old man himself walks off as well. And yeah, we continue on. Our next flashback. Ruby. Ruby, you have just awoken after having what a unusual conversation with a stranger. You've been asked where are your friends. You can head back inside the dairy. You can go wherever you want to. What would you like to do?
I think I'll head back inside the dairy, try and find Crimson. I feel like that's who my friend would be. So.
Mm-hmm. As you go inside, there's a distinct lack of crimson in the air.
Is there anyone there?
There's a place sort of further along. It's sort of the basement to this place. You remember that you and your sort of compatriots don't usually hang out in the plant part of it. You normally hang out sort of in the undercroft bits. So yeah, you can head inside. You can try and find Crimson a bit further on in the basement if you like.
Yeah, I want to head to the basement if that's where people tend to be.
Yeah, there's probably about 5 other people that are staying there alongside you at the moment. In the basement area. So yeah, you head over towards the basement. You see that they're not there, nor is Crimson.
Right.
What you do find,
I can't. Sorry.
it's sort of midday. It's just gone past midday into the afternoon. What you do find though is there is a note left on your bedroll.
Okay. I'll read the note.
There's a few words that you falter on. You don't really have the literacy skills of an English master, but or common in this world rather. But what you do have is a lot of sort of basic words, and some of those are right here. So yeah, there's a note saying that essentially Crimson has said that they've run out of jobs for you to do. The mercenary jobs. Because there's sort of more competition from a group called the Howlers in Ironfront. The note has asked for you to go and find out sort of if there's anything that they're interested in, whether they're interested in joining forces. But the note encourages you to go down and speak with them and sort of see whether there's something you might be able to help them out with. Do you head towards Ironfront?
I'm going to make out a massive sigh at not being able to get in my bedroll and then make my way to Ironfront.
Yeah, the tiredness is really starting to weigh on you, even with a nap. That nap was kind of interrupted in some ways by an unusual stranger.
Just a little catnap, really.
Just a little catnap. What's a little catnap between friends? You head out the door. You head down towards Ironfront and you find the Howlers. Crimson has seemingly pointed you in the vague direction of where they might be. But yeah, you find a building. And as you find this building, you see Isabel walking out of the door directly where you're stood. Where a wolfkin has just walked in. Do you speak with Isabel? Or do you go inside?
Yeah. Yes. I'll quickly sort of say, hello, excuse me. I'm trying to find the Howlers. Is it this building? Is this the right one to go to?
Isabel?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Is this the building to go inside for the Howlers?
I don't. Sorry. I don't think so.
Okay. You don't happen to know anything about? I'm just basically trying to find the Howlers. Do you know anything about them? Just per chance.
Depends. What's your intentions?
Oh God, anything malicious? I genuinely just want to talk to them, really, and I guess I just want to see what they're about. Curiosity, really, if anything.
I
I
mean,
promise you there's no ill intent.
I can point the way, but you may want to be as try not to spook anybody as much as possible. I mean,
Spook?
there's a lot of dog and wolf people there, and you're a cat.
Give me an insight check, and Isabel, give me a deception check.
What do you have?
Where's it gone? I can spell.
Ruby gets a 7 on the insight. Isabel gets an 8 on the deception. Really low rolls today. Wow, what a way to start off a campaign. But Isabel is just deceptive enough to outdo it.
Look, we started strong. We can't keep strong.
I know, right? Ruby, you don't see through Isabel's sort of thinly veiled questioning. Isabel, you managed to persuade Ruby that you don't really know a great deal about the Howlers, but perhaps speaking with somebody about them might be worthwhile. Just being careful about it is the only advice. So yeah, Ruby, as you make word or say all of this out loud about the Howlers, a shortish, scarred-looking, greying Howler steps out of the door, or a wolfkin, and says, "Could we keep the voices down about that, please?"
Oh, I'm sorry.
We don't really want people to know that we're here. I'm Thaddeus. I'm a member of the Howlers. Isabel, you were headed off. Thank you. You can.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for your assistance. Sorry, what was your name?
Sorry, my name is Ruby. I didn't know this was where you were. I was passing after you really, and this lady didn't really seem to know much.
Right.
Apologies for that.
Oh, okay. Well, listen. What is it that you hope to get from these people that you speak of?
Get from anything? I wanted to really chat. I'm coming from a bit away. I just wanted to speak on behalf of my friends, really. I think there's potentially similar vein of interest. And,
He narrows his eyes and says, "We do have one thing. You seem..." He looks you up and down with narrowed eyes. "Capable? I wonder whether you wouldn't mind helping my friend out that you were just speaking with. She's headed north. We're trying to find a person by the name of Friedrich Ratzenberger. It's a dangerous road north. I wonder whether you wouldn't mind helping keep her safe."
I'm happy to keep her safe if she needs it.
We'll pay.
Is there anything you'll pay?
Just,
Okay.
Yeah, we'll pay. But only when she's back safe and sound.
Okay. On return.
Yeah, I've only just met you. I can't really trust you immediately to give you all of my money and you walk off, but I'll give you money when you get back. How's that?
I understand. Maybe we'll talk some more
Lovely.
when I'm back.
Lovely. And you head off in the same direction as Isabel. You meet the rest of the crowd. They're all sort of gathering. Tom has walked off. He's no longer with the group. He's sort of gathering his supplies in the candle shop, et al. And yeah, you've sort of managed to stumble your way among a bunch of other people that are all like-minded, headed in the same direction. And finally, we come to our last of our flashbacks. Victor, you head back into the city of Ironfront. You've spoken with the Ice Queen, or the Snow Queen. You've got an agreement to have some level of bacon to arrive so that they can sort of trial it and see if people there like it. And if so, then they agree to have more. They haven't decided on price yet. I think that you probably wouldn't be the kind to offer a price, but to come back and inform the boss, so to speak. And as you get back, you, I assume, head back inside of Big Bad Bacon. You've been on the road now for multiple weeks. Your flashbacks have really spanned over like a 4-week period. As you head inside, is there anything that you do?
I would. I don't think so. I think people know who I am there, so I'll kind of politely say I'm not trying to like make a show of myself as I enter anywhere ever.
Yeah.
So
As
I'm just
you
gonna kind of anyone who looks at me, I'll nod like greeting, but go straight
Lovely.
towards the office. I think.
So as you head upstairs, do you knock on the door?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm just very simple. Knock.
On the second of the 3 knocks, the door swings open. It was not latched. And as you look inside, you see that Big Red's feet are sort of sticking out from behind the desk in their customary sleeping position.
Okay. I probably wouldn't take my sword to work. But instead, I reach into my coat and draw a dagger, and I'm gonna approach very, very, very cool.
Can we see Big Red again, please?
Can we see Big Red again? Yeah, for sure.
Sleeping. Sorry, there's no. Do I see? I'm gonna check the door as I go in actually, and see if the door looks as though it's unlocked or it's been forced open.
Give me either an investigation or a perception check. I'm happy to have either. That's Big Red.
Investigation. Yeah, rubbish.
Let's have a look. You got a 13. 13's okay. With a 13, you can see that there is some sort of there's some marks around the keyhole that you may not have noticed last time.
Right. Okay. But it doesn't look. There's no kind of sign of it being like smashed in. Cool.
Not smashed, no.
Okay, then I will very carefully approach.
Okay. You step inside. As you step inside, give me
do you want me to roll stealth?
Yeah, you can roll stealth.
Yeah, because I'm trying to be sneaky. So.
Oh, with a dirty 23, that's pretty sneaky. As you step inside, making not a sound upon this marble floor, I want you to give me a perception check.
Yeah,
That's really good as well. You do roll good, don't you?
Good. Okay.
With a dirty 19 on the perception check, with a 19, you see that there is there's like an incense stick that's burning inside. There's a half-drunk cup of coffee on a saucer on the table in the middle. The pillows have been sort of tossed a little bit from a person who may have been sleeping on them, may not have. There's a couple of books out of place. There's a lot that you do see and that you do smell and that you do hear. There is one very distinctive thing that you do not, and that is the sound of Big Red breathing.
Oh. Okay, then I'll sheath my dagger.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna approach her body to check for a pulse or something, very kind of slowly.
Okay. As you approach the desk slowly, you know that there is nobody here in the room. The seemingly the incense burning is the only thing in the room that is still burning. The lanterns have gone out as they've not been ignited or refueled. The candle and lantern on the desk have both gone out as well, burned down to the nubs. And as you approach around the side of the desk, you see that Big Red is lying on the floor, sans head. The head is missing. The headless body of Big Red lies on the floor, on the carpet behind their desk. There is an incredible pool of blood, and there is a note on the body in like a small scrap of paper.
Okay, I will.
Honouring the perception check that you got earlier.
Sorry. Sorry, say that again. Sorry,
I was just honouring the perception check that you got earlier,
okay.
the 19,
Cool.
For that scrap of paper.
Cool. Okay, then I will curse under my breath first of all, and then again slowly, very carefully, not trying to disturb the body or leave any kind of marks of myself on it. I'm going to pluck the piece of paper from the chest.
Okay. It's sort of half stuck to their chest with some of the blood on the backside of it that's sort of already dried into a residue. As you pull it off, you see that it has just 2 words that are still visible on this scrap that has been clearly burned, like somebody set fire to this and left it here. But it didn't fully burn, as they must have left in a hurry with somebody's head. The 2 words that you see read, "Falls unclean."
What was the first word, sorry?
Falls. Falls. Falls.
Okay. Does the cut where the head's been taken off, does it look clean?
No.
No, so it's like a rough cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that you're behind the counter, well, I say counter, it's more of the desk, isn't it? You can give me another investigation check if you would like.
Desk, yeah. Sure.
Maybe even a medicine check if you so wish. Ooh, with a dirty 20 investigation check. Look at that.
Okay.
And do you
All right,
wish to
save
do
some
a
good rolls
medicine?
for the rest of us.
Do you want
Is-
medicine as well?
Listen, Steve told me when we were before even session 0
Oh,
that
okay.
he gets insane high rolls. He's just lucky like that. He's been blessed by Dice Christ. So yeah, it's up to you whether you want to do the medicine check.
Okay. Let's do both because I'll probably be bad at the medicine check as well.
A nat 20
shit.
medicine check. Okay.
I'll be bad
oh,
at a
shit,
medicine
okay.
check.
Okay.
I'm
So
gonna do that.
with a dirty 20 investigation check and a nat 20 medicine check, there's a lot that you get from this. You for a start, you notice that it looks like this body has been dismembered after a lot of magic was used to kill them. For some reason, though, the dismemberment was not particularly skillful or quick. It looks like it was done sort of hastily, and it looks like it was done with no implement that you see here. However, in your investigation, you do see that there is a sort of door to a cupboard that is normally locked that has been sort of unlocked and is sort of hanging open a little bit on the side of their desk. As you take a look inside, you see that there are gifts and trophies and sort of lots and lots of things that would be commonplace in a business person's office or study. Like pens and quills and letter openers and the kind of thing that you could imagine somebody of Big Red standing using on a day-by-day basis. What you see in this cupboard is a massive pile of all of those things, and every single one of them silver. All of them untouched.
Okay. I'm not going to disturb any. Does it look as though there's an obvious space for like something missing, perhaps, or
Yes.
like a gap?
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of one of those hoards that looks like it's just been thrown together, but that there was something holding it all in. Now that it is no longer there, this whatever it was, it's now sort of everything's starting to spill out and sort of empty out onto the rug. As this all happens, though, there is a terrible sound, and you hear people from below on the workshop floor shouting, "Hey, what's going on up there?"
I run to the door. I'm not gonna try and like sneak out because that's dumb. I think I run to the door and I shout, "Help! Help! There's been a murder!"
Okay. The coming events will take place over a couple of hours, so we're going to skip through all of that. Essentially, what happens is the chief of the city guard appears. This person is a man by the name of Lyndon Powell. Lyndon sees this as being a big thing. It's a very important event, but it's also something that might make his career. So, you and your investigative prowess would easily be able to tell the air of somebody who only cares so much. In his questioning of you, he dismisses you, but he says that he might need you for further questions later, since you, it seems, disturbed the crime scene. He's also, however, said you hear him sort of mumble under his breath to one of the others, not in your direction, but you catch wind of it, that maybe there's only one person who could answer what those two words mean, and it's certainly not somebody in the city guards, and that's Merlin. And the last time that Merlin was seen was up north near Dreedle. So yeah, you are, it seems, if you wish to go in that chain of evidence, headed towards Dreedle. For the time being, you're told that this business is going to be closed down temporarily, since there is no longer an active boss, and the whole place is a crime scene. It's not like you can sell bacon out of a crime scene. So yeah, you are now headed on one path if you choose to take it.
I'm sure I think I'd probably pop back to like my little room, just a simple room, and just kind of clean up a little bit, like just give my head a wobble, as it were, just to kind of reset all my nerves, and then just pack a few supplies and head out. Yeah.
Great. As you head out of the door, you see a group of travellers starting to assemble in the city, right in the centre. You see that there is a caravan about to set off north, and they welcome you as a one of the members who might just be able to help keep them all safe.
Be happy to do that.
And you are all now gathered together at the campfire. The sun has grown low in the sky. There is a cool breeze in the air. You see that there are tumbling autumn leaves falling from the trees where you all sit. You are now at a campsite where you are sat around a campfire together. There are two people by the name of Hilda and Fig who have they are they are mages who have used their abilities to create Leomund's tiny huts, enough to keep all of you safe within, so that nobody on the outside might be able to attack within. They're opaque, they are magical, they last for 8 hours, and you are able to have a long rest there. Ruby, I think that you in particular would very much like to sleep now, please. But yeah,
Doesn't
old
take me
Tom
long.
is
I'm
sat
straight
there at
asleep.
the campfire and is asking you all of your stories, and each of you say what you want to say and do what you want to do, and then I guess you all head to bed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that seems about right.
I think I'd probably kind of take first watch.
Okay.
Just sit up because I'm running a lot of things over in my mind, so I'm gonna sit, and he sits and kind of toys with a coin.
Yeah.
And in the dirt in front of him, he's written "falls unclean" with the tip of a dagger.
Nice.
And he's kind of just sat playing with a coin, with his back to like the fire, just keeping an eye out.
Okay.
I mean, he feels relatively safe, but he can't sleep. He's a little restless.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
I
Give me
am
a
going-
perception check, Victor. And yes, Ash, you were just saying something.
yeah, I was gonna say that I'm not gonna sleep just yet, and I wanted to see if I could see what they wrote in the dirt.
Okay, cool. Does Victor sort of hide this at all?
He's just written it in the dirt. I don't think he'd be too worried that anybody would see it. Like, he's not
Yeah.
scared of anybody if they're. I think the idea was that he's going to write it in the dirt, and if anyone notices it and looks a bit shifty, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a bit of a test to see if anybody knows what it means without outright asking.
Right. I see. I understand. Tom retires to his caravan. He climbs inside. For the Learman's tiny hut to stay active, the mages need to stay inside of those. If they leave, then they dissipate. So they're going to stay in each one. The rest of you can assemble inside, I guess. There's enough room for plenty of people within each tent. The campfire will stay lit until somebody stops stoking it. We get deep into night time, and there's no real light around unless the embers are continually stoked by Victor. Victor, you are after sort of halfway through the night. Tom pokes his head out and reminds you, you know, we're going off in the early morning. We do need a lot of ground to cover. If you're going to rest, you should probably rest.
I look and I nod. Yes. I should try and get some sleep.
Take it from someone who's tried for many years. If you try and sleep on the journey, you probably will fail at that. It's not very comfortable sleeping on a moving wagon.
I leave the letters written in the dirt, and I go to my my sleeping roll or however we're set up
Yeah.
for that. And just get my head down and try.
Nice. Is there anything anybody else is doing, or you're all going down for your long rest?
I can imagine that Jen is. Old campaign. Isabel is reading her book as much as possible until she falls asleep and the book falls on top of you, kind of like if you're reading in bed or something, it just falls on your face.
Nice. Aldrin?
Aldrin's gonna check on the frogs, feed
Nice.
them, and then head to rest.
You're Alandressa, aren't you? So you trance for 4 hours.
Yeah.
You are aware of your surroundings, but you're not like, it's a trance, so you're not. It's not like your eyes open wide awake. So give me
super alert, but
yeah. Give me a perception check, Aldrin.
Alrighty. Perception.
Yeah.
Sorry. Tiny words.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Ruby, are you just straight off to sleep?
Not straight off. So without trying to make it dead obvious to Isabel, I'm going to try and be in the same place that she is, and sort of when I realise she's nodded off in her book, then I will allow myself to fall asleep. But I have been fighting to stay awake.
Yeah. So it's especially hard when cats cats not tabaxi, but cats in general sleep for 18 hours a day, which is crazy. Okay, and Briar. Anything that you're doing in particular?
I'm just a little beside myself with what happened in the alley. And I'm just kind of focused on trying to keep focused on the task at hand and getting north to Dreidel and making sure I'm looking out for the holy man.
Yes, very much. Okay. The day turns to night. The lights dwindle out, you each feel the warm rest of sleep take you, or in Aldrin's case, trance. And probably about halfway through the night, maybe about 5 or 6 hours in, while each of you are at your deepest lull, you open your eyes and realize that the tents are gone, the caravan is gone, and so is all of your gold. And with that, we're going to end the session. Thank you very much, everybody. That was lovely.
My book's still here, isn't it?
The book's still there.
Oh, good.
And the frogs here?
All right.
Frogs are there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've noticed much difference.
None of us are quite hungry.
I rolled a stealth check and a sleight of hand check. They were using what's it called? Greater image, and they were deceiving and trying to steal all of your shit while you were asleep. Yeah, so it's all gone,
This is all
and they're gone.
Wow.
Now you are hours away. You've travelled hours away north up a trail away from Ironfront, so you can't immediately go back there. You are without gold. You are without safety. You are without travel, and you now have to find your way wherever you want to go, whether north or east or south or west. And you've got time to do it, but you're probably going to have to move together in a pack. And if you need stuff, you'll have to find a way to make gold. But that's that. Thank you very much, everybody. That was lovely.
Why don't we people?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I was going to say, did everybody enjoy that? Was that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot. A couple of your accents caught me off, which is great.
I was trying so many different accents and trying to keep them right in my head. And I was like writing down in the notes, like, this person has this accent.
I had to mute myself when you were doing the French guys because it had me in stitches.
Yeah. Hey, maybe get that out of the air and fuck off. Yeah. My personal favourite is the Scottish one for the stranger with Ruby.
Yeah,
I've been practicing
that
that
did
one.
catch me off guard. I was like, oh, okay.
You threw me off with
I've
Cockney for...
Yeah, the Cockney is one that I just naturally lapse into when it's D&D.
I do that, and I was going to do that.
Cockney's everybody in a fantasy genre, innit?
Oh,
yeah.
But because you did it for Big Red, it really threw me off mine.
Yeah. I mean, look, more than one person can have a Cockney accent. That's the whole point.
I know. It just like my brain was just.
It's like B was saying, like either yesterday or the day before, where you asked, like, is there a specific accent that comes at the like Red Wall Mountains? And I'm like, hey, people live all over with all different accents. You can have whatever accent you want. It doesn't make any difference.
I mean,
I was kind of just waiting for you to be like, oh yeah, this accent, and I'm like, I guess I've now got to bring out a Brummy accent. So they're all right.
All right, mate. All right, mate.
I asked because I was a centaur once, and I had an adopted dragon son.
Nice.
And the dragonborn son decided that he was going to be Steve Irwin by name. We all had to have
Thank you, everybody.
accents,
I'm very glad that was great.
Thank you for setting me up for the rest
and thanks
of the
for
campaign.
the subs as well, Lucy. That was crazy. Yeah, I mean, I tried my absolute best to do the accents, but I kept on doing old Tom's in a different way, and I could never remember what the fuck I've made his accent to be. It was like, it's supposed to be old man neutral English. That's what I wrote in the notes, and I'm like, what the fuck is neutral? What is a neutral English accent? What does that even mean? So I was like, fuck. And then I started doing Briar's mum Rowena's accent American, and then I immediately lapsed into English, and I was just like, maybe she's just having maybe when you have a crisis of faith, you suddenly turn English. Maybe that's what happens when you become scared.
Like, move somewhere sometimes.
It's like Jason Statham.
Yeah.
You drink too much.
Hey, you, get out of my pub. I'll fuck you up. I'm gonna stab you with this sword.
That's not very nice.
Yeah, I mean, look, I try and make it as interesting as possible. We had what did we have for the giants in the last campaign? We had like, I don't like doing this anymore. I don't want to play with the dragon anymore. Yeah, you got to have a bit of fun. It's a lot. It's so funny sometimes to do the accent.
Mm.
Well, thank
Just
you
got the full
everybody
on
for
commit.
being here. I'm gonna still hang around in stream and in chat to talk about this. If anybody feels you need to leave, as we've gone on by an extra like half an hour, then please don't feel obliged to stay. But if you do want to stay and talk for the next sort of 10 minutes, then I'm gonna hang around. After that, I'm gonna head off.
I'll be back.
Mm.
You'll be
I
back.
have to go.
Lovely.
I have to go and pick
Oh.
up a grumpy girl some McDonald's, so I will have to depart.
Nice.
But it's been a
well,
pleasure. I will see.
uh,
I'll speak to you all later.
I'm glad that you enjoyed, and I hope that the grump enjoys the McDonald's. So enjoyment can be had by all.
Yes.
I'll
Yeah,
think
cool.
I'll go
Thanks
as
very
well.
much, man.
Yeah, man, no worries.
And I will see you all next week.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. Same time, same stream, same place. Yeah. D&D session 2, and then we decide where you all go. And yeah, I've planned out already. Like if you choose to go north, east, south, or west, I've got stuff planned out. So I've got maps made, and there'll be battle maps and stuff, and all of
Amazing.
that jazz.
Bye.
So yeah, if you want to go, then you can.
Yeah, see you later.
Don't feel the need to stay. Bye.
Bye.
I'll go as well. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, see you
And thanks for
later.
session. Bye.
Yeah, this was super fun, dude.
It was going to be a different kind of a format to a normal campaign session, you know, where it's like everybody speaking and everybody collaborating all at the same time. I just couldn't do it this way on the first session because I needed everybody to like have their own little private reasons for why they were going to places. But yeah, you're all going to Dreidel, so yeah. My previous two campaigns I had
dreidel.
That's
for
fine.
The rest of eternity. So
kind of
I'll
one
have
of the
like
reasons why I picked that name, because it sounds so similar to a name people already know.
Did you see all the notes that I posted in the main dungeon chat?
In chat, no.
In the main dungeon chat, I was like, I'm taking notes, and my notes are fantastic.
Oh, where do you mean? In the
in the main dungeon chat.
Oh, what general D&D stuff?
Right here, I tagged.
Oh, the text chat for that, right? I see. No, I didn't have that up. I had to keep OBS up because I had a bunch of different artworks that I had to show people for the characters, and then I had to have the Word document on one half of my screen on the other monitor, and then Foundry up on the other half of my screen on the same monitor. So I just didn't have this screen space. It's the kind of thing I would have if I had 3 monitors again, but I don't have the money for that right now. There's a lot of notes though.
But yeah, no, I just Victor, Big Bad Bacon, Big Red naps on the floor or naps on the job, murdered, no head.
Yeah, murdered, like, no head. Yeah, you don't fall asleep and lose your head at the same time. That doesn't happen.
I liked the Frederick Ratzenberger for Isabel gives meatsies.
Yeah, Friedrich Ratzenberger, yeah.
The Holy Man, Briar Run.
Briar Run, yeah.
The important things.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So so what I've done is I've made a bunch of different I've made a bunch of different scenarios, and a bunch of different like villains and good guys and organizations and shit like that. And basically, no matter what you choose to do, they're all going to be happening in the background. And if you decide that you're going to act on one of them, well, guess what? There's like 10 others that are getting much worse while you don't deal with them. So it's essentially like a choose your own adventure. And no matter what you start with, it's going to be a villain at the start of their journey. But the more you leave the others, the more on their journey they're going to get. So it'll scale with you, essentially. So eventually, like, you'll end up doing the big bad for another place, and they will have had so much time to get prepared for whatever their big bad evil plan is that they're going to do elsewhere. You know, you'll be ready for them.
You're still streaming, right?
No, I know that I'm streaming.
Okay.
I was saying I'm going to stay in stream for another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to go.
I thought you meant in the voice chat.
No, stream and voice chat.
Oh, well, fancy.
I know, right?
I
Also,
just rated out. I was like, deuces.
Seribot did a great job of
Right?
banning a bot immediately.
Yeah,
I
I
fucking love
saw
Seribot.
that.
Badass Sari bot.
Fucking love Seribot. Seribot's amazing. Hello. Hello. Yeah. So, yeah, that was the La campaign. Session 1. Here's a bit of lo-fi girl. So shall we find somebody to raid out to, do you think?
I can tell you who I rated.
Go for it.
I rated _lore right. Here, I'll just link them. In your Twitch chat.
Oh, I would have spelt that wrong. I'm glad that you have corrected me. Alright then. So we're going to start raiding out to this person. I hope that everybody has enjoyed themselves. I hope that people... I hope that all of you decide that you like the stream and that you may come back. I would very much enjoy it if you did. Because I would really enjoy it if we continued this. I've had a lot of fun, and although my nerves at the very beginning for that whole opening monologue really did get the better of me, I think I managed to muscle through it okay. So let's... Thank you. Well, let's head off. I'm glad that everybody likes the fact that I'm a beholder, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And yeah, we're gonna move this on to the lore right, based on Tat's recommendation. Say hello to everybody there. Do you know what? I haven't even come up with a raid message. We should come up with a raid message, shouldn't we?
I just rated out. I was like, I'm going.
Let me come up with one. We've got to use some of our stuff.
What about clickety clackety roll for attackity?
I've already come up with one, but we could do that. The jackals are invading. So yeah, give that a copy and paste.
Maybe the real raiders are the friends we made along the way.
Oh, yeah. We could spam
right.
that, couldn't we? That would be everybody saying exactly the same thing. Oh, that's the best. Yeah. I feel like we need to do that. I also don't remember which of these is sub only and which one is for everybody. Do you know what? We'll just do it without. I'll say what you want to say. You can put whatever message you want to put in the chat. But otherwise, I'll try and figure one out for next time. It requires far more looking into the settings than I really care to do at the moment. I'm wiped out. So let's instead just enjoy a lovely raid into apparently lovely person's stream. So let me start that bad boy off. Thank you everybody for being here. Thanks for being awesome. I will see you on the flip side. Bye.
Bye.
Did that raid?
Yes.
Nice. I don't see it on my side.
Yeah, it likes to not. Because it's a bitch like that.
Let's end the recording. Hello! Welcome everybody! Hey guys, gals and non-binary pals. We're back with session 2 of our Alandressa campaign. I'm here with Mars, Tats, Katie, Shen, B and Stee. How are we all feeling about the end of session 1?
My stuff is gone.
Yeah, kind of pissed.
Dude, where's my money?
Are okay.
Yeah, dude, where's my money is a pretty good... That's a pretty
Where's
good
my
sum up
cart?
for it. Where's your
I mean, it
cart
wasn't
as well?
exactly rich.
Yeah. Dude, where's my cart? All the fucking guys have gone with the wagons. Yeah, man.
Did you wake up with new tattoos?
Did you wake up? Yeah. Yeah. You wake up with a guy stood over you who says, "Your hair smells different when you're awake."
No thanks.
No, roll for escape. Okay.
No, I can fly. I'll just fly away.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well,
With you.
shall we go
roll
for?
for
Can I tempt anybody for a quick what's the word? Recap. How's a recap for everybody?
Sounds good.
So, Aldrin had a difficult time in the what do you call it, in the swamp, the Sugar Swamp, where a young teenager had gotten into their jars of frogs and unfortunately found the wrong one, the right one. I mean, it could be argued either way. But essentially, yeah, do not the frog. Essentially, it was a step too far for some of the Elder Council who are a little bit bigoted and unfair towards Aldrin, purely based on something that Aldrin cannot control, heritage. And so Aldrin was encouraged to find, what's the word, refuge, should we say, at Dash, and that sent Aldrin on a path towards heading north to Dreidel. Ash was beset with difficulty with two guys who were pretty certain that they were going to tear up, rip down, and otherwise demolish Ash's home. Ash went in search of answers and was told to go and find a counsellor. But essentially, the counsellor said, look, it's out of my hands. The permit has been given. If you really want this to be undone, you better go and find Sir Curly of Seven Strand Construction Company, one of the fabled Three Little Pigs, who is up north at the moment. Last seen around Dreidel. We're sensing a theme. Briar was headed towards grabbing some resources for Briar's parents, the lauded medics of Ironfront, when Briar saw two men in an alleyway. She gave them a silver piece to try and help with the medical care that one of them required. Unfortunately, it was not the 15 gold that they did need, and the one man died, and the other left a note for any passerby to be warned not to go north, and that there was danger up there. Briar approached Rowena, her mother, and was told to avoid going north because there is a person by the name of the Holy Man. And if you ever see that person or hear of that person, then you've already gotten too close and you need to run immediately and come home to me. Also saw wounds on the person lying in the alleyway with red veins or like tendrils that sort of spread out from this fetid wound that looked not particularly nice. And then they died, so must not have been nice. Headed north again. Isabel was at the Howlers', should we say, place of residence, place of refuge, place of squatting, whatever you want to call it, an abandoned building in Ironfront, a place where this sort of clan peoples from Corelva, the Wolf's Maw, the Footpad clan they were called. A part of them had splintered off and become the Howlers, this group of mercenaries, of which Isabel was stuck looking after because all of the elders had left. And on Isabel's entry into that building, unfortunately, broke the latch and the young uns wanted to try and escape. Thankfully, the leader came back in, Thaddeus, just in time to find them trying to leave. And Thaddeus instructed Isabel to please go north and find a person by the name of Friedrich Ratzenberger, because he might be able to give a steady supply of food. And Isabel, of course, is trying to finish her book. Ruby was asked by Crimson, shortly after a discussion with Berg, if Ruby could go and break down some sort of boulders, some blocks that were outside of the Deer Dairy doors. and it was because a sort of the construction supply of bricks that had been sent in for training purposes for the gang had sort of dried up, shall we say, as dry as a brick can be, I guess. And so Ruby was sent outside to try and break some of them down with her fists. And after a very long journey from Corelva, delivering something to the footpads there, was sent over back to Deer Dairy, only to be sent out to do some brick breaking instead of actually sleep. So when Ruby grabbed some 40 winks, a stranger appeared and spoke to her. Seemed to have a bit of a condescending tone, we think. But essentially, the takeaway message was, where are your friends? And Ruby then woke up, tried to find her friends, but couldn't. Found a note instead from Crimson saying, go and find the Howlers, see if you can help them, because they've been taking most of the mercenarial work. On speaking to Thaddeus, was asked, I'll pay you. I want you to protect Isabel on her journey north. And so Ruby has been tagging along with that. And finally, Victor. Victor, who was travelling for the longest time of anybody in the party, up to session 1. Victor had been travelling to the Highfall to go and seek audience with the Snow Queen, who he was successful in doing so, in a palace that looked much under construction, with a woman who looked under construction herself. She seemed to not be all there, really. But after a lot of discussion and some back and forth, there was agreement to start shipment of Big Bad Bacon from Big Bad Bacon Inc., of which Big Red is or was the owner. On return back, Big Red was found in her office with her head missing, shall we say. And some of the silverware in a nearby locked cupboard missing too. So, with that, everybody in their assorted, allotted, whatever you want to call it, journeys, all of their missions, sort of found themselves a part of the same caravan of travellers. And having laid down for the night, with everybody either meditating, in Aldrin's case, or sleeping, in everybody else's, the party of travellers took their opportunity to relieve the party of their gold and make haste away. In which direction, you don't know. You only know that you have woken up in the night and that your travelling caravan has left without you. That's where we're at the moment. It was a chunky session 1, so that recap has taken a while, but yeah, we've basically made it up to where we are now. You are currently on the roadside, headed north out of Ironfront in the Red Wall. Does anybody have anything in particular that they want to do right now? And here we are.
Do we see like the tracks of where the caravan had left?
It's still very dark. If you have dark vision, then you do. Up to a point, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I do.
Anybody who does?
I believe I
Yeah. Can I sort of scan the area, see what tracks, trails, or direction they might have gone?
Yeah, you can scan the area.
Looking in. Alright.
Give me
I
a.
do.
May I help?
Anybody may. So who's gonna do the check? And you can roll with advantage because you've got help. The help action.
I can see up to 60 feet.
But what's
Right.
everybody? Let's say an investigation check would be the one here. Who would
I
like?
have
Who's
a
got the best
pretty
investigation?
high, and I'll
I'm
go with
kinda
that.
good at that.
I'll let you
Prior
decide
to
between
you,
yourselves
thank
just
you
for a moment.
all.
Just for everybody in the
Think you
stream,
asked
this
first,
is the
so you
map
roll
of
with
Alandressa.
advantage?
I've not shown
Yeah.
anybody yet, but this is it.
Seems
the logical thing to do, I think.
Let me just resize it so you can see. Boom.
Me?
So
Sorry.
that's the map of Alandressa, just so you can see what the
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
what the actual map looks like.
Right. Oh. I did not roll that with advantage, or do I just roll that twice?
So if you go into the chat box, if you hover your mouse over the number, then you'll see an arrow up and an arrow down. You click the arrow up to get
Oh, I see.
advantage, and the arrow down for not.
Oh.
So a
I
dirty
missed
20.
advantage.
Okay. With a dirty 20, you can see that the tracks have gone towards the rock wall next to you. 'Cause you're kind of at the base of a mountain. There's a cliff sort of right next to you here, where the trees are sprouting from, and you can feel the wind whistling over the top. It's part of the reason why you lay camp here, because it's a good shelter from the wind. Well, where that whistle is coming from, you can see that the tracks go directly towards the wall.
Well, isn't that interesting? The tracks go into the wall.
Can I try to investigate the wall where the tracks disappeared into?
Absolutely.
Or what kind of... Alright, well... Let me open my character sheet again.
Okay.
Oh, never mind.
So you see that the tracks go towards the wall. You're pretty certain, Ash, that with a 5 investigation, that this cart has climbed up the wall and gone over the top of it.
I mean, that's obvious, right?
I mean, was this a larger spider for some reason?
Look, I am a druid, a hermit, so how do I not know that they have, like, special adapters that let them climb up? Hey, everybody, I think it climbed up the wall.
Having heard this theory, I would like to check for tracks or any kind of thing that may have helped, like mechanically pull a cart up a wall.
I would love you to. Please go right ahead.
Cool.
And with a 10, you're starting to like the idea of this thing going up the wall. It seems like there's a lot of rocky, craggly bits above you that you could easily put a rope around. The only thing of it that you can't get is how they could have disguised the sound of it. It's right next to you.
Can I
I'm
go
a deep
over and
sleeper,
investigate what these two are?
You can investigate as well. Please do.
No, it's obvious.
With an
that they went
18,
up the wall.
with an 18, I will allow you to give me an Arcana check, please.
Arcana check, you got it.
With an 18 Arcana check as well, Aldrin, you are fairly certain that these were very adept illusionists, and that they would not have left something as silly as tracks laid behind them. You're fairly certain, with the high rolls you've had so far, a 20, an 18, and an 18, that these were laid here specifically to make people confused and stare at a wall for a while. It's their sort of idea of a joke.
So I'm going to continue my conversation with Victor real quick. I can fly up and see where they went.
Sure, I think that's an excellent idea. They clearly
I mean, they went over
scaled
the wall, obviously.
this wall. The tracks go right up
Yeah.
to it. There's no other... I don't see a gate.
All right, I'm going to prepare to fly up.
I'm not so certain they went that way. I really quite think that this was just sort of a trick, and they may have gone some other direction.
How? I mean, they would have left tracks behind. The tracks are right here. It obviously goes up this wall.
It's an illusion. They made it seem that way.
I love the way
it's
that
not.
you said that. It's an illusion. I absolutely love that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I kind of embarrassingly shift my eyes to the side and walk away from the wall.
With my investigation being as low as it was, I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure they went up the wall.
Do any of you even know each other's names yet? May I ask that? Because I don't think you've introduced yourselves properly.
Oh.
I don't think this is the time for, oh, by the way, we're trapped in a situation, but by the way, I am Isabel, etc.
I thought we introduced ourselves at the campfire.
You may have done. This is why I'm asking. Did you? Is my question. Yeah. I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm just asking, did you?
Don't think I would have done.
Right.
I would have probably been too busy reading the book.
Bearing in mind the nature of my business, I think I would have been kind of keeping to myself.
Right.
A little.
Okay. Right. Well, that's fair.
I'm not being unfriendly. I just have other things on my mind.
Yeah. Well, there are various reasons why any party forms. Sometimes it's through peace and happiness. Sometimes it's through dance and song. In this time, unfortunately, it's through adversity. There's nobody else around you. There's no resources near you. You've got very little in way of provisions each. And you've got even less in terms of gold. You've got 0. So at the moment, you're kind of forced to be together. But it does also kind of benefit you that some of you have links with each other. And others, you're all headed north to the same place. So kind of benefits each of you to be together. I don't know whether you all would feel that it would benefit you to know each other's names. Kind of hard to, hold a conversation when you're sort of like, that person over there, the one with the green?
Yeah.
Wait, which one with the green?
Exactly. That was the point I was making. You
I-
got
I
it.
was,
You're very quick.
How do you guys introduce yourselves then?
I
Even
mean,
if
I
was
don't
being a
know
little
the
rude in the corner.
customs. So, I mean, I would just assume that if it was the custom to introduce, like, somebody would have done it already.
As each of you look around, you see the smouldering smoke coming from a pit that once held fire. You see the flat bedrolls that you have tossed aside as you climbed out of them to find yourselves dishevelled and alone. You see the flapping of a leaf on the floor as the whistling wind over the cliff nearby tries to lift it but can't because it's so sheltered here. But on the same wind, you start to hear a shift. You hear the wind turn from coming from the mountain towards coming from the north. And on that same wind, you can hear a groan approaching.
Perhaps we should
Can I?
hide.
Is someone ever tell me?
Can I head over? I don't know what distance I am from Isabel because me and Isabel are introduced to each
I
other
guess-
outside of the Howlers, and I
Yeah,
just want to go.
I think I was introduced. The leader probably introduced me to you. In some
I think
respect.
Yeah.
I think from my memory, you were
weird-
leaving and you left before
Yeah.
Ruby was asked to help
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
But
Yeah,
you may
we've
have
had conversation,
exchanged
though.
names at least.
yeah.
Yeah, but we've had a conversation, so I'm thinking of just going to Isabel, leaving these guys to discuss a cliff, and ask, are you hearing that?
Can I roll for perception? I guess I don't need to roll for perception.
I'm going to
You hear footsteps.
sneak. I'm gonna go and hide somewhere.
Yeah,
And try and get
Okay.
a better kind of vantage point. And I
Okay.
kind of I'm like do a and get down gesture towards everybody, basically.
Yeah.
I say to Ruby, I think we
Yeah.
better
All right.
make ourselves scarce a little bit.
I would like everybody
Let's
to give me a
hide.
stealth check that wishes to hide, please.
Oh, I'll
If
do
you
one.
want to hide, then give me the stealth check.
Where is the noise coming from exactly? Can we pinpoint that?
It's traveling on the wind from the north. If you wish, you can give me a. If you wish, you can give me a perception check as well. Let's just get all the stealth checks out of the way first. So we've
Oh,
got
I'm sorry.
stealth. Oh
I
no,
missed
that last
Can
one
we
wasn't
do
stealth.
perception now?
Yeah. Do it. Give me a.
Okay, there's
okay,
my
there we
stealth
go. There we
and
go.
perception.
Okay.
Oh my god, my rolls.
Why did Briar roll disadvantage with stealth? Is it because are you wearing armor? That's it, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
from
your
my
scale
mail.
armor. Yeah, okay, I get it. All right, I just wanted to clarify. It's been we've not had to have battle yet, so I don't need to consider your armor quite yet. All right, so what have we got in terms of stealth? 13, 7, 18, 11, 5, and 19. Quite a broad old thing there. Briar, you, with a nat 1 perception check, you don't even know what people are talking about. They're all hiding from something. You don't even know what the fuck is going on. But with an 11, you've met the required perception of this person's passive perception, as each of you that got this person's not really trying to hide as they walk south, but in the dark it's hard to really make them out. So anybody who got a 15 or above on the perception, you do see this person. So that would be Ash and
Me.
Victor and nobody else. Great. Okay, so Ash.
I didn't do well. I can't see.
Yes, the
Look,
bird
we
and the
bonded
orc.
over the cart going up that we saw the person together.
The bird and the orc both
I'm not
see
hiding and I'm oblivious.
a person coming. Yes, you're hiding from something you don't know. But essentially, you hear this awful deep groan. You hear the footstep and a shuffle, and a footstep and a shuffle, and the two of you spot in the dark, on like the small glint of light that's starting to peek through the trees from the sunrise. You see a person in mismatched armor. Human, blonde, sort of looks 40-ish, you know, older person. In a fantasy realm, 40 years isn't so much, but in reality, in like, you know, Industrial Revolution, a human of 40 years is actually pretty fucking old. So this person in armor really does strike you. And as you see him walking, you see that he's holding his side. He's moving his lead leg, and his back leg is dragging behind him. And he groans with pain. He looks like he's got in the light from the what do you call it? In the light from the sort of sunrise, both of you can see like a slight glisten of pale skin and clamminess, sort of on his face, on his arms, on every part of him that's visible. And he shuffles past your point, past your caravan.
If I do a medicine check just by looking them over, can I maybe figure out what's wrong with them?
You can do it with disadvantage because you're in hiding and it's dark and you're really not going to be able to see a great deal. A 13 medicine check. You can tell that this person has been in the wars. You couldn't say what war, and you couldn't say what damage that they've taken particularly. But you do know that they are heading their way past your small encampment at an incredibly slow pace.
Are they armed?
He seems to have a sword sort of loosely bound to his side, but he's not holding it. He's holding his side only. He's got his hand on his left rib cage, and he's just groaning as he tries to shuffle his way past.
Hey, mister,
Anything that anybody wants to do. Say again?
Aldrin's just gonna shout right out to him. Hey, mister, you okay?
Ah! Oh! Oh! Please don't scare me like that. That really hurt. Ow.
Sorry, mister.
Where are you? I can't see you. He raises one hand up to his eyes to sort of shield them from the light, but then realizes there is no light and puts his hand back down to his side.
I'm going to move to get behind him and draw a dagger.
Okay.
I may. I don't intend necessarily.
What was your stealth check originally? It was 18. Okay.
18, yeah.
With an 18, yeah, I'll give you advantage on the stealth check because you're moving in the dark and you were already hidden from him.
dokie. How do I advantage again?
Just roll it, and then in the chat box you can click the up arrow. So you got a 17 and a dirty 20. Okay.
Dirty 20.
With a dirty 20, yeah, you managed to get right behind him with a dagger. Where are you holding this dagger to him?
I'm not going to put it on him. My intention is to like hit him in the base of like his skull to knock him out if he tries to move. I'm not gonna
okay.
Murder him.
Right.
I want to like try and render him unconscious if I can.
Love that. Okay. So we're going for like a
just in case he starts misbehaving.
Yeah, okay. Like non-lethal damage kind of level. Okay, right. I get you.
He
Great.
doesn't seem a big threat, but I don't want him to. We've had a bit of a rough morning so far, so I don't want him to instantly turn on my new friends.
So I'm just going to move your character to be behind him.
Cool.
Wonderful. Great. Okay, well, as the light starts to lift and we get to sunrise, we enter the golden hour, and I don't know why that's just done that. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, we enter the golden hour, and you all start to see this person a little bit better. He also starts to see some of you who had failed at your hide checks. So, for instance, Aldrin, who had shouted out, pretty obvious that you're there. But Isabel, I don't know what you would do with a 7 stealth check. I guess maybe you're just hidden sort of loosely behind something and you've got a book held in front of you. I don't know.
Half-assed trying to stealth. I was like,
yeah. To be fair, listen, a barbarian, not really their area, should we say? But you know, you do a passable job in the dark. But right now, he can see you, so his eyes are starting to sort of dart around as fast as they can, which for this man in this moment is not particularly well. Now, Ash, let's resolve your medicine check. You can tell now, in the light of day, that this person is actually, he has been stabbed. You can see that there is an open cut through his sort of bindings, is like Under Armour sort of tunic kind of thing. And you can see that there is a gaping wound in the left side.
Oh, you've been stabbed. What happened?
Oh, you think? Yeah. I know that I've been stabbed. Ow. Oh, ow. Please don't make me talk too much. It hurts.
Can you write it down so we know what
For
happened?
those of you who are in Foundry, this is what this guy looks like. His name is Wilhelm. And
Is that because of his
stream... I mean,
I'm sorry.
would I do that? Yes, I would. I'm trying to find him now. I can't find it. There we go. And for stream, that's what Wilhelm looks like. Kind of like a younger Matthew Broderick, with a gaping wound in his side and really mismatched armor. Yeah, so that's him. He sort of stands. You see that his knees start to buckle, and he just drops to one knee, tries to make it look like he's taking the brunt of it and get back up again, but just physically can't and stays dropped.
As he moves and drops, I'm gonna. Do I want to do that? Okay, I'm gonna go in and scoop and try to help him.
Okay.
To his feet at that point. I'm like, I don't perceive him to be a threat anymore as I notice the wound. So
Right.
I'm gonna go and kind of catch his arm.
Great. You help him up. He's taken completely by surprise at the fact that you were there at all, and he just is startled again. Oh my god! Oh,
Okay.
fuck!
It's okay.
Fuck! God! Oh. What? Are there any more of you? Do I need to be careful?
A few.
Oh,
Who stuck
Jesus.
you in the squishy bits?
I mean,
He
there's
said-
a couple of us.
And he says Jesus, but as we established in previous campaigns, because you know the expletive Jesus often comes out in our mouths normally, Jesus is in canon is a fabled old dragon, Jesus the dragon. That's why occasionally people will shout Jesus and it will still make sense. Jesus, we don't have the Christian Jesus in this world, no. But yeah, he shouts out Jesus, and yeah, he's like, fuck, why are there so many? Can I just lay down and he collapses to the floor, face down.
I was holding his arm, if that helps him from collapsing.
He sort of does a little spin as he goes down. He is, because you're holding onto one arm. He is still unconscious. So you can, so you can sort of gently lay him down at the arm. But yeah, he'll sort of not go down particularly gracefully.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to stop him from smashing his head, but I don't think I can do much if he's wearing armor necessarily.
What is anybody doing immediately? Say again?
Briar wants to approach and take a look at the wound.
Okay. You may do so. Do a medicine check or a perception check, whatever you want. What's Aldrin asking?
Yeah. Medicine.
Just asking the group, can anybody fix his squishy bits?
I'd rather not touch squishy bits, personally.
Not me, I'm good at making squishy bits.
And Briar, give me a perception check. That's an 11 medicine check, just for clarity.
I'm gonna come over and look too.
Oh! Look at that. Wow, you've got a +5 perception. That's great. So you get a 23 perception check. The medicine check, you know that this guy is dying. You couldn't tell from what until you sort of tear open some of his clothing. I think that that's probably what happens in the medicine check, that you're a little clumsy-handed, hence the 11. But in your clumsiness, you end up rending his tunic open a little bit further, and you see the same fetid wound that the man in the alleyway had. Long red tendrils snaking all the way across his abdomen, but not quite as far as the guy who had died before. This guy looks like he's in the early stages of some awful thing.
Okay, so what do you get?
Can you help him?
Or is he unconscious?
He's unconscious. He is unconscious at the moment.
Okay.
Gremlin, welcome in. Gremlin, you have walked into a man being helped, aided, because he's been stabbed and he's got an open gaping wound in his side. Yeah, so you
I could have a little help.
Try and drag him out.
I will help. I'll help.
With six, I think with 6 of you, and the fact that this man is unconscious and also being helped by all of you, I'm not going to make you roll for it. Where do you want to move him to?
Just out of the road in case any carts or.
Can we move him right here?
You want him to be at the bedroll?
Yeah, something like that.
So he's lying down on top of this bedroll. The wind starts whistling in from the north again, a little harder this time. You can smell rain on the wind. The footprints that he left behind start pit-pattering with rain as the rain starts to fall gently at first and then a little harder. He gets woken by this as you've laid him down in the bedroll just 5 minutes earlier. And as his eyes start to blink awake with the water hitting them, he looks around and sort of feels a little bewildered, looks a little bewildered. And you're all sort of stood around him, or where are you at this point?
I'm kneeling by his head.
Crouching by him and ask again, who stuck him in the squishy bits? Or what?
I wouldn't know whether it was a who or a what. There were so many of us. So many. Brothers, all. Some fled days before. We were sent to take care of this problem, though. And he was the problem. None of us could bring him down. None of us.
when he's referred to group and we and Lewis, can I try and put him in match? Is there anything that would identify where he goes or anything like in what he's bringing?
You're sort of cutting in and out a bit on your audio. What is it in particular that you want specifics?
He's up to what he's wearing to see if there's identifiers on it.
What he's wearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking
you're
for like an
if there's any
insignia or something.
identifiers.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just me, but I'm sort of you're cutting
No.
in a lot.
It was cutting out.
Right. Okay, so identifiers on his clothing. Well, you can just ask him who he's a member of, but I think some of you may sort of recognize people of this dress anyway. I think in particular, Ruby and Isabel, you've probably the greatest chance of knowing somebody from his group. So I would give you both a history check, or one can give a help action to the other if you want to try and like help the other recount their thoughts.
I'll do a history check.
Okay.
Hold a second.
Ruby, do one as well if you'd like.
History check.
Yeah.
History. Oh, that's okay. I'm better on now.
Okay. Ruby, you struggle to place them, but you've seen this sort of ragtag clothing before. This armor that looks like it's sort of thrown together from a waste pile. Isabel, you've definitely seen this sort of get-up, but you actually remember what they're from and what group he represents. This is a member of the Tin Soldiers, so called because they have terrible armor that's thrown together that usually they scavenge from the fallen. Hence why he's wearing all of this crap. But they are a group of mercenaries, and they usually travel in a large group. He is the first one of them that you've seen on their own.
Blimey, you don't usually walk around on your own, then, mate.
Well, we were together. All of them, though. All of them.
All of them what?
Dead? I don't know. What he did to them. It looked like death, but it might not have been. It may have been something far worse. Oh! And he reaches for his side again. You can start to see that the red tendrils are creeping faster across his abdomen and chest. Briar, you could judge... Briar, you might judge that at the rate that this is spreading now, that it won't be long before it reaches the level that it was with the dead guy before.
I've seen this type of wound before, guys, and there's nothing I can do here.
Well, please sugar the pill a little.
I mean, do you want us to put you out of your misery?
Well,
I'm just asking. It would be the humane thing to do.
If I must go, then... if I must go, I need tell you everything.
Please.
By the way, why am I getting an echo? I'm hearing an echo through somebody's thing.
That's not me. I mute my mic every time.
It is. I think I've discovered whose it was, and they've just muted, so we're okay. Okay, so yeah. He looks up around each of you and says, You've never seen anything like it. His breath becomes laboured. He tries to speak, but can't make full sentences now. He's so short of breath. Every breath becomes lighter as he says it. I scarce believed it. At first, they speak of people, capable people, who move like the wind, who show great feats of speed, who show great brutality, who are passionate and rageful, even calculated. He was none of those things. He was still, unmoving. He was not as fast as the light. He was as fast as the shadow that followed it. He points up towards Ash. He didn't have a beak as big as yours, nor as bright. His plumage, red as blood. But not everywhere. Not everywhere. Just sparing tufts and patches. His beak cracked, split. At the start, anyway. His armor cracked and rusted, falling to pieces. You see that his eyes are starting to close. His breath is becoming even more shallow. His clammy skin is becoming waxen now.
I
And in his
look at everybody and just kind of nod to them, and then I try to break his neck. I'm trying to just kill him, put him out of his misery. He's told us enough.
Okay. I won't make you roll for it, since this is a mercy.
Just unarmed strike, or?
No, that's what I said. I won't make you roll for it.
Oh, okay. I thought. Never mind.
You take hold of his head as you had been close to it this whole time. You bring one hand around the back and another just to reach for the opposite ear. And in this moment,
Right.
in this final second, he looks up towards you. With a final blink, a single teardrop falls from the side. And before you take that last turn of the head, one word whispers from his mouth. Cardinal. And you snap his neck.
I was going to say rest well right then, but I guess I'm not going to do that now.
And rest he does. You lay his head back down on the bedroll, and Wilhelm is no longer with us. I will give you this time to decide if there is anything that you would like to do for Wilhelm in his final rest. If so, just tell me what it is. We don't need to roll for it, because this is a mercy, as we've said. So if there's any kind of funeral rite that any of you would like to do, because I know that we have a cleric here, anything more spiritual that any other person may wish to do, if there's any words you would like to say, do what you wish. The floor is yours.
I was keeping watch because
Greetings.
I'm not really like while they were trying to help him. I was just kind of watching the road and letting people who know better than me and are more that way inclined do their thing. So I'm not really a big believer in anything like that.
Understandable. And anybody else?
Briar, still kneeling next to him, will take two fingers and close his eyelids and then place a hand on his chest and say, I'm so sorry. But I will learn about this wound, these red tendrils. One day, I'll be able to save people that have wounds like yours, and I'm sorry that I couldn't save you. and then she'll just kind of walk off and sit by herself.
Okay. And anybody else?
I think we need to return his body to the earth.
Okay.
Respectfully.
Given time, given the surroundings that you're in, with the rainfall around you, with the wind whistling from the north, it seems that perhaps what you've done here has been seen with favour by somebody, because the rain starts to abate, as does the sudden change of wind. And in the growing light of day, the now wet ground is easier to shift. And as you lay that final shovelful of soil atop him, you each take a moment to pay whatever respect you wish to in this moment, whether you believe in a god or not. And Wilhelm returns to the earth. Thank you. That was lovely. Now, you each have information. You each have a destination to get towards. Is there anything in particular at this point in time that you wish to be discussing, or any direction you wish to be going in?
I would, first of all, like to, as we're doing the burial rite, I kind of press the coin I carry against my lower lip and close my eyes, and I'm going to take proficiency in perception, if I may.
Yeah.
As I whisper a little kind of, not a prayer, more of like a kind of well-wishing on his next part of his journey.
Yeah.
To his spirit, essentially. And then I'd like to quickly look to see if I know it's been raining, the words that I wrote in the mud last night are still there.
Remind me of those words again?
It was the ones from the note that I received, which are falls unclean. I wrote in the ground.
Yeah, you sort of see false, unclean, something close to it. You know, it's basically the same words, but yeah, it says something. You know, it's sort of the rain and the churning of mud and the footfall and all of that has kind of messed it up, but it's still there. So
But it
false
doesn't
and
look
clean
like
is still there.
anybody's kind of added to it or intentionally swiped it away or anything like that.
Give me an investigation check.
Sure.
Just to clarify, Jekyll, Bardinal or Cardinal? A C or a B?
A C. Investigation
I heard
check.
Bardinal, so I'm gonna change that.
Okay, you do that. Well, it was certainly cardinal. But
Okay.
great to know. Good. I'm glad that we're hammering this out right now. Yeah, in the before it becomes a linchpin of the entire campaign. 22 investigation check. With a 22 investigation check, no, nobody has intentionally done anything to this. It looks like the only thing that has happened here is a man has died. Before that, you got robbed, and before that, you arrived here with wagons. Not really much more has happened besides that.
While taking care of burying him, can Aldrin take a closer look at those tendrils?
Of course, yeah.
And
you could give me a
see
medicine check if you like.
Anything related to, poisons and stuff.
Sure, yeah.
Happy.
Do you have... You've got proficiency in poisonous kit, haven't you? The alchemy kit. So we can add your proficiency bonus to that, which
Just
your
the
proficiency
giggle.
bonus is a 3, I think.
Um,
Should be. Or is it a 2?
I think so.
It'll be 2 until
2,
you're level
yeah.
5, and then
I'm trying to figure out where it is on this that it says what your proficiency is, but I can't figure it out. It's a new sheet to me, so it's hard to figure it out.
Yeah.
So with an extra 2 on top of that, it's still only a 7 medicine check. You don't really know. It's not something that you're very familiar with, this wound. And Briar's had a look at it, and Briar's rolled even higher, and, mechanically that just means, even with a skilled cleric's hand, still No idea. No idea of what you've seen here today, or whether you can match it up with anything you've seen before.
Could I also try to roll a medicine since I was next to him that whole time?
Sure. Anybody who wants to, anyone who was there, can roll a medicine check if you wish. Just to see if you've seen anything like this at all. That's a 16 medicine check from Ruby.
What would I have to roll to check if it's anything animalistic?
Well, if you're investigating the nature of the tendrils and whether those are animalistic, then that would still be a medicine check because you're still trying to investigate the nature of this injury or disease or wound or whatever it is.
I'll give it a shot.
15?
Oh,
Alright, not bad. Unfortunately, even with a 16, Ruby, you still have not seen this before. You're not quite sure what it is. You just know that this is some kind of alien kind of thing to you, that it's unusual, that it's difficult to decipher. But it's certainly not something that you're familiar with. It certainly looks like it was putrid. It looks fetid. It looks like it was some kind of rapid decay. Of what kind? And of what these red tendrils are, you don't know. One thing that you do notice is that there's no blood. It's not a wound that's been bleeding. And I think in some minor discussion with Briar, there was very little blood in the other man's wound as well. There's just very little blood there. Yeah. Surprisingly for a large open stab wound. Especially in an abdomen. A lot of blood vessels in there. Okay, so as you've gotten that far, and as we've gotten this far through the session, I think it's time for us to have our first encounter roll. So, I've not done this in previous campaigns, but I think it would be fun to do it on this one. Now, I'm going to roll a d8, and each session there's going to be different encounters that are going to account for each number. Now, if you get a 7 or an 8 on the d8, it means that nothing happens, and you have a peaceful time, and everybody is as happy or as miserable as they were before. But if you get a 1 to 6, then there is a different encounter that could happen for each one of those, and I have made them custom. To my liking with my NPCs. So although this may seem like an exciting time for each person that you meet, that does also mean that there are 5 other people that you're not meeting. So just to temper your expectations here, I don't want you to feel too happy about it. I kind of do want you to feel a little bit miserable. So what we're going to do is I'm going to make this a public roll so you can all see it. I'm going to do /R1d8 and... it's a 1.
Oh, great.
So.
Well, then here comes a dragon, then.
Sure, yeah. It's Jesus the dragon. Oh, no. Oh, not fucking Jesus. Oh, God. No. So, as you are all sat in this sort of open clearing area, there's you can see that there's a rock face to the one side of you. There's the road north and south. And then there's the trees of the Green Waste, the sort of northern edges of the Green Waste over towards the east. And as you look over towards the east, you see that a chicken runs out of the forest from between the trees. A very large chicken. Like, this is the kind of thing that, you would never get at KFC. This would be like a bucket in and of itself, just with one leg. That's crazy. So as this enormous chicken comes running out of the forest clearing, a young girl comes running out after. And you see this young girl exactly as she is. It's daylight. It's it's the light is sort of growing. It's sort of about 10 a.m. I would say at this time, with the amount of time that you spent after dawn. And you see this young girl running out. She gets close to your cart, but you see her as you see her there. And let me bring her up for everybody in stream. There we go. So you see this, she looks like she's maybe somewhere between 13 and 15. So, I don't know, 14 maybe? Who knows? She's got like a long pointed nose. She's got a strong chin. She's got her hair in a braid and like a white streak going through it. She sort of stands with a hunch, but it's sort of not particularly pronounced. And she's running after this chicken. She's trying to catch this chicken, like it's just ran away from her. And she's chasing after it as much as she can.
Chicken chasing.
Come back! Come back!
Want to try and catch the chicken.
Come back, you!
Can
Ruby
try and cast levitate on that chicken?
Say again?
Aldrin would try and cast levitate on the
You're gonna
chicken
try and
to
cast
stop it in its
levitate on the
tracks.
chicken. Okay.
Levitate that bird.
Levitate the burb.
Yep.
Not this bird, that bird.
Let me see if I can find... Oh, there isn't... Unfortunately, in the Monsters Compendium, there is not a chicken. Let me see if I can find any kind of animal that I can put on a map for you. Jesus, there's just no chickens on here.
So it's about the same size as like an ostrich, or
Smaller than an ostrich, bigger than a chicken.
right? Okay.
There, I've got a raven. That's the only token that I've got that I can use as a bird. So we've got a raven down here that's going to act as our chicken. And 24 Constitution save. Are you? I don't think you're supposed to do the save. I think I'm supposed to do the save. Yeah, but it's 15. With a 15, the chicken saves and manages to continue dodging your levitate. And she's this young girl screams out, "What are you doing? It's my chicken! Stop attacking my chicken!" And she chases after it.
You just stop it, didn't you?
Yes, I don't want to kill.
It would just float.
Do not kill! We take the eggs!
It would
We
just
take the
float.
feathers! We don't take the neck! Don't kill it!
It would float. Float.
She
Yeah.
runs after this thing even more and gets completely knackered. It runs off into a forest clearing nearby. You don't see exactly where it goes, but she's exhausted at this point and stops and breathes where she is.
Y'all scared it off. I was gonna talk to it.
I was trying to catch my chicken!
I was trying to help.
Well, good help! Scared the chicken, it ran away!
Well, I don't think you chasing was helping either.
How you think I catch them all the times?
I don't know if it's corn.
Well, maybe if I had corn, I could use corn. I'd tell my papa about you.
Okay.
Tell my
Okay.
papa you made my chicken run away. My chicken.
Well, I'll do that.
Oh. She sits down and breathes. You can tell by the look of her that she's not the healthiest of people. She's got the hunch in her back, of course, and the beaked nose. But besides that, she's sort of like a paler kind of a person. To have this grey streak in the hair is also kind of not quite what you might expect for a person of her age. She certainly looks atypical for somebody of her age. She looks sort of around 14 years old. Perhaps human, at least humanoid. She has 2 arms, 2 legs. And yeah, she's sat there on the ground in the mud. Doesn't seem like the mud bothers her at all, though. Even the wet mud. She's just sort of sat in it.
Insight check on her.
You do an insight check, yeah. Okay, what you see is an exhausted young girl.
I would like to.
Well, crap.
Actually, she's just a child. I think I trust her, so I'm just gonna kind of casually sit on a rock and watch everybody mess around chasing a chicken for a minute.
All right. I will give whoever wants to a perception check to see if you can find where the chicken has gone.
Ruby really wants to find this chicken.
You want to find the chicken? Okay.
Victor's
I
not
do.
interested.
I just want to cast Speak with Animals and try to talk to the chicken and call it back out.
Okay. We could try both of those. Which one do you want to go first? We've got, I guess Aldrin got a 7 perception, and Briar got a 24 perception. Ruby coming in second place with a 19. I would say that Briar and Ruby both have it. As this chicken is hiding somewhere in a brush, you can see sort of under the bush these like quite thick like chicken legs sticking down with the claws like scratching at the dirt as it starts to pick berries away from the bush. And Ash, you cast Speak with Animals. You're able to speak towards this creature, which can now understand you.
I'm gonna talk to the chicken and ask it why it was running away from the girl.
Okay. Let me just look up the exact wording of Speak with Animals because I'm...
The exact wording the chicken is going to say is...
But it's not a normal looking chicken, so it could have intelligence higher than what we think it does.
You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration. So for 10 minutes you can speak with this chicken, and the chicken can speak back. So the chicken looks up at you from a distance, as I'm sure that you're not stood directly over the bush, but you yell out towards this chicken. What was it exactly? What were the words?
Why are you running from this child?
I get kept in a cage all day. You think I want to stay in a cage?
What was she doing to you?
Stop feeding me, taking my eggs. You know.
You want me to try to negotiate a bigger cage for you, or like a bigger area?
I want a bigger area. You have beak. You're a bird. What area do you have? You have a cage?
Well, I can talk to everybody, not just chickens, so I am my own person.
Oh, so the bigger you are, the more freedom you have to walk around?
I mean, you're pretty big. You should have a bigger area.
Maybe if I was bigger, I wouldn't be kept in a cage.
Well, let me try to negotiate on your behalf.
Oh, well, okay. You do that. I'll stay here.
Okay, I'm gonna go and not approach her directly, but come like right here.
Okay.
So your bird wants a bigger area to be in and not just a tiny little cage.
Oh, you say so, do you? Of course you would say so. You are sympathizer. I see your feathers.
No, you want proof that I was talking to it? Hey, chicken.
Yes?
Here in about 5 seconds, can you jump? And then I look at her and I'm like, in about 5 seconds, this chicken's gonna jump.
Oh, I see. Big haha. You think I can turn it? I'm going to have to stand up, you know. I have hunching back. The chicken jumps. And she's not able to see it in time. She stands up just a bit too late. She turns around eventually and she's like, so what? Where is the chicken? I can't see the chicken.
Well, okay. Well, you missed it. That's not my fault.
Oh, I see. So it's a scam. You're scamming me. You're trying to steal my chicken.
It's your chicken.
I know it's my chicken. It's not your chicken.
Well, I just say that if it's going to come back, it might come back willingly if it had a bigger area. I kind of look behind me and, like, trying to get other people to agree with me.
She looks like she might be persuadable, but you'd have to give a persuasion check.
I'm working on it.
10. Alright, she has commoner stats. She's gonna roll insight. If her insight is a 9 or lower, then you... No, a 10 or lower, then you succeed. And if it's an 11 or above, then you don't. Okay. So you manage to persuade her. She sort of, like, narrows her eyes at you. It's difficult for her to look up at you with the sort of hunch in her back, but she does. And she sort of cracks a smile on the one side. I see. Bigger space to run around, is that it?
Yeah, I mean, would you like to be cooped up in a small little cage where you could barely move? I wouldn't.
I think I can fix this. You speak with the chicken?
I can, yes.
Speak for me now.
Hey, chicken, they will create a bigger area for you to rest comfortably in and all the food that you could ever want.
Well, what did you say exactly? All I hear is the peck, peck, peck of a chicken.
I said that you would give them a area that they could rest in comfortably and move around in and plenty of food to eat. I'm assuming that's what you're doing with them.
Well, it's not untrue, I suppose. Chicken, come! She snaps her fingers.
Okay, come on, go follow her. You got a better home now, chicken.
The finger sound has never worked before, but I thought I would give it a go, you know?
I'm gonna ask the chicken real quick what its name is.
Okay. The chicken sort of looks at you befuddled. What do you mean?
Like, I'm Ash. What do you call yourself?
Oh. Oh. Well, I don't think they give me a name.
What name would you like? You can pick.
I like chicken.
Okay, well then you shall from now on be called Chicken. When they call you, that means they want you to come and follow them because they've got food for you.
Ha! Feel good. Feel good have named myself. Ha ha ha! I have chicken.
I look to the young girl and I'm like, okay, go ahead and try to call it by its name. Chicken.
Name. Name. What is name?
No. Call it Chicken. Call
That
it over here.
That I need to know name. What is name? You don't
Chicken
give me
is
name. I already call it chicken.
And now it knows its name. It didn't know its name before.
That's not a name. That's a thing. It's
what it wants
called
to be
chicken. I don't understand you. Hey, chicken, come. This fool want you to. Oh, chicken coming. Okay.
See?
Chicken starts running out towards the young girl. Speak of name. What yours?
You can call me Ash.
Oh, I can I? My name is like yours, but longer. My name Yashk.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. Bye. And she grabs the chicken and runs back.
Okay, I was gonna follow you. Bye.
She disappears into the forest, back towards her home, you assume. And that's where you've headed, or that's where she has anyway. Now, speaking of places headed, which direction are you all going? You've got sort of north. Yeah, you've got north, south, east, west. Where are you headed?
Well, I think the majority of us need to travel northways. That's why we're all on the caravan, right?
Yes. I was heading north. As you're so convinced that the cart didn't go up the mountain, do you perhaps know which way we might find our things? Or are we
that's a good
cutting our
point.
losses?
Well, I'm fairly certain that that the tracks going up this cliff here are an illusion. But which way did they go? Did I get any sense of that?
You didn't get any sense of where it actually went, no. These were skilled illusionists. They laid tracks where they intended it to be and not where they didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, then we take the road north.
Okay.
All right,
You
we're heading north.
begin the walk north. You head I'm trying to think of the word and also form it in my mouth, and neither is happening. You head head first into a wind. Should we say that? Essentially, the wind starts blowing southwards from where you are headed, and it starts to slow your path. You feel that there is like a lot of foliage around that's being kicked up and a lot of dust being caught by it. But the further you travel, the less foliage there is, the more dust gets flung up by the wind. No longer any grass there to hold it down. The trees become sparser. The area itself becomes sort of dead, and eventually you reach an area of funeral cairns. The area is of an old battlefield. There are still standards stuck in the ground with their tattered fabric of the flags that once stood for wars and battles and battalions and, you know, entire armies are now destroyed, rent asunder by the damage of battle and of time. And you continue on further still with this stark reminder of the mortality that you've all received just at the very beginning of this day. As you continue on further still, you reach an area that is altogether so unbidden with life that it boggles the mind. This is not an area that I think you would have assumed would look like a desert, but it does. For all intents and purposes, it is a desert wasteland. It's dust, it's rock, it is all things that you would believe a desert to be. You find yourselves in an awful place. But as you get closer towards what was a running river coming down from the Redwall Mountains, you see that it has dried up and has become a deep ravine. You see that the area that you now stand in is barren, that there are no trees, that there is no grass. You can't even really look at the ground and call it mud anymore. It's just dirt. And as you appear within this area, the hot sun beats down on a scene that you can spot over the ravine from you, where a slight figure dressed in armaments with red plumage and a small black beak is taking their sword and plunging it to the hilt into each dead body that lays at their clawed feet. Is there anything in particular that you wish to do?
Oh no.
Hide, truthfully.
Do we intend to fight this creature?
Has it noticed us yet?
Give me a perception check. Or an insight check.
It kind of looks like the character Wilhelm told us about.
14.
You cannot place what this creature's thoughts or emotions or feelings are. Even with a 16 insight. Definitely with a nat 1.
I'm looking the other
With
way.
a dirty 20, Victor, you come the closest of all. This is a creature of a singular desire, and it is enacting that desire as you stare upon it. Anybody who wishes to can do a perception or a stealth check. I would say if you're hiding and you are at this distance, you cannot do both. So pick one. If you are perceiving, then you are not hiding. I'll allow anybody who already rolled it to decide if they would rather hide before I tell you what you see.
I'm not hiding.
Where I'm moving my token to, is that a wall, perhaps? Or...
It's like a fallen tree. It's like a log that's sort of dried and withered, so it's very thin.
Then I shall hide.
Kind of flimsy, but you could try, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm also hiding, and I think 23 allows me to, so I can join Victor, I guess.
And Victor even beats that. Ruby getting second place on a lot of these rolls today.
I'll use perception.
Aldrin was looking for water for the frogs.
You're looking for water for the frogs, and unfortunately, this riverbed has dried up, my friend. There ain't no river water here. So let's see. With the stealths, we've got Victor and Ruby. You two are not trying to perceive anything. You are both hiding, and hidden you remain. Now, with the perceptions, we have an 11 with Briar. We have a 14 with Aldrin and Isabel. But with the 18, Ash, you see that this person, this creature, this being that stands above this body, has the sword plunged deep into this body. The sword is black. It looks of iron, but not any iron that you've ever seen before. It looks rusted and broken. It looks like it's got cracks all the way along the entire blade, the hilt, and pommel. The armor is cracked and falling to pieces. But as this sword goes into this body, you see that there is a draw of blood that comes up the blade. And as it appears up the blade, it heals some of the cracks in the metal, in the armor, on the blade, and more importantly, on the beak of the man in question. Now, if you get closer, Ash, as you are quite far away at this point, I will give you more information with the same roll. So what's that? That is 159 feet away that you are. You've seen what you've seen from that distance. If you get closer, let's say a little bit closer than where these two are, then you are likely to see more.
Let me go. Alright, he's over there.
This body withers to nothing, turns to dust, and blows on the breeze. And he moves to the next body.
Because he's got a sword, and I don't want to be anywhere within range of that thing. So I'm gonna fly up.
The sword he drags on the ground behind him. It scrapes along the dirt, the dust, every rock and boulder moves aside until he gets to the next body, at which point he finally lifts it and plunges the blade deeper into this creature as well.
Alright, well, I moved and I am flying.
Okay. You are now close enough that you can see written upon this creature's armor in Aarakocra are some words. Would you like to know what those words say?
Do I have to roll for that again?
No.
Yes, I would like to know what my language is saying on his sword.
It's not on his sword, it's on his armor. But it says across his chest. You see, as you appear closer, in the black armor of this person's plate, with the blood tracing lines across all of these cracks and tears and rust stains in it, and healing it, you start to see that some of these cracks don't heal, and that in fact they were intentional carvings and engravings in this armor itself. And as this final body, well, this one of these bodies withers to dust and blows away in the breeze again, he gets a little bit closer towards you, and finally, in the light of the sun, you see the reflection of this word that says, "Pick a god and pray." And with the dragging of the blade, he lifts it again and stabs it down into the next body.
Oh, I don't like this guy.
Thank you, Twisted, and welcome in. What a tone to arrive at when I'm about to drink a lovely lemon Fanta.
So he hasn't noticed me yet?
You can give me another insight check. $16. Again, implaceable. You could not tell what this person, this creature, is thinking or feeling at all. But as he gets closer, I will show you all this token.
It's very cool.
Very ominous.
Spooky bird.
And now I will give anybody who wants to a religion check.
I'll give it a go. Why not?
Sure.
Oh, never mind. I won't give it a go.
Oh no, Ruby.
Yeah, Ruby's got confused by Jesus the dragon and is
Jesus
just
the
praying to
dragon.
that.
Nice.
I mean, fair enough.
Aldrin, are you a particularly spiritual person, would you say? Or not?
They themselves are not particularly spiritual, however, their parental lineage is. So perhaps history passed down through a journal in the family or something, to
Yeah.
give some kind of history to them of where they came from, would have contained religious information.
Okay. So even in the absence of a religious doctrine, we can all be spiritual in some respect. You don't need to believe in an afterlife to sort of find yourself in a spiritual mindset. You might just feel that perhaps there's, I don't know, that there's a meaning to life and that it goes beyond just the fact of being it. That there's something in the fact of our existence that means more than simply our existence, right? And I think as you search into
quite
that,
attuned with nature.
right, and I think as you search into that sort of thought and feeling, a thought occurs to you that the word cardinal is religious in and of itself. That in many ways, a cardinal might be described as a holy man. And as that realization comes to you, this body dissipates to the dust and he moves along, dragging this now much longer blade behind him and stabs it down into the next. The cracks healing on his beak a little bit more.
Share these thoughts with the group, saying it quietly enough to try and keep it to just us.
I would need you to roll a stealth check to actually succeed on that. So it's up to you whether you want to say it and roll the stealth, or not say it and wait until later. But there's no guaranteed wins on this. Only the few, like the paying respects to the dead. Other than that, no, you roll for everything. So would you wish to say it but roll stealth?
Yeah, because Aldrin would say it.
Okay.
Just kind of try and whisper it to the side, but...
Cool. Well, let's see how far away you are at the moment. You're over 100 feet away. And as I've explained, this guy seems like he has a singular focus at the moment. So I'll say that a 13 doesn't give you any kind of inclination that this person has picked up on what you're about to say. So you are now free to say what you have discovered with the rest of the group.
So just thinking on it, the word cardinal, it be a holy fellow. Do you think that, I don't know, it's some kind of cleansing that he's cleaning up around? We've been passing battlefields, so maybe he's the Reaper.
This body disappears and he moves on to the next one.
I think if we intend to face him, we may have to do it soon. He looks like he's getting stronger.
I'm in agreement with you.
Can barely hear you, B.
Apologies. I was agreeing with Victor.
I think we're probably kind of, because we're hiding in the same place. Yeah, we're most likely just discussing that with each other.
This body disappears and he moves on to the next one.
Yeah, we need to act now.
Oh god, I am about to do something I'm probably going to regret.
Yeah, I turn to everybody and I do the signal for are we attacking?
I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at it.
You're going to do what?
Cast Guiding Bolt. Look away, I've got a measure.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm in range. I'm gonna cast
Okay.
Guiding Bolt at him.
All right.
I just heard them say we need to act, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it.
Nice.
Retro.
Well then, if we're going to go to combat, then at least let me change us over to the battle map.
I'm so
So
sorry.
now everybody can see the battle map.
Yeah.
This is Foundry. This is what we've been playing around on, shall we say. This lovely, lovely thing. So, you see in this ravine that there are 2 more bodies down there, and that there is this one that he is about to stab his sword into. You cast Guiding Bolt on this person. Now, we're all going to have to engage in combat now.
I'm sorry, everybody.
That's fine. Let's just roll all, I guess. There we go. So, you get a surprise round on this person. And you've taken the first action, Ash. Everybody's initiative roll has been rolled for them by the system. So at the top of the round would be Ruby. Ash has acted first, however, and they come after you in the line. So given that this is a surprise, the surprise condition is here. You can all act at whatever turns you want, but Aldrin, you would go last because you are after the Holy Man.
Yay.
But the rest of you do whatever you wish, and then we go through turn order. So it's all 6 of you essentially go, and then we go into the turn order, and eventually you get back to the Holy Man.
If it is a surprise attack, do I just roll damage then?
You still have to roll, but you get advantage because they're surprised.
Ooh.
So that's with advantage. You got a 19. That hits.
Is it just normal attack? Normal damage, I mean?
Well, what does Guiding Bolt do? What kind of damage does it apply?
Radiant.
Radiant damage. This roll damage. I will apply what I apply. Okay.
If it's hit, it also gives advantage to the next attack.
Yes.
On it. Sorry,
right, hang on.
Backseat.
Sorry, say again, sorry. What was it you said?
Hits... Sorry?
What was it you said?
Oh, if it hits, it
Yeah.
gives the next person attacking advantage, I believe, as well.
Cool.
Sorry to backseat.
No, you're right. Okay, so he takes that damage. And the next person gets advantage.
Can I just ask?
Yeah.
So there's the ravine.
Yes.
So I'm assuming, without having depth perception, that's a deep ravine and we'd need to climb or jump across it. We can't just walk.
So it's about 40 to 50 feet down. Oh, you've gone
How
all
wide
skew,
is it
haven't you?
across?
How wide is it across? We've actually got little measurements on here, so you can do this. So that's 25 feet across at the narrowest part.
Mm-hmm.
Where this bridge is, I guess it's about 20 feet. But yeah, these are like little measuring tapes that you can put down.
Okie smoke, thank you.
Yeah.
And in terms of jumping, I don't think I've ever jumped really before in
Long jump?
D&D. Yeah, how long is a long jump? Because as a monk, it's a bit different if I apply something, but what's base jump?
Well, there's actually there's calculators that you can use online. So how tall is Ruby?
6 foot
feet.
1.
6'1". Okay, and what's your strength score?
Strength at 13, mod of +1.
13. So with a running start, your long jump is 13 feet horizontally.
Right. Okay.
Without a running start, it's 6 feet.
Okay. Okay, and you just said it's about 20-ish feet, so
Yeah.
Okie doke. So, sorry, I'm just trying to work out. Basically, to jump across that, I'm going to have to use Step of the Wind. That's what I was working out.
Right. You've also got quite some distance to get to him, because you've got, like, he's 95 feet away from you.
Yeah, but I am a tabaxi, so I can zoomy if I really want to.
Okay. Yeah, Ruby can get the
I could,
zoomy. Yeah.
yeah, I
As much
could
as
dash, step of the wind,
Yeah.
and tabaxi zoomy. So I think I could actually get there because I
yes,
think I
Okay.
could do. Yeah,
Makes sense for a
It's a
tiger.
quick enough though.
yeah. I
Doesn't
just
have to
having
be
to try
middle.
and work out the maths. Sorry, I'm talking over someone.
No, you're all
Sorry,
good.
guys.
So what do you intend to do then? You want to jump?
I'm gonna have to get up close and personal, really.
Mm-hmm.
So I think probably so. Let me get the measuring tape that you got earlier. Was it this one?
Mm-hmm.
So it's 40 feet to the edge, then 30 feet to jump across on my thingy.
If you go in a straight
Actually,
line east to west, yeah. We'll call it
yeah.
25. What's 5 feet
Okay,
between friends?
what are you? But what are you? Just for home rules, how do you count diagonal? Are you counting that as 5 feet?
That's also 5, yeah.
Okie dokie.
We're not
I'm
doing
trying to work.
3.5, it's not 7.5 feet. It's 5 feet.
Cool. So
I'm not here about to try and figure out what 7.5 feet plus 5 plus blah 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 blah, blah is. I couldn't be asked.
That's fine. That's fine. So basically, I have movement of 40 feet, but my current distance is 100 feet, I believe.
Okay.
So dash is 40 feet.
Yep.
Step of the wind. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Step of the wind. Yeah,
Everyone
so step
else
of the wind
start thinking
doubles.
about what you're going to do while we're getting through this as well.
Yeah, apologies. This was I was the terrible worst person to go first because I needed to do maths and that was never a good thing. Yeah, so my movement's 40 feet, step of the
Yep.
wind, so I can take dash action as a bonus action, and your jump distance is doubled for the turn. That's why I was asking about distance, because if
Right.
I'm can jump 13 feet with a running start,
And now it's 26.
then I can cover that if it's 25, if we're doing
It
5
is.
feet between
We're
friends.
doing 25, yeah.
And then I've just got my standard movement, which is 40 feet. So I don't even think I need to feline agility zoomy. I mean, technically, we're not in combat yet.
We've begun combat, but we're just doing like surprise round at the moment, kind of thing.
Okie
So
dokie.
he has
So
the
if
surprise condition because he's not expecting people to come and attack him.
Cool beans. So am I okay to use my feline agility? Then it doubles my speed till end of turn. So basically,
Yeah.
I can definitely cover that gap if I step of the wind using a key point and feline agility.
Yeah.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
So I will step of the wind. So hopefully that's logged on there.
Yeah.
So I've now spent a key point, and
Lovely.
I'm going to feline agility.
Lovely.
So that's now I need to not have moved for a round of combat, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've dashed and I've jumped and I feline agility. So I think I
Great.
can comfortably. Whoops, I'm still measuring.
There you
I
go.
want to measure anymore.
I'll just do it for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have to
DM.
select your character before you can move them. And you have to have like the
Apologies,
little box symbol on the top left to selected to be able to do that.
Yes, I've just come off measuring everything. I think
Okay.
that's my whole turn, guys. So
you've gotten
I
close
think I
to
can do
him.
anything more.
All right. Great.
Yeah.
You're stood next to him. End of turn.
Yep.
All right. So Ruby and Ash have gone. We've still got 4 other people to go, and then we enter combat round. So
Didn't
anybody?
I already technically take my turn with
Yeah.
the guiding bolt?
Yes, you did. Yeah. Next person. Who wants to go next? We've got Briar, Victor, Isabel, Aldrin.
Oh,
What's
sorry,
everybody
I
doing?
was,
I mean, am I to assume that these two in the ravine are dead people?
They are dead, yeah. All of the bodies that you've been seeing so far have all been dressed in the same ragtag armor that Wilhelm was wearing.
If we are to assume that he gets stronger every time he stabs a body, would it be a good idea to eliminate those 2 bodies there? Entirely.
My concern is, what if he's not necessarily making himself stronger to be an enemy?
I fear that ship has sailed. He's probably already an enemy by now that you've tried to kill him.
I haven't.
Well, no, you haven't. You
Get
haven't.
confused.
Yeah.
Just mean like take away a body so he can't get stronger off of those 2 at the very least.
I understand. Well, what do you wish to do to get rid of one of those bodies?
I mean, the only thing I can do is I'll rush over there and throw something. I think my tinderbox can do something.
Okay. What do you want to do with your tinderbox? Like set the thing on fire?
You set the bodies on fire. You can't stab an Ash.
Right.
So, no offense, Ash.
Okay. I will say that you... I would argue that using a tinderbox is more of a manual thing at a campfire. It's less of a thrown fireball. Because if I start agreeing that a tinderbox can set something on fire and engulf it in flames and consume it within 6 seconds with a throw, then that's a dangerous precedent for me to set. Because then you're just all going to buy a tinderbox and start lobbing them at shit. So I would argue that, yeah, a tinderbox is more like a flint and steel and some tinder that you can get a bunch of dry logs started with some time and effort. It's not something that you can just throw at something and make it engulf in flames. That's a fireball spell. So yeah, nice thinking. Good out of the box thinking. Not really something that I would say is going to work in this case.
I've got nothing to get rid of the boxes myself.
I mean, maybe you just throw that suggestion out to one of your compatriots and you try and run up and do something different.
Okay, I'll dash to get a bit closer. I think I could do 60 feet.
Okay, cool.
Real quick, how do I find out how many actions I can do? I mean, I did a cantrip. Am I also able to do guidance on somebody in the same turn, or no?
I'll let you do guidance as well. Yeah. Is that
Right.
Is that action and bonus action? Is it?
Yes. So let me cast guidance.
So long as you're following the action economy, then we're okay with it. It can be 2 cantrips in a turn. I just want you to be able to, do
Okay. It is on Isabel.
Action and bonus action.
Oh, you don't use it to me. I can't. I'm not going to do anything.
Oh well,
I
will.
Okay.
Can only move closer.
What range does it have? Guidance. Is it touch?
Guidance is touch.
So you need to be touching whoever it is.
Let me
so you have a flight speed, so you can fly towards somebody, right? You've got a fly speed of 50, so you could fly 50 and then touch somebody. Up to you which way you want to go with that. So Aldrin is 45, Briar's 40, Isabel is 20, Victor
I will
is
give
5.
it to Aldrin.
Great. So you've given Aldrin guidance. Wonderful.
Yep.
All right.
I'm concentrated on them.
Isabel's used her action to dash. That leaves Briar, Victor, Aldrin.
I mean, would I be able to use a bonus action to rage? Or
Yeah, of course. You can use it. It's just that if you don't take damage before the end of the next round, then you both lose rage and also become exhausted. So.
I won't rage just yet because I know that also makes it easier for them to attack me, even if I get resistance.
I think you're thinking of like reckless attack. I don't think it makes them easier to hit you when you're just raging. It's only when you reckless attack something that they get advantage against you. Because you're attacking so recklessly that you're just leaving your guard open. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
You've not done that, so you're okay with that. But it would just be that you get a bonus to your damage of +2 at this stage, and it would also mean that you get advantage on athletics checks. So yeah, you've got that in your back pocket. You can use that next turn if you wish, but if you did use it this turn and you don't take any damage, then it's going to be hard for you to continue with the rage, unless you like stab yourself in the leg or something. Okay.
I will not refrain from raging then.
All right. So Ruby and Ash and Isabel all spent. What do we do now, Victor Briar, Aldrin.
Okay.
Any
Mm.
thoughts, anybody?
As I'm hidden, I was tactically waiting for the next person to go so they could use the advantage if they have any range, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that feels a little metagamey. So I'm gonna start and move towards here. So I will get 60 feet of movement with my bonus action dash.
Love that.
So I'm gonna get to this bridge basically,
Yeah,
or the start of this bridge.
great. Isabel, like the
I'm still on
wind, Victor whips past you, kicking up dust.
So
Blimey.
it was about here, I believe. Yeah. And as I'm running, I pull a hand crossbow
Mm-hmm.
from inside my jacket, and I'm gonna take a quick pot shot at him, but it will be at disadvantage because the range on it is 30 feet.
That's fine. You always roll incredibly high rolls anyway, Steve, so we're probably still going to hit him, but we'll find out.
Where is my apologies? There we go. Crossbow in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Have you rolled that? Doesn't look like there's an attack roll with that.
So it'll be because I have advantage, it cancels out, right? So it'd be a flat roll.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, you hit. Oh wait, you didn't roll that with disadvantage, did you?
No, because they've got guiding bolt on them. So.
Oh right, no, yeah, no. Okay, now I get. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm just catching up. My brain's lagging. Okay, so you've got an attack roll of 18 hits, exactly hits. Roll damage.
Damage.
And what kind of damage is this?
Piercing. It's a
Piercing.
crossbow.
Okay.
But I have someone next to them, so it would be with
sneak attack.
Sneak attack. So, am I able to do that? I haven't quite worked out how it works on Foundry yet to add sneak attacks.
You should just be able to like click sneak attack.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Normal, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, there we go. I have to roll the attack first.
So we've got 9 damage and then 7 damage is 16 damage, right?
Yes.
So let's just apply and apply. Okay. Ruby, you are stood directly in front of this Aarakocra. He's not turned to look at you even once. His sword on the ground, still dragging behind him as he stood to this body.
Mm-hmm.
He was about to flex his arm. You can see that he's starting to shift his weight and lift his sword up to strike down at this creature. But with the guiding bolt and with this crossbow bolt that goes straight through his beak and into his throat, he doesn't make any reaction to it. Instead, he turns to dust, and his armor crumbles to the floor in a pile. The sword on top.
Okay.
Wait, he's gone?
So he's literally disintegrated in front of me.
Yeah.
Was the armor still there, sorry, or is it just the sword?
The armor has crumbled. It is slowly crumbling as well. It's starting to like very rapidly age and rust, crack, crumble, and turn to dust in moments.
Okay, but the sword fell on top, and that's
And the
not
sword
doing
is
the same
also
thing.
cracked. Remember I described that
cracked.
all of them were cracked and they were all healing. So the sword was
Yeah.
healing and the armor was healing and he was healing. Well, yeah, they're all sort of crumbling to dust and disintegrating.
I'm able to
Including
do
the
like.
sword. Sorry,
Am
go
I
ahead.
Sorry. I think we were asking the same thing. Is the sword crumbling or is it just cracked?
No, they're all crumbling. Every part of him.
Oh, okay. Is there a way
all
to
of
do
his
like
stuff.
an Arcana check or something of like that ilk while this is happening?
I will allow you to have this check. Not everybody is going to get this check. You get this check
Yeah.
because you're stood directly next
Okay.
to it and it's dust. There's very little
What
that you
should
can
we
tell
roll,
about
Barbara?
dust from 60 feet away. So let me figure out what role this would be. What exactly is it that you want to try and find out? I will let you find out one thing in the time that you have before this all crumbles to dust
Wow.
and blows away. What one thing are
Okay.
you trying to figure out?
Think fast. I guess it's if there's what type of magic or what magic element is involved in this. I don't quite
Okay.
know how to describe.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So an Arcana check then.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 8.
Oh, there you go.
You
Excellent.
have, as you delve deep into your sort of mental resources, your thoughts, your memories of mages you've known before, wizards and warlocks and sorcerers and all kinds of magical folk. You remember having discussions with people around campfires on your travels about why this is such a thing and why this is a law of magic and why that is a law of magic. And you remember that there is always this one thing that nobody can ever really pinpoint. But in this moment, you're struggling to pinpoint what it was as well. With an 8 Arcana check, unfortunately, you can't quite find that one memory that... It's like an itch in your brain. You know that there's something there. It's on the tip of your tongue. But as you start to search for it, the thought leaves, as so does the last grain of dust of the Cardinal.
Oh, really shouldn't have been me who was that close to doing Arcana roll, to be honest. I'm just going to turn around to the rest of the group because I assume I've just not been looking at them and just sort of... I have no words. I clearly can't find my words. I have no words to describe what I've just witnessed, just so close in front of me. So let's see if anyone comes up with anything.
I just shrug from across the ravine.
Okay.
Look around.
You are free to take whatever long jump you need. You can use whatever equipment you feel to get yourself back over. And as you return back over to the other side, the group, I guess you're all sort of stood wondering what the fuck just happened.
Can I have done a cheeky investigate of the body that I was stood right next to?
Yeah, we can say that happened. Sure. Give me an investigation check.
Just investigation, no problem. There you go, an excellent roll again.
Big wounds, large sword sort of shaped wounds, all over.
Did the sword crumble as well? Sorry.
Yes, every part. The sword. For this, I've got to let me make it abundantly clear now, because that's like the 4th time someone's asked me the same question.
Sorry, yeah.
It's all right. You're all good. You're all good. I'm amused by it more than anything. But just so that I don't get asked again, every single thing that he was wearing and carrying, including his person, have all crumbled to dust and blown away in the breeze. There's nothing left.
Sorry, I think I was
There you
so
go.
like, what is going on? None of it was in my brain.
No, you're all good. You're all good. So yeah, every part of him has disappeared.
Still here.
The bodies are still there, yes.
Okay.
And you're all obviously free to walk around and investigate as much as you like now. Remember, you've got to be on the selector tool. Yes.
With the wounds, etc., could I see if there was the red tendrils,
Let me move you,
or
Mars.
was I too dumb to notice that?
So you, with the investigation check, I mean, you are out of combat. You can investigate as much as you wish. You would just need to move around this battlefield, I guess. Start looking at stuff. It's up to you how much time you want to spend in this location looking at these things.
Okay. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to go look at the pink thing down the bottom, the pink rock. So maybe I'll just chill down in the ravine briefly.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to see what that was about too. I saw it.
So, Tabaxi has a climb speed, and Arakokra has a fly speed. The two of you can climb down relatively safely, or fly down, whichever you wish. So yeah, you can go and investigate whatever you want to.
I don't have any rope. I'm staying up here.
Well, it's like 50 feet up where you are, because there's lumps and bumps, which is why I said 40 to 50, because it depends on where you're stood on how far down you're going. So yeah, you've got a good 30 feet of damage you would take if you did fall.
I will stay up here. Please investigate. I'll keep watch on the road.
Okay, so Ruby and Ash, you take your investigation on this pink rock. What would you like to do?
I want to roll perception first to see if there's anything that I might not be picking up on.
Okay, go for it. All right. No, I mean, nothing new that you can notice with the roll. Seems like this is a kind of a geode. It's like rocky on the outside, but crystalline structure on the inside. It's a very beautiful shade of, I don't know, fuchsia, pink, purple. The crystal shards on the inside don't seem to be anything remarkable compared to any other geode you've seen before. But it's certainly large. I mean, it's as big as a carriage. It's as big as a dragon.
Tell Ruby, it's a giant geode.
It's a big old rock.
Geode. Ruby feels triggered about a large boulder rock. And the idea of smashing it.
Okay.
But while staring at the geode, is quite tempted just to punch it. To see if any of it breaks off, to potentially recoup some money for the group.
Are you gonna punch it?
Punch.
Am I punching? I'll punch the rock.
Okay.
There you go.
Right.
Strong punch.
You know what? You hit the rock. Now give me a damage roll.
Thank you. Oh gosh.
It's funny. Rocks don't tend to move out of the way when you hit them.
They don't. Can't dodge.
With a 5 damage, you don't beat the damage threshold to break a piece off. But nothing particularly does break or shatter or anything like that.
Did I think, you know what? If I'd done it slightly harder, it could have done it? Or I'm like, you know what? That's fine. I punched a rock in front.
The sort of outer shell of this geode is about 2.5 feet thick of solid rock and crystal. You have a sense that perhaps this is just a fucking rock.
Okay.
But you also might be right and think, this could be the answer to all of our prayers. It's up to you how far you want to take this. This is also a big old geode, Those are valuable. It's just, you don't have the resources to move it, nor do you have the gold to pay anybody to move it. But if you were able to move it, you might be able to sell it to somebody for something.
Okay.
But it is the size of a carriage, and it's a rock, and it's in a 50-foot ravine. So,
Yeah.
there's a lot of ifs and buts here, but it's up to you whether you want to explore those or go about your business and find your way to Dreedle.
Yeah, there are. I more like the idea that Ruby has just punched this rock.
Yeah.
And for her, there's context there. But for Ash, it's like, what on earth are you doing just punching a rock? What is this monk woman like? And then I'm just like, yeah, it's a rock.
Okay.
Big old rock. Yep.
I mean, I'm just gonna look at Ruby and be like, you can punch it again if you wanted to.
Shall I?
I mean, you can. Something might happen.
Punching a rock.
Punch the rock.
Being told punch a rock. Ruby's not got enough about her right now after what she's just seen.
And because you are sort of kind of shaken by what you've just seen, and because this is becoming a bit emotive for you, I think you don't quite strike it right, and your sort of wrist buckles just that little bit, that sort of imperceptible amount that another person might not see, apart from Ash, who does see it. But yeah, you sort of like flinch just at this one little strike at the rock, but you don't cause any damage to it. You don't really cause any damage to yourself, perhaps just your pride. But yeah, as you stand in front of this thing, it has, for all intents and purposes, this rock has defeated you by doing nothing.
Wow, defeated by Nothing is.
Well, the damage threshold to break a 2.5-foot rock in half is more than the maximum you could have done with an unarmed strike. So
Yeah, no,
you're basically you're
find
never going to mechanically be able to do anything with this by breaking it.
fine. It's fine. So I will have clocked that Ash may have twigged that wasn't my best strike. And I'm just gonna look a bit sheepish and then go.
I'm trying to end my guidance, by the way. I'm not trying to
I appreciate
recast
that.
it.
Don't worry.
I will shout down into the ravine. Perhaps instead of trying to break crystals, you should check the bodies for anything valuable.
Yeah, that's a good shout, Victor. Yeah, let's shall we head over, Ash, and leave this rock well enough alone. I was just checking it.
I mean, like I said, if you wanted to punch it again, you're more than welcome to, but we don't have to.
I could go punch a body.
Maybe we should just search a body.
Okay, let's go search a body.
Because punching it's not going to do anything but maybe hurt whatever it's carrying.
Okay.
Unless
let's
that's
go see
custom. Wait, are we supposed to punch bodies?
I mean, you're making me doubtful now. I mean, that guy was stabbing bodies.
Oh my gosh, have I been doing this wrong my whole life?
Maybe next time you see a person, punch them and see what happens.
I look at everybody who's up top with me, and I kind of roll my eyes.
I think we have the two socially inept people both together trying to figure out what people actually do for real. Okay, well...
I go slightly winding up after just punch the next person you see. I want to see what happens.
Right, anybody who wants to search the bodies, I will give an investigation check. We will tot those up and figure out together how much you can find on the bodies.
Okay, cool.
Alright, I flew away from the shiny rock.
Jump to get the other one. Yeah.
You flew away from the shiny rock. Does Ruby just give one last petty strike to the rock before you leave?
Never mind.
No.
Isabel doesn't see it.
No, you don't? Okay, cool. Well, for all the difficulty in striking the rock, you have found... Don't worry, I'm taking your first roll. For all the difficulty in striking the rock that Ruby found, you did end up successfully finding something on this first body. And I think, Victor, you successfully find something on the next, and Ash on the next. So the three of you have managed to find some things. You find, I think between you would find, should we say, 3 gold? Sort of 1 gold in the pocket of each person, because they're all mercenaries in a low-level mercenary organization. You'll also find scrap sort of armor. This is the tin men, after all. They're not really, the tin soldiers, they're not really known for wearing particularly resplendent armor or even very effective armor. If anything else, it's really just there for show. So you don't really find any particular equipment of use. On one of them, you might find a small pendant that's just got the face of a loved one in. But besides that, you don't really find much more. So 3 gold and a pendant if you wish to keep the pendant.
Are they armed?
Say again?
Are they armed?
Armed? Well, they do have weapons, but again, they're like base level weapons that are just sort of old found weapons that aren't... They're not particularly masterworked, they're not magical, there's nothing there of any real use. But yeah, you find a smattering of basic weapons like a couple of daggers, a short sword, and a rapier. They might need some time and attention because they're a bit nicked and rusted, but yeah, these people don't really take good care of their stuff. It's other people's stuff that they find.
Yeah, I'm not looking at any of that.
So are we getting a gold each? Is that my understanding?
Well, the 3 of you would if you don't share it with the rest of the group, essentially, yeah.
Oh, I'm putting that gold straight in my pocket or in my bag, and that's mine.
Okay. Ash and Victor, what are you doing with yours?
I'm keeping my gold. I now have 1 gold.
All right. In fact, I need to remove your gold pieces, don't I, on your character sheets? And
no, I already did it, and I added 1.
I just did it just now.
To do it on Beyond now.
Thank you.
I hold the gold up to the rest of the group, and I'm like, at least it'll buy us some breakfast when we get to town.
Ooh, shiny.
I'll just pop it in my top pocket because I'm assuming I no longer have a purse.
Right. This is a long journey that you are engaged in. You've managed to cover a lot of ground today, but this is not going to happen by the end of this session. You're going to need to find somewhere to rest. Is there anywhere that, in particular, that you guys are looking for? Any particular kind of ground? Are you looking to find your way to some foliage for cover, or for berries, or for food?
I would prefer some sort of foliage.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
Question. Before we leave here and before we leave the bodies, with Aldrin's investigation check, would they be able to find out or see on these bodies if they also had the red tendrils that the other fella had?
Yeah, I don't think that you really need to. I would say that with time, care, and investigation in these bodies, you will just automatically succeed. There's 3 bodies. It doesn't take a lot to be able to pull their clothing apart. You know, they're already in tatters. Yes, they all have the same red tendrils, and they all look waxen and putrid and like grey. They've all had the tendrils seep all the way across their body, but they also have multiple stab wounds. So you don't know for sure whether these guys died because of the initial stab wounds, because that's not a healthy thing for somebody to have. PSA, friends, it's not healthy to get stabbed. Don't do it. If you can help it, don't be stabbed.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, I know everybody these days is talking about how great it is, and they all want to get on that stab wagon. Don't do it. That was a joke. So yeah, yes, you couldn't tell for sure. You think that perhaps some of them dropped immediately because they were stabbed so many times that they just ran out of juice, the red juice. You have the idea that perhaps others were sort of like in the ravine trying to like tend their wounds and died before they could, or died before they even knew what the wound was, you know, about what its nature was. But yeah, you find yourselves concluded in this area. You've investigated what you can investigate. You've looked at what you can look at. You've pilfered what you can pilfer. It's now up to you where you lay your heads down for the rest of the night and how and where you try and find some food.
I mean, shelter is important. We don't know what's going to happen out here in the desert, so we want somewhere.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can I do a survival check?
Of course.
To try to find an area that would be safe from whatever might be roaming out here or whatever?
And more to the point, anybody who wants to do a survival check can do so to try and find some food that's around.
Let's do it.
Yes. Oh.
Hey, look at that.
Pretty good, Aldrin.
20.
And a nat 20 from Isabel, and yet still... And
Might
it's a
be a
-1. So it's actually a 19 with a nat 20 survival, which means that the dirty 2017 that Aldrin got is somehow better, because we don't crit on skill checks, just on attack rolls. So that's unfortunate, but very good. So I think Ash and oh no, that was an investigation check. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong number. So between Aldrin,
I got a 14.
Between Aldrin and Isabel, you managed to find a decent place and some decent food. You gathered together the right berries. I think Aldrin's knowledge of poisons and venoms and of living in and around and having a fascination with acids and poisonous creatures and things of that nature. I think that you know those things so well in your seeking of them that you also know how to avoid them. And in this moment, that really helps, because you manage to find a perfect place in a lovely little grassy place, grassy glade, which, let me just apply all of your tokens to it so that you can actually see. Boom, 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 and boom. So yeah, you manage to find yourselves a lovely little grassy place. As the sun starts to go down, what is it that you're all doing to set up camp? You've got some berries. You've got this lovely grassy trail that heads off towards the north, off in this direction. You're sort of on the northern edge of the Redwall mountain range, where it sort of falls behind you. Is there anything in particular that you are trying to sort out?
I'll set up the campfire when we've figured out where we're going to actually be sleeping.
I am going to roll another survival check to try to set up some sort of shelter for overhead for all of us.
Lovely.
And then does Aldrin find perhaps some edible mushrooms that they could make a little stew out of?
Oh, lovely. Sort of like
I got
Minecraft.
down pat.
Minecraft level mushroom stew. Lovely. Give me another roll if you want to have a look. Another one.
Survival?
Ash got a nat 20 survival. Yeah, another survival.
I did.
And an 18 survival as well. I think Ash and Aldrin, you're just you're on it right now. Because Ash, what was it that you were trying to do in particular with your role again?
I was trying to make a shelter for us,
Shelter.
something to protect us from rain or whatever else might come.
I mean, who better to create a nest than a bird, right? So,
right.
So the Aarakocra, with all of your animal instincts from eons of evolution, bringing you out of the dirt and grains and into the sky and trees, and finding the sort of ability to speak and think and feel and reason and all of those great things that sentient beings have. You have applied all of that knowledge and found yourself a fuck ton of great branches that are just strong enough to hold shelter, but not so strong that they're going to be impliable against the wind, because you know that if it's too brittle, then it will just snap and break and you'll all be in the rain again. And you manage to find a good amount of foliage so you don't need to weave something together. And yeah, you all managed to create a lovely, should we say a campfire? A little campfire around here. And as the day turns to night, you all find yourself around this campfire. And you've bedded down and you've got yourself a nice, lovely little space.
That
Yeah.
is so cool how that does that.
Sorry, I awkwardly just do as I'm told the whole
Right.
time because I'm a city boy. I'm not
Yeah.
used to camping, so whatever everyone tells me to do, I hurriedly, nervously do that, basically.
Right. So, driven by the motivation of a city boy, Victor manages to get in line and figure things out with everybody else. Anything that you discuss before you have your next long rest?
I'll take the first watch if you want.
We need a watch, but
Yeah, I'll take the first.
First of
Okay.
all, I've failed in my manners. My name is Victor, and while it's unfortunate that we're in this situation, I'm glad to be traveling with such skillful outdoorsmen.
Who you calling a min?
Turn of phrase. Apologies.
Okay, just checking. I'm Ash, by the way. I don't know what a turn of a phrase is, but it sounds painful. So don't turn it too hard, okay?
It can be sometimes.
I like this Ash. I like this Ash guy. That's great. Okay. May I ask who's taking the first watch?
I will.
How many watches do we need to do to cover a night?
I mean, it'll just extend your long rests. It's up to you. You each need 6 hours to sleep each, apart from Aldrin, who takes 4 hours of meditation.
Yep.
Okay. I think I'll help on
Aldrin can
first
take
watch.
4 hours. They'll take watch from there out.
I am not going to watch tonight because of the fact that I just smited another one of my species and saw them doing unholy things. My character's mind is like, I don't know what I just saw, but I need to try to understand it.
Okay. So just tell me who is sleeping immediately.
I shall be sleeping.
You're sleeping.
Aldrin will take 4 hours to trance and rest, and then take watch from there out.
Okay. Ruby?
I think Ruby's sleeping immediately.
Yeah.
Yep.
That dumb rock.
Okay. And the rest are up for watch, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So, as we draw this session to a close, because we're getting way over 2 hours now, we get to the point... Oh, yeah, and please click long rest on your character sheets, everybody. You will all be getting this long rest, of course. We get some differing visions, I think, for each of you as you come to your rest on this evening. I think some of you might see Wilhelm and hear his scream, of course.
Of course.
Some of you might remember the terrible atrocities that you saw this holy man doing before disintegrating and blowing away in the wind. Some of you might remember Ironfront and the lessons that you learned there and the things that you're trying to do further north in Dreidel. One of you, as you lie in the grass and you feel the wind going through your fur, Ruby, you notice that there's like a shadow that seems to be moving off to your left. And you hear the voice in your head saying, "So, where are your friends?"
What?
And with that, we'll end our session.
I'll keep doing this to me.
Give a girl a chance, darling.
Thank you very much, everybody. That was brilliant.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed that. What a packed session, man. I know, Don's right. Don's right. Oh, Jesus the Dragon, what an ending. Yeah, man. That was, we had combat. We had an NPC dying in front of us. We had a young girl running after a chicken. We had everything, you know? When you've got chickens and you've got holy men and you've got battle and you've got shadows in the dark, what else do you really need? What a lovely time. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back again next Thursday, next same time, same place, on stream, on Tats's and mine. Thanks, everybody, for all of that. Was there anything that anybody wanted to see or say before we go? Any of these, like, character artworks that you want to take a look at again, or anything
I have
like that?
something that I would like to add.
Mm-hmm.
Before everybody would have taken the long rest. Sorry, I couldn't get it out before you
Yeah.
started the whole spiel.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I would have cast anybody who's on watch, so including myself. I would have given us Eyes of the Night, which just gives us dark vision.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, that would have been handy.
That's great. Lovely. Well, I'll make a note of that on my notes then. Eyes of the Night for first watch. Great.
Does that give
And
the
that
dark
affects
vision a boost?
Does it give dark vision a boost? That's a good question.
Because I already have dark vision inherently.
It
So would it give
depends
it a
on.
boost?
It depends on what your dark vision what the range would be. Like, it could.
Naturally, it's 60.
It wouldn't enhance. So my Eyes of the Night is 300 feet. So it would.
Oh, blimey.
It would
Oh, wow.
yeah, it would like overwrite that, I guess. But I don't think like it would add on to it. So it wouldn't make it 360, but it would make it 300.
I think also, like, if you ignore the mechanics of it, it was it's sort of, it might also keep you from being able to sleep because all you can see is fucking light all around you. I can imagine that being really fucking inconvenient when you're actually getting to sleep. Like, fuck, I can see everything. I don't want to see everything.
Maybe it'd be good for somebody on watch to force them to not.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I thought that the
Definitely
Holy Man
awake.
reveal was great as well, but then I'm biased, so you know.
Yeah,
what
just
can I
lie
say?
back to sleep afterwards saying, I could see everything.
Hey,
Yeah.
I will be right back. I just rated out to my friend Thormengender, and
Great.
they are doing a thing. I don't know if you want to raid the same person. They're not doing D&D though.
Okay. Well, I'll take a look and find out who we're gonna raid to. I want to stick around and
Okay.
talk a bit for a bit though. Still.
Yeah, I'm coming right back. I just want to say hi real quick to them.
No
and
problem
then
at
I'll
all.
be right back.
No problem at all. I think that everybody needs like a refractory period after a session that thick. So let's, if anybody who wants to stay or can, you're welcome to, and we can chat about it. Anybody who needs to get off, you can get off. I don't mind. Leave when you have to. I'm not going to keep you here. But I would like to just say to the point that Sayahi mentioned in chat, Holy Man Reveal was lovely. Yeah, I was quite proud of that actually. I've been thinking about how to do that, and I was quite pleased with the way that came out.
I don't know why, but when you said holy man, I was thinking you've a man that's literally like Swiss cheese holes.
I mean, he's got cracks in his beak. You don't know what's under his armor. He might be covered. He might be full of holes.
No one's got the phobia of.
I mean, he is full of holes.
He is full of holes.
Shot him.
You mean tryptophobia? That one where like there's
not-
clusters of holes
Didn't shoot
everywhere.
him.
No,
I
nothing
don't
like that.
have that phobia, but
No, nothing like that. Don't cast that from your mind. He's besides anything, he was covered in armor, and he only had like tufts of feathers, so you would have seen his skin. But yeah, I was quite pleased with that setup reveal. That was a nice little fuck you in the brain kind of thing. Like, oh, this guy's really, really scary. Okay, all right then. Okay, great. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I was quite pleased with that. There was so many other encounters that you could have had as well. Some of them would have been so funny as well. I loved Yashk. Yashk is great.
That voice messed me up. I had to mute myself because I was laughing so hard.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I want my chicken. Give me my chicken.
That's 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks in a row now.
The chicken. Yeah. It's like, what do you want to be called? Huh? I want to be called Chicken. Well, that's not a name. That's what I was calling them before.
hey, don't judge a person by their chosen name.
Yes,
Now
this
they
is true.
know it.
Oh yeah, now they know it. Yeah. Chicken. Okay then,
If you
chicken.
don't call them, if you don't call them chicken, you're calling them by their dead name.
Well, that's true. That is
They
true.
chose their name. It's their chosen name. That's
It
their
is
name.
very true, and I do respect that. So chicken it is, not chicken.
Chicken, it is.
Chicken is their dead name. Chicken is their new name.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love chicken.
Chicken is
It's
great.
like spelling.
And he's a thick chicken. He's like a big fucking chicken. So you
chicken,
you
I
talked
had a
about the
roast
size of the
episode.
yeah, I got you
Expected it
in the
to
mood
be
for
a
chicken now.
bastard.
The size of chicken that I had in mind was sort of like a, you know, like one of those big like
chocobo?
inflatable balls that you like sit on, the big rubber inflatable balls that you sit on and bounce. I was thinking like the chicken's like
a
sort of
space
that sort of
hopper.
size. Yeah, that's the one, space hopper.
Okay.
I was thinking like that kind of size of chicken. Yeah, like a large dog size chicken.
So
Yeah.
so not like the one I posted.
What did you post? I'm looking for this now.
It's in the main dungeon chat.
Oh,
Is that?
I've
Oh,
got
that's all the
that.
fries. I see the
I've got
fries.
that mount.
Oh, main dungeon chat. I'm looking at general D&D stuff. Oh no, not that big. That's fucking huge. Jesus fucking Christ, no.
Well, you said
Fuck me
you said
sideways.
each leg was like a bucket, so I'm like, okay, huge.
No, I said the whole
That's
thing
awful.
would be a bucket. I said the whole body would be a bucket. I didn't say just a leg.
You did just say the leg.
Did I say just the
Yeah,
leg?
leg.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah, I'm
did.
pretty sure you did.
I mean,
The
to be
leg
fair,
is a bucket on its own.
listen, to be fair, the leg of a space hopper sized chicken would be a bucket. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I don't know the size of a space hopper.
I don't have the smoke.
ooh.
I'm not having this argument.
I think they're about 3 feet across, maybe 2.5. Yeah, maybe 2.5 feet
Vegetarian
across.
It's
exit
a
the
space
chat.
hopper.
Vegetarian exits the chat. I mean, you can weigh in on the size of a space hopper. Perhaps not the deliciousness of a bucket of chicken.
Well, what? See, this is my issue. Is the chicken's body the size of a space hopper, or is the whole chicken, legs, tail, and head included the size of a space hopper?
That's what I meant by body, yeah.
Okay.
The entire chicken.
Yeah.
Space hopper with
100%
legs.
of the chicken is the size of a space hopper, yeah.
Right, we need
Yeah.
to.
So
we
legs is included within
Yeah.
the space hopper size.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Right.
This
So
is
that
what I
makes a
love.
difference, you see.
So this is what I love about Dungeons and Dragons, right? No matter how much setup reveal that I have for all these amazing characters, that in my opinion anyway, I'm very biased. The things that the players that I always DM for will tag on to and really focus on are a shiny rock that just happened to be there in the map that I downloaded, and a fucking chicken in the size of it. Fucking hell. Like, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I made some modifications.
The size of like an emu.
Listen, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I made some modifications to that map, but I did download it. It was somebody else's creation before I modified it. So, you know, maybe cut a guy a little slack and think maybe the pink rock is just a fucking rock.
Why? See, this is a ploy. Because next time there'll be a pink rock, and we won't investigate it. And you'll be like, guys, why didn't you investigate the pink rock? It was actually a secret portal to the Fey
And
realm.
that
What are you
is
doing?
the beauty.
Mimic.
That's the beauty
Mimic.
of yes, a mimic. It's a fucking huge mimic the size of a carriage. No, that's the beauty of D&D. You never know what's coming next. And speaking of next, it's going to be next week. Thursday.
I was wondering if we had to do something with those dead bodies, you know, instead of just leaving them there because they're all like veiny and whatnot. So I was just like, should we burn them or melt them with acid or stick them in a hole?
Fair enough.
Well, we just
I mean,
kinda left
It is very hardcore.
Okay, so I totally did just order some General Tso's chicken.
okay. Well, I respect you and I support your choice.
Stick 'em in the stew.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, look, the reality of it is this. There was already a guy in the middle of a large city who died with all of that shit and was left out in the open. So if we're talking about patient zero and epidemics, I think that ship has sailed.
I mean, we're not doing a
Yeah.
zombie campaign, are we?
I mean, hey, I did say that I explained at the very beginning of this campaign that there are things, situations, people, places, characters that evolve while you don't deal with them. And that the longer you leave them, the bigger an issue they become down the line. Now, I'm not saying that you've just given me the idea to make this a plague of zombies.
Sorry.
And I'm not saying that perhaps I hadn't thought of that initially and that now I've got a great idea for a secondary story arc. However, there might be, in the future, the possibility of zombies. Who's to say? But with
What
that
I'm now
in
concerned
mind...
about is that the wolfkin are zombies, and then there's just that's the whole thing. Like, oh yeah, they're a nomadic tribe, and yeah, it's just because they're zombies wandering around.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, let's see. I don't really have anybody that I can raid to.
Do you want
that
to
I'm following.
raid my friend Thor? I can tell
Sure.
you how to spell his name. It's Thor.
Yeah. Give me a sec.
No.
Give me a sec.
My raid message was just sneak attack because we were doing D&D.
Right. Okay. So THOR
MUNG
MUNG
ANDR.
ANDR.
They are a they them, and it is Pride Month, and they are playing a game called Lucid.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Then we're gonna raid out to this lovely person, who, as you've just heard, is a they them. So please be mindful and respectful of those pronouns. But we're gonna love to say hello to them, and you might also love to use the new command. I have actually got a raid command now for you to use. So you can now copy and paste that, and that is freely available for anybody so long as you're a follower. We don't have 2 tiers of raid messages here because I know that not everybody is a subscriber. So if you want to, then go and copy and paste that, and we'll be messaging that into their chat when we arrive. I'm about to get this thing started. Thank you so much for being here and for being with me. That was very sick.
I had a lot of
Indeed.
fun. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool.
I will try and work out what the fuck is going on the rest of the week and not be able to think about anything else. But
I love how mystified I leave all of you. But with that, I am going to have to leave all of you as we raid out. Thank you so much, and I'll see
Have a
you
good
next
one.
week. Bye, everybody.
See you next
Yeah.
time.
Bye. Thank
See you next week.
Bye.
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 Hello, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome back to a session 3 of our campaign in Alandressa. We have today, we've got Mars, we've got Tats, we've got Katie and Shen, we've got B and Steve. How is everybody doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
You know, I'm doing all right. I'm great. I'm actually very good. How are the rest of you?
I'm
Doing
doing
well.
pretty well.
I'm doing alright, thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad
And
to be home to do
hello,
something fun, you know.
Manco's in chat. I know who you are. You can't sneak in here without being recognised. Great. Well, let's have a quick recap, shall we, of the first 2 sessions. Since we're only on session 3, we might as well. Each of you essentially were set on certain paths, and each of those paths converged north. Generally speaking, at the city of Dreedle. You've each got your own missions, and it just made sense on a dangerous road north to stick together. So you did. You got together into this travelling caravan, which inevitably, unfortunately, stole your gold and made off in the night. You've since encountered a teenage girl who was chasing her chicken, who was incredibly impassioned by the idea. And then you gave them an idea to just make the chicken's cage a little bit bigger. So we follow on to the next session, and you continue north and find yourself in a barren wasteland, it seems. Funeral cairns dot the landscape, while barely any vegetation does at all. You see on the horizon, the very near distance, between on the other side of a gorge, between you and them is the gorge, a red sort of plumaged Aarakocra in very ornate yet cracked armor, with a cracked beak and a cracked sword, and they're going around taking a sword to each one of their downed enemies. Each one of them draws blood up the blade and fills in the cracks on the armor and in the beak and on the sword. Without wasting too much time, you dispatch this creature, whoever they were. Before you'd gotten to that, one of you did notice the wording on their armaments across their chest that said in the Aarakocran language, "Pick a god and pray." You put 2 and 2 together and realised that this was the forewarned holy man, the person that one of your party, at least, was warned to try and avoid at all costs, and if you ever saw them, to return home to Ironfront immediately. You didn't do that. You continued on north. I'm glad that you didn't, in fact, because that would be just the end of our campaign. And you've set up camp. And we will continue on to session 3 with the last words that you heard in session 2. As Ruby was laying there, head down to sleep, you heard from a dark figure off in the corner of your eye the words, "So, where are your friends?"
Are they the only ones that hear it?
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry about that, honk.
Or no?
None of you do hear it, apart from Ruby.
Oh, I'm kind of tempted to ignore it. I don't know if I want to engage with it I feel like the experience last time has made me slightly more annoyed, especially now I'm in a group of individuals that are new to me. So maybe I stay silent.
Ruby, I'm very interested in your input. Perhaps you could speak to me instead of pretending to sleep.
Just gonna grunt.
I understand. You're upset with me? Well, I must say, I am still very impressed by you. I'd like to see what you can do to handle yourself. Maybe we see about now. I'd say hiss. Does that mean anything to you?
Hiss?
Hiss? Aye.
Hiss. No. That doesn't mean anything to me.
You realise now that you're not hearing this in your sleep. You are hearing this in your waking ears as a sound approaching your camp is waking you from your slumber. You hear the hiss of something in the dark. The hours are moving on and we end up in the light of day with your camp surrounded by creatures. And I will reveal them now.
Oh, so we wake up to evil things.
Well, one of you is awake.
Is that me?
You said that you were taking watch, and you said that there was people taking shifts. So who would have been on the second shift?
Aldrin, after taking the 4 hours for a trance, would have been up for the rest of the night.
You're going to be up. Okie dokie. So, Aldrin, I suppose you see this as Ruby hears it. From out of the darkness, seemingly even with your dark vision, these creatures appear to just, I don't know, like appear in front of you. Like either they were incredibly stealthy to get even past your sight, or that they just happened here. But you see a bunch of them. You see you're surrounded on all sides. There is a giant rabbit with a feral look in its eye, up to the north side. There is a giant weasel with a feral look in its eye. There's a fucking huge swan. Just an enormous swan. Just gargantuan in its size, like stumbling forth from outside of this big tree here. There's a giant badger that hisses and snarls. There's an enormous fox up at the top here. Then you've got a really hulking robin. This crazed look in this robin's eye. I'm very pleased by the token that I picked for the robin, by the way. And then a giant wren here as well. And then finally, you see towards the bottom our angry person. This crazed lunatic who I am going to show you the artwork of. He's a hunchback, part swan, part human.
Oh my.
Nice.
Well, I'd be angry if I had hunchback and feathers popping out of my head too.
And I need to also show you the token artwork for this guy as well. Hang on, where is it? View character artwork. There you go. really fucking angry Robin. Really angry Robin. Oh Lord, he coming. Now, I'm going to need everybody to roll initiative. Which I can do for you, of course.
Alright.
Boom. Okay, and it seems almost appropriate that Ruby is the one warned of this, because Ruby's the first one to start.
Oi, oi.
Let's get into some battle music and out of the, you know, very, very kindly stuff. So, Ruby, you sort of appear to be surrounded by all of these creatures. You're surrounded on all sides. Some of your colleagues are just stirring awake now, as I imagine Aldrin has called everybody to stand. You are ready to fight, I assume. What are you going to do first?
So I guess all of these guys look aggressive, right? I mean, that's a flippin' angry Robin.
That Robin is so fucking pissed. Like its wings are like flexing. Like it's like only a Robin. So without that, yeah, like
So, I guess I'm closest to this swan down.
yeah, that's about
Or
15
is that
feet from
in
you.
a tree?
It is 15 feet from you. It's on ground level. It's an enormous swan. It's got a huge wingspan. This thing does not look like a regular ass swan. It looks like a hulking sort of fucked up creature that's got feathers plucked here and there, but its wings look fully feathered. What are you
Okay.
heading into here?
I think I might.
Okay, look, I didn't know we were doing Angry Birds today.
Ah! Oh, that's very good. I feel like you should get disadvantage on your first roll for that dad joke. I won't do that to you.
All right. I guess I'm gonna wander over to this big angry swan and maybe give it a cheeky bonk on the head with my quarterstaff.
A cheeky bonk on the head? How dare. Alright then.
I know.
Go and give our giant swan a big old bonk on the head.
Okay, let me drag myself down here.
Yep,
Here I am.
you are.
And then if I do this, a cheeky bonk, I'd like to... Oh. And then I'd like to attack. There we go. Oh.
A 10 to
an
hit?
excellent roll.
That's
You
the
say that's a
attack
hit?
roll. That's an attack roll. A 10 to hit unfortunately misses this swan.
Yeah. Oh no.
Do you have anything else that you would like to do?
I'm just gonna look towards this half human, half swan gentleman over there. And just
Don,
go,
we
"Oi,
literally just
what do you
started.
want?"
We've only really got into combat. This dark stranger has appeared in Ruby's dream and has said, "I want to see what you're capable of." So you're yelling over, or are you moving over?
Yelling.
Yelling.
I'm
So you're
gonna say- I'm
shouting,
gonna
"What do you
say-
want?"
Yes.
So this creature turns towards you and hisses in your direction. I don't know if it picks up on the microphone or if, like, Discord hides it from you all, but he goes...
Yeah, that's just silent.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go then.
no.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
May
Discord...
explain the weird
This is
awkward
creepy,
pause a
much
minute ago.
creepy.
Yeah. So Discord is Discord's a real bitch for hiding sound effects. So yeah, so it hisses at you. Just imagine a hiss. Imagine your best hiss.
Okay. If he's doing a swan hiss, I am totally doing a tiger hiss back.
Right. So
And back to hiss right in retaliation.
yeah. Romeo in chat has assured all of you that it's a great hiss. Yeah.
Oh.
He promises it's great, guys. Okay.
Do
So
I need to hiss back? No, I'll just say I've done it.
so it's up to you whether you want to close in and try and attack, or whether you want to stay where you are and continue on with your with somebody else's turn.
And that's the end of my turn. I'll pass down the initiative line.
Lovely. In that case, it's now the giant rabbit's turn. Giant rabbit has got pardon me. Has got 40 feet of walk speed, but is not going to approach Ash in that way. Instead, it's going to burrow down underneath the ground and pop out next to Ash and attack. It's going to bite at your feet as it comes out of the ground, and it's going to roll an attack roll, which rolls a 10. I assume that does not hit.
I am looking for my DC. It's 13, I believe.
Lovely. Doesn't work then. Oh, by the way, I've enabled something on each of your tokens. Now, if you hover your mouse over anybody's name, within your party anyway, you'll see health bars now.
Nice.
That was something that I didn't know that I could do, and I found out, and I did it immediately.
Cool.
So you don't need to ask who's got the worst health. Now you can figure it out immediately. So that's pretty cool. Hello, Lucy! So we're going to move on in the turn order to the Giant Swan. Giant Swan is a little bit pissed at you trying to fuck it up. So it's going to attack you, and it's going to attack you twice because it has multi-attack. So we're going to attack once, and we're going to attack twice. The second one is a nat 1, but the first one definitely hits because that's a 23, baby. So it's going to roll damage, and it rolls 5 damage, and we're going to apply that immediately to you. You take 5 damage at this enormous beak that comes out at you. It hears you hissing, and it hisses directly in your face as it bites at your sort of wrap clothing. And the first time it gets you, but the second time it sort of gets some loose folds and can't quite snap at you. You know how birds do. Next in the turn order is Victor. Victor, what are you doing? You've just woken up, you're surrounded by crazed animals, and right in front of you, you see a fucking annoyed Wren and an even, like, more hench Robin. This Robin looks fucking jacked, man.
I think, because I've just woken up and I don't really know what's going on necessarily, I have seen probably the rabbit's the closest thing to me, I think.
Yeah.
So that would have been the most immediate thing I saw, I believe.
Lovely.
So it makes sense, I think, for me to go and so I grabbed my sword as I rolled.
Yeah.
That was like laying beside me on the ground, and kind of just flick the scabbard off and charge towards it to have a bit of a stab at it, I believe.
Okay. Stab at this rabbit. Stab it, the rabbit. Ha!
Oh, I need to target it. Apologies.
I should take disadvantage on my next roll for that dad joke.
Apologies. My buttons are not quite catching up with me. There we go.
Rapier.
Did it attack?
It did not. Do your attack roll. It should be in chat. You should have buttons in chat.
No. It's okay. I got it now. Yeah, just the window didn't pop up. Oh my god.
Okay, that does not hit.
That's an 11. I rolled like trash. Okay,
that doesn't hit, I'm afraid.
Then I think I'll look a little panicked at Ash and just be like, what the fuck is going on? And then I'm going to disengage backwards a little.
Okay, bonus action disengage. I like it. So
to kind of put my back against a tree, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So you spent 20 getting there. You can spend 10 getting away. That's great. Okay, now it's Ash's turn. Ash, you've just had your ankle snatched at, but missed. What's the crack? What are you doing first?
Can I try to befriend it?
You can certainly try.
I'm gonna try to befriend the one that attacked me, the bunny.
Okay. So it's going to do a wisdom save, and it actually doesn't save. It gets a 9, which doesn't beat your DC of 14. So we're going to apply those effects. So it's now charmed for the duration. Good job. So yeah,
right.
you've now charmed this bunny. Just for the viewing audience at home, could you please tell us what the effect that has?
Well, my spell, whenever it comes out of my staff, it's like kind of like a green swirly magic that kind of circles starting from the feet of the rabbit all the way up and then kind of poofs.
Nice.
Like green sparkly stuff.
And what does it do to the rabbit? What's the actual mechanics of it?
Oh. What does it say? It says the spell lets you convince a beast that you mean it no harm.
Mm-hmm.
So the beast must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. But for the spell's duration, if you or one of your companions harms the target, it ends. The duration is for 24 hours.
Yes.
So if nobody hurts the rabbit, it's going to leave us alone for a full day.
Great.
So basically, it's going to ignore us.
Good to know.
Hopefully.
If the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails.
Unless they didn't do a wisdom saving throw, right?
Otherwise, the beast must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. So, I've just seen this. I will not redact my statement that it failed the save. However, its intelligence was in fact 7. And if I'd seen this beforehand, then I wouldn't have granted you the win. But this one, at the very least, you take the win. Rule of cool and all that. So this giant rabbit was too dumb to realise that it could have resisted regardless. But yeah, we move on. Remember that, beasts have got to have intelligence 4 or less. 3 or less. Otherwise, they will automatically succeed.
Okay.
Alright, so do you want to do anything else with your turn? Now that it doesn't...
know
Yeah.
not to attack this rabbit because it is currently our friend.
Great. Everybody, by the way, get thinking about what you want to do on your turn before we get to your turn. Let's not get to your turn and decide. So do you want to do anything at this point? Do you want to, like, move away from it now that it considers you a friend? Or, like, move towards another creature or get to safety? What do you want to do?
I am going to come right here.
Okay.
And can I fly up a little bit?
Yeah, you can fly if you want.
Yes, I will be flying now. Thank you. And that's my
Great.
turn.
Lovely. Alright, so you're flying and it's now Briar's turn. Briar, what's the deal, Briar?
Okay, well, I am going to summon my spiritual weapon and send it towards the swan.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me... Don't have that saved as a spell here. Hold on 1 second, sorry.
Did you not have it prepared on the character?
No, I do. I just didn't have it in my favorites.
Right.
I had to find it. Okay, so it is cast at 2nd level.
Okay. So we're going to give you this token as a spiritual weapon. You are the owner of the spiritual weapon.
Okay. Yes.
So you should be able to move it.
Alright, perfect. I'm gonna...
You're going to put it there, yeah?
Okay. Yep.
And it takes an attack as it's summoned, doesn't it?
Yes.
Alright, make your attack roll.
Public roll, normal. Okay, there we go. Normal.
Of
I mean,
course I had to get Burbs to fly at you in the air.
Yep.
What the fuck did you expect? Yes, that does hit. Yeah. Surprise, surprise, 21 does hit. A swan.
Okay.
Alright. So we get 8 damage. We're going to apply that to the swan. Good job. Now that's your bonus action. Was that your action to take that attack? Or
No,
not?
that was my bonus action.
Okay, so then now you've got an action left.
Right.
You could do a cantrip or you could do a melee attack, whatever you want to do.
So I'm, as an action, I'm going to use Channel Divinity.
Cool.
I
love this music, by the way. It's really good.
And everybody, I don't know how you want to do the roll for it, if it's just like a group. That way it's easier, but it'll be a d6 plus, I believe, 3?
For Twilight
A
Sanctuary.
D6 plus 3 for temporary hit points for everybody within my 30-foot bubble.
1d6 plus 3 is 7. There you go. So you each take 7 temporary HP. You should see it to the right of your hit point total on your character sheet. So the little blue number. That's your temporary hit point slot. Okay, cool. So you each take 7 temporary HP.
Does that affect us all, or is there just a certain range?
Yeah. What's the
Anyone
yeah.
within the bubble. So if you go without the bubble and then you lose your temporary hit points, you can walk back into the bubble. And on my turn, I would have to roll for it.
Yeah,
it might be on your turn.
The thing
as
with
well,
this is
but
that it doesn't import any of the text description for any of these things from D&D Beyond. So I'm flying in the blind. I'm just going on memory alone. So I've got to bring up different pages. So it does help if you can tell me what that feature does. Because
sure.
otherwise I have to Google everything and it's going to take us forever.
So,
Just
action,
It
Are
looks
we
like
all
30
in
feet.
the
It's
bubble?
Yeah, it says 30 feet on the thing, so I can see that it's an action and then it's 30 feet.
it
I think we're all
moves
within the 30 feet, aren't we? So we've all
Yeah.
gained 7 temporary hit points.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Cool.
It
Okay,
moves
so apply that temp
faster
HP,
than-
and then where would you like to move, if anywhere?
I'm gonna stay put.
Okay, great. Next person. So this Wren sees somebody take to the air and wants to go and fuck them up. So it's going to fly up towards Ash and is going to take a multi-attack with its beak. So it's just pecking at you furiously. It hits for a 10, which misses, and another 10, which misses. But it's staying there in the air with you. Next in the turn order is Aldrin. Aldrin, what's the deal? What are you doing?
Aldrin is going to head towards the swan as well, and attack with a dagger.
Very cool.
While shouting at it, "You look like a boat!"
It goes back. Are you moving your token or?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Cool. So you yell that at it, and then you're going to stab with the dagger.
Yes.
All right.
Now, so I have proficiency with the dagger.
Cool.
I'm just trying to sort out how that works with the roll.
Well,
do a normal roll.
So it's a versatile thing. So you can do well. It's like light, so you could do it with dexterity or strength. You should just have in the text chat. It should have attack and then damage as 2 buttons. So you just click attack,
Gotcha, okay.
and then that'll do it automatically for you. So that hits. So you roll for an 18 to hit. That strikes in deep and true. Now roll the damage. For 4 damage, you stab into this enormous swan. Is there anything else that you'd like to do with your turn?
No, that's it for now. Just staying on guard, dagger at the ready to strike again or defend.
Cool. Alright, so this fox has got 40 feet of movement, and it can make it to Victor. It hasn't seen Isabel attack yet, and so it's not going to target Isabel. Instead, it's going to go for Victor, who is ground level. And foxes don't really understand magic, and everything that Briar's done so far has just been magic related. So this thing is going to go up towards you and is going to attack. Now, you don't have an ally within 5 feet of you, so it can't use its pack tactics. But it is still going to try and do a little bitey. And it hits for 17 to hit, which I believe does hit your AC. It is then going to do 5 damage. Have you applied your temporary HP yet? You've not, have you? There you go. You've got it applied now, yes. So then you take the 5 damage.
Thank you. I was
Yeah,
just
no
about
problem.
to do it. I had to jump back out and back in because it.
You're all good.
That.
Okay, so the fox basically charges towards you, snarls and like ducks and dive left and right like a cunning
5
creature,
damage. Okay.
and then bites into your shin. And now we go on to the giant weasel. The weasel has also got 40 feet of movement and is going to approach Aldrin. The weasel hisses at Aldrin and takes a bite. Let's see if it can take a chunk out of Aldrin real quick. It hits for 13, and that doesn't beat your AC. Misses it by 1. So you've now got an enormous weasel that's snapping at your heels. We move on now to Isabel. Isabel, what are you going to do with your turn?
I think I'm going to might as well help attack a fox. So I'll come here.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that. And
All right.
I don't think I've got a reason to rage just yet.
Okay.
And how do I attack again? I can't remember.
So you go into your inventory and find the weapon that you want to attack with, and then click on the icon to the left of the name. And then it'll pop up in chat, and then you just go into chat and click attack.
Normal.
And the 10 doesn't beat its AC. So you miss, unfortunately. God, these guys have got some strong armor compared to you guys. I like to think that these are just very dexterous and are darting and dodging away from all of you. I didn't create these myself. These are stat blocks that I've found. So they are you know. I promise I'm not making them all too hench. However, speaking of henchness, unless you've got something else to do, Isabel, on your turn, it's now the Robin's turn.
Wondering if I could flex at the Robin just to intimidate him, or was that?
Yeah, we can have a flex off for sure. Give me a flex off. So performance or strength, like athletics. So performance or athletics.
I'll go athletics.
I figured you would. Okay, so you get a 13. Okay. And this guy has got... Let me see what it can do the best. They're both the same, so I'm going to go performance. Okay, it rolled an 8 and you rolled a 13. So with your incredible feat of strength at just flexing out and all of these, you're not an enormous beast of a creature, but you've got well-defined, toned muscles that are just sort of popping at the seams, just enough to make this Robin think, better not fuck with her. And so the Robin decides not to go for you and instead goes for Ash, who is flying up in the air. Is going to go for a peck attack against Ash and rolls a 9 and misses. Wow, everybody's missing. Even my guys are missing. So that's the end of the Robin's turn. It is now the Badger's turn. Badger has got 30 feet of speed. Now, how far can it get with 30? It could get to Briar. It could get to Ruby. I think it's going to go for Ruby. So it goes over towards here because, again, it's not really seen any aggressive actions from Briar. It's only seen magic. So what it's going to do is it's going to attack you once with... once with Bite and once with Claw. We're going to go attack for a nat 20.
Wow.
And attack for a 17. So the nat 20 on the Bite gets 9 damage. And the Claws get 7 damage. So you get a total of 16 damage to yourself.
Thank you for doing the healing bubble, because that would have that was all my hit points.
That would have taken you down to
in those
0.
2 attacks, yeah. I would have been gone.
It would have. Now the Hunchback knows a little bit more about this and can see what the fuck is going down, but cannot actually, unfortunately, close distance very quickly with the person that they want to. What they're going to do is they're going to... how far can they get? They've got 25 feet. So they can get to there. Or they can get to there. Do they want to try for Ruby or do they want to try for Aldrin? I tell you what, we're gonna make a roll of the dice for it. Odds we go for Aldrin, evens we go for Ruby. In the text chat. Odds. It's gonna go for Aldrin. So the Hunchback closes in with Aldrin and is going to multi-attack. It can make 2 attacks with its beak. So this Hunchback sort of swan human hybrid is going to peck at you twice.
Bird brain.
It gets a 7 and it gets a nat 20. The nat 20 gives you 15 damage. Which is not great for you, but you know, you're doing okay, I would say. You're doing okay. We're back up to the top of the order, and it is Ruby's turn again. Ruby, you are now fairly surrounded. You've got a ferret, a weasel on one side, you've got a badger on the other, and in front of you, you've got a giant swan, which is just a true giant swan, and then you've got a fucking hunchback dude, both of whom are trying to peck at you, or at your ally at least. What do you plan to do in this situation?
So, I'm definitely going to bonk someone back on the head because I feel very beaten right now.
We
as my
bonking?
little monk.
I love that.
God. So I think it's the badger who did the most damage for me. So I feel like I'm going to end up trying to have a good go at this badger.
Okay.
What I'm trying to work out is which attack. I guess I'm going to quarterstaff this
Yeah,
badgery boy.
I love that.
So here we go.
21 definitely hits. Roll damage. We're getting somewhere. Okay, 4 damage. 4 damage has taken this thing down quite low, but not bloodied quite yet.
Yeah. I was trying to work out how to spend my key points, but I'm just twigging how many bonus actions I end up taking.
Key points should be in your features tab.
Yeah, I'm currently reading. I'm just making sure that I don't try and do 2 things when actually they each count as my bonus action.
Ah, yeah. Well, you can only take 1 bonus action.
Disengage without having an attack. But also, I'd really like to multi-attack back because I feel very irritated.
Okay.
So, stuff it. We'll go whole hog. I'm going to flurry of blows. So I'm going to spend 1 key point to flurry of blows this badger. So after my attack action, I get to spend 1 key point to do 2 unarmed attacks as a bonus action.
Go for it.
So here I go. Use ability.
Love it.
There we go.
And you definitely hit.
Ooh, nice.
Nice. So here is
5 damage.
1. So it's 2 attacks. So do I roll twice, or
go for it?
Or is it done it twice? I can't work out.
I mean, flurry of blows adds on an extra 2 attacks, does it, or it adds on just the 1?
No, it's 2.
It's 2 extra. Strike. So then do another one. Roll again.
I'm trying to work out how to roll again without it.
You just click attack roll in the chat. Just click attack roll again.
I don't have that option. It's
do you not? Oh, that sucks.
No, it's gone.
Flurry of blows.
Spend another key point.
So I could just manually do it. Blah blah blah. Blah blah. There you go. 24. I rolled for you and you got a 19 plus 5. That's gonna definitely hit. Okay. So then I guess it's damage again. Which is 1d4 plus 1d4 plus 3. 5 damage. Okay. Describe the kill.
Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh. So this badger, it bit and it clawed me, right?
It did.
So I've hit it with my quarterstaff, and then I've just gone straight in with my other hand, and I've punched it square in the face, and then I've done a descending fist straight onto the top of its head. So I pulled its face into the ground.
Everybody within like a 20-foot radius, so probably not Isabel, just because this is a little bit far, but the rest of you hear a sickening crunch. Oh, I guess not Victor as well. So Ash, Briar, and Aldrin, you all hear this deep, thick, wet crunch as the fist comes down, and this thing is just dead in the dirt. The badger has been taken out, rightly so. And you look particularly damaged yourself, but nowhere near as bad as this guy. Yeah, great. Yes, Shen. What's black and white and red all over? Okay.
That's really
that's fucking great. Okay, so you have the rest of your movement if you do wish to try and move away and take an attack of opportunity potentially. But otherwise, it's up to you if you want to stay.
I'm going to move a little bit away So I'm going to
Okay.
try and basically move as far as I can away
Yeah.
from these guys, but within Briar's bubble, so that I can
Right.
still get my hit.
I think that just applies. Does it? I think it just applies, doesn't it? I don't think it like reapplies every turn.
Yeah, so when you end your turn in the bubble, it
Oh, well
you
let's
have to roll again. So you have to roll another 1d6 plus 3.
let's put
So
a
I will
little
roll a
radius
1d6
down
plus
then.
3.
That's very cool.
There you go. There's a little radius that we can keep there
Thank
to
you.
say where the bubble is.
Lovely. So I want to move, I guess, here. That's what I want to do. But I know I'm about to take some attacks as well.
You are
It
going to
doesn't
take some attacks,
stack,
yeah.
though.
So
like,
this
if you
guy's
already have, if you
Yeah,
already have 10 HP, it won't like
yeah.
go to 13. It doesn't stack.
yeah, temporary HP replaces temporary HP, but I think you already know that, don't
Yeah.
you, B? Yeah.
I have no HP.
So you're going to take 2 attacks of opportunity, one from Swan Boy and one from Regular Swan. Regular Swan hits you for 22 to
Oh.
hit. Oh no, Hunchback does. Hunchback does. And the other one hits you for 23 to hit. So they're both going to attack you for the damage, and you take 16 damage as you try to move away. 16 damage takes you down to 0, and that means that you drop to 0 where you stood. So you're no longer moved away.
HP by ending my turn in the bubble.
You did end your turn in the bubble. You can take the temp HP, I guess. Yeah. So ending your turn here, I suppose. Yeah, that sounds cool to me. I'm gonna be okay with that. So let's make the roll for you specifically. So what was it again? It was 1d6 plus what?
1d6 plus 3.
Plus 3.
3.
Okay. So that's 6. Okay, so you come up with 6 temporary HP. I mean, does temporary HP bring a person up from 0? That's my question.
I guess it would until the spell ended. Maybe.
That I don't know the answer to.
I don't know. I don't know though. But that's just
Does let's
roll?
Google it. Does temporary HP revive 5e? To be revived, they need 1 HP of healing, but temporary HP doesn't count. So unfortunately, just so that we can set a precedent, no, it doesn't work. You are unfortunately down, and in my campaigns, we symbolise that by turning you sideways. So there we go.
Killed a badger and then instantly died afterwards.
Yeah, you tried to flee, and the birds weren't having none of it. They fucking ate your ass, literally.
In Alessandria, birds kill cats. That's what
they do. Yeah, in Mother Russia. Yeah. So it's now the rabbit's turn. The rabbit's just going to sort of sit there chewing on the grass. Great turn for the rabbit. Swan's turn. Swan's going to attack for Aldrin. It's going to take 2 beak attacks. It's going for an 18 to hit and a 16 to hit. I'm hitting so well, and I'm so very sorry about it. That's a total of 15 HP to take on that one. That brings you down to 3. You are on 3 HP, I'm afraid, Aldrin. Now it is Victor's turn. Victor, people are going down around you. Things are looking dire, and you are now flanked.
Okay, so there is a fox in front of me that was the one that bit me, so I think I'll attack him first.
Yeah.
No. Apologies. We go. For 15?
15 hits, believe it or not.
Cool. Let me see what the damage is. Oh. Sorry, it's not giving me the button to roll damage, so I will have to roll attack first.
Mm-hmm.
And then... Why is it not letting me roll the damage?
I don't know.
Maybe perhaps it's because I'm not targeting anything. There we go.
Lovely.
Apologies. So 9 damage plus. I will add my. Can I add my sneak attack? That thing.
You
has
can.
other
It is
people
flanked
next
by
to me,
other
isn't it?
people. So Isabel is at ground level, so that counts as being flanked. Is he not giving you anything?
Oh no, it was alright. It was just being slow for some reason. So it's another 3, so 12 total.
12 total damage. Alright.
And then
You've
I
taken
would
it down
like
to about half. Yeah, go on.
Cool. I would like to, as a bonus action, use my special ability, which is Whales from the Grave. So you see kind of small orbs. They're like kind of sucking away the light, if that makes sense.
Cool.
Like negative light.
Yeah.
And they whip from this fox over into the badger, which is within 30 feet, right?
Right. The badger is already dead.
Oh, apologies.
The robin and the wren are within 5 feet, though.
Yeah, cool. So whoever's closest.
And the giant weasel is 25 feet away.
Cool. So it would be the robin will take 6 damage, and
Okay.
the fox also takes 6 necrotic damage. So the
Right.
orbs kind of spread around and then get absorbed into their body.
Great.
Causing necrotic damage to them.
So it whips up to the robin, who instantly is pulverized into just a red mist and feathers.
Cool.
So it wasn't that buff.
The robin had 2 HP.
Oh.
The robin's fully dead. Yeah. There's no revive coming for that robin. There's no body left. Okay, so the fox
And
takes all of that damage. The fox is looking unhealthy, guys. It's not quite on death's door, but it is on death's stoop. Where would you like to go now?
I am gonna run to go and protect Ruby's body, basically. So I would like to kind of stand over them in front of
That's
of
great.
trying to impose them attacking while they're down.
That works for me.
So
Oh,
so
you
you're
are
gonna get
stood
an
on top of Aldrin at the moment, so let's just move you
Oh,
up so that you're not on
apologies.
top of Aldrin. Unless Aldrin wants to give you a piggyback ride. So yeah, you're stood with Aldrin and Ruby. I fully understand that. You are going to take an attack of opportunity from the fox as you leave.
It's fine.
So the fox is going to take a bite and try and lash out at your leg as you run. That's a 15 to
Just
hit.
hits. Just hits.
So you take 5 damage. Let me apply that to you as well. There you go.
That's fine.
So
I finished my turn here, so I will
you do,
add
so you could take some temp
that
HP.
5 back, right?
You do.
Cool, I'll do that. No worries.
Well, it was 6 actually. We rolled again and it was 6.
Oh, cool, perfect.
Right. So it is now Ash's turn. Ash, you've got a fox below you, and the robin in front of you has just turned into a mist of feathers. What's your plan here?
My question is Ruby dead or just kind of like unconscious?
Ruby is going to be making death saving throws.
Can I do a healing spell on Ruby to give them back their HP, at least a little bit, so they don't die?
Sure. They only need 1 HP to get up from being downed, but yeah, that's the idea. If you heal Ruby, then they will stand up on the next turn.
I'm going to cast Healing Word.
Great.
Thank you kindly.
And how much is that going to heal for? 6. We love that.
Well, apparently I did it twice. Sorry.
It's all right. So 6. Just make sure that you've not lost that out of your spell slots. Okay, so that's your bonus action. You've now got your action. So you could take a melee attack, or you could do a cantrip or a feature, whatever you want to do as an action.
I am going to cast Guiding Bolt.
It's a good old
on
cantrip.
This guy. On the swan.
Yeah, I believe that's a ranged melee attack.
It is.
That's a first level, however, not a cantrip. I was mistaking it for something else.
It's innate spell casting.
That doesn't matter. It still needs to not be a leveled spell.
Oh, okay, but my bonus action was the heal.
Yes, but you can't do 2 leveled spells in the same turn. Innate spell casting basically means that it's always prepared. It doesn't mean that you can always do it. It's not like oh yeah, I've got this for free. I can do it whenever the fuck I want. It means you don't need to worry about it being stocked.
Well, in that case, I am going to Thorn Whip.
Yeah.
The fox.
Great.
I'm flying like way above him, so hopefully if it
Yeah.
just drops, it might hurt it.
Great. How high in the air would you say you are?
I would say about 40 feet.
Yeah?
Yeah.
40 feet. Okay. So the description on Thorn Whip is that it pulls 10 feet closer to you. A fall of 10 feet doesn't necessarily cause any fall damage, but we'll see what damage the
I meant
actual
30
attack
feet,
it does.
Sorry, 30 feet up, because then I can't do it.
Right.
Because I can't back down and do it.
Yeah. So it's you attack for 8, which doesn't do it.
Okay. But I did, so I didn't hit it at all. Just kind of missed.
No, you missed. Yeah. Do you want to move anywhere?
No, I've got a angry little critter still next to me.
You do.
I'm gonna stay right there.
Great. Now it's Briar's turn. Oh, and by the way, you've ended your turn in the thing, but you didn't lose any of your temporary HP, I believe, so you should still keep. It would be a choice of either keeping the 7 or changing to 6, and I doubt that you would want to change to 6.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep it.
Great. Then Briar, it's your turn.
Okay, I am going to use my movement and move over here to this group of people.
Yeah.
So my bubble's gonna have to move. I don't know if I can move that. No, I can't.
I can move it. Don't worry. So where are you moving to? You've moved over there. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So it's centered on you, yeah?
Yep.
Great.
So that's my movement.
Yeah.
With my action, I'm going to kneel down, place a hand on. Well, maybe I don't need to kneel. I don't know how tall.
Well, Ruby is now. So Ruby's now conscious, but Aldrin is looking very bad. I think of the two of them, Aldrin is looking the worst.
I was going to heal Aldrin. So I'm going to place a hand on their shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds.
Love that.
There's one action. Cast
Great.
spell. Oh, I guess I have to actually click it too.
Yeah.
So six healing to Aldrin.
Love that. Let me just apply that to you. There you go.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to attack with my spiritual weapon, which...
it's down here.
I don't know how to do using sheet.
We did have...
Because it's already cast, so I don't want to click it. I guess I could just always unclick the spell button.
We did have... There we go. Spiritual weapon token. So that should have a little icon for it now.
Yeah, I don't know how... Oh, okay. Oh, I can actually open it. Okay. How do I... Oh, it doesn't have any stats. I don't know how to attack.
Yeah, it counts as a player. So it's from your sheet. It should be from your sheet.
Right, no, I know. It doesn't let me because it would just cast it out again.
Right.
And it's a bonus action to just attack with it. So
spiritual weapon. Blah 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 blah.
I suppose I could just roll a d20.
Make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon. Okay, so a melee spell attack would be your spell attack modifier, which is +5. So it's d20 +5. So let me do that. You got a nat 20. Okay, so you crit with it. And what damage would it normally take?
It is a 1d8 plus my spell casting, so...
So it's 2d8 plus 3, I think, is your spell casting?
3 is my ability, and 5 is my attack.
Yeah, but attack includes proficiency, which is why we don't include that. So it would be plus the 3. So that's a 14 damage. 14 damage to the swan, which was exactly how many hit points it had left. Please describe the kill on the swan.
Very cool.
Okay, well, my spiritual weapon actually looks like a microscope.
Right.
So it's going to just swing over the swan's head and just bonk it on the skull.
Okay. So the thing just gets bonked on the head by an enormous microscope. And it gives out one loud honk before it goes down. That's great. You really like my my fucking voice shit, don't you? Okay. So so you've healed, you've attacked. What now for Briar? Any more movement, or is that the end of your turn?
That's the end of my turn.
Great. Now it's the Wren's turn, and the Wren is going to multi-attack at Ash. So it's going to take 2 pecks. One is a 10, and the next one is a 10. So it misses at you, but it's just there, like, pecking at you and annoyingly. And that's all of its turn. It's going to move on. It's now Aldrin's turn. Aldrin, you're looking worse for wear. You're flanked still by a weasel and a swan man. But you've got friends all around you, and you've just been healed a little bit. Is there anything that you want to do?
Yep, we're gonna stand strong and use an acid splash.
Love that.
And that should hit both of them because they're within range.
Uh-huh.
And it's a cantrip, so they have to do a DC roll, is that it?
Which one were you attacking again?
So both of them.
Both of them. So
Hunchback
the Hunchback gets a nat 1, and the Weasel saves. So what damage do they get on a success or a failure? Wow. 1 damage. 1 damage, halved rounded down is 0. So the save doesn't take any, and the Hunchback takes 1. So you've given the Hunchback something to think about, and it just sort of although it seems to be non-verbal, it does just sort of go like, ow. Like, ow. Is there anything that you want to do in particular? Are you going to try and move away, as Ruby tried, or are you going to stay put where you are?
I think we're going to stay put, but we're going to stand on guard with the dagger again.
Great stuff. So you're gonna stab him with a dagger, did you say?
Can I?
Do you have that? Are you able to now? What was the acid splash? Was that a bonus action?
Acid splash is...
So that's an action. So you've got an offhand attack. Yeah, you have the offhand attack that you can do with the dagger. If you wanted to do that.
Let's go toward this is the weasel, right?
Yeah.
Let's go towards the weasel.
Crack on.
So let's go with the dagger attack.
Yeah. That definitely hits.
Go. Huzzah. Let's do some damage.
Damage. Okay.
That's a little better.
It takes 3 damage. So it dived out of the way of the acid splash, and then you stab it in the haunch just as it manages to dive. Like you knew that it was going to dodge out of the way, and you knew that you could grab it just in time if it did. That's the end of your turn. Then, if you're not moving anywhere, it is now the fox's turn.
Don't forget to take the temporary HP.
Yes, add on 6 HP,
yeah.
6 temporary HP. Okay. The fox is going to turn and attack at Isabel. Because it's ground level, it can't attack at Ash. So it's going to try and gnash on you. And it misses. Unfortunately, it doesn't manage to take any damage off you whatsoever. Isabel looking very unharmed in this battle. However, it is going to see that it is fighting a losing battle now, and sees that there's a bunch of action happening elsewhere. So if you would like to, Isabel, you may take an attack of opportunity as this dumb fox runs away and tries to attack at Victor.
Of course I will.
Go for it.
Give me a sec.
With your great axe down on this giant fox, an 18 definitely hits. Please roll damage.
How do... Oh, yeah.
5
Never mind.
damage. 5 damage is still a good chunk, and this thing is now at death's door. It's looking really fucked up. But it also is a beast and recognizes that Victor is flanked. And with pack tactics, this thing's going to try and fuck up Victor on its next turn. Next in the turn order, however, is the Weasel. The Weasel, who is right next to Victor, but was just attacked by Aldrin, so is instead going to target Aldrin. You know, it's got that look in its eye of, you really just stabbed me? I'm going to fuck you up, as weasels often do. You know how they have such emotive faces. Yeah, they have such emotive faces, don't they, weasels? So this thing takes 5 HP worth of flesh out of you, I guess. And we take that straight off your temporary HP that you just received. Great job on that temporary HP, or I think this whole battle would have been fucked. That's the end of the weasel's turn. But it is going to move not outside of Aldrin's range, but it's going to move up to target Victor next. And it's now Isabel's turn.
Alrighty then. I think it only makes sense that I go after the fox.
Yeah, I mean, as someone just said in chat, what does the fox say? It probably says, "Fuck off, you just stabbed me, you bastard."
Oh, no. I am going to give him a nice big old swing.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's going to love that. Okay, give me an attack roll, if you would be so kind. And that one unfortunately misses. Is there anything else you would like to do with your turn? You still have a bonus action and you have not raged yet.
Raging doesn't give me another attack right now, does it?
It doesn't give you another attack. It does give you a bonus to damage while you're on your attack. And it also gives you advantage on athletics checks and strength saving throws, I think.
I'll be fine.
Alright, cool. So, end of your turn then, I guess. It's now the Robin's turn. The Robin is dead. Rip. It's now the Badger's turn. The Badger is dead. Rip. It's now the Hunchback's turn. Hunchback is going to attack. However, who is the Hunchback going to attack? Is it going to go for the cheap shot against Ruby because it would get an auto crit with you being prone? No, I don't think that it would. I think that the Hunchback Swan, with an intelligence score of only 8, would not recognize that you had been revived and would assume that you are still dead given that you are lying prone. So it's going to avoid Ruby and it's going to go for Aldrin instead. So the Hunchback Swan attacks at Aldrin.
Punchy honker.
And because he has a multi-attack, he's going to attack twice. Misses with the first one, but connects with the second. And is going to give you 5 damage, Aldrin. You are taken down nearly to 0. You are at 5 HP currently. And with that, we are up to the top of the order once again. As Ruby, you hear in your ear a familiar voice say to you, "You know, I could be your friend if you wanted. We could make all of this go away."
I just feel like just hearing that voice after this completely embarrassing monstrosity of a moment, I'm just going to rage awake.
Cool.
No response, just rage awake.
It is half of your movement to stand up from prone. I assume you would like to do such a thing.
Yes, please.
You stand up. You now are faced with a dead swan and a dead badger, and a hunchback directly in front of you. The hunchback looks basically untouched. The hunchback has taken 1 HP of damage, and it was by a bit of an acid splash that caught it on the shoulder.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm going to do what I probably should have done previously. I just had to clarify what patient defense meant, because I was getting confused by bonus action on my turn. Would have allowed me to dodge some.
Oh, really?
That's fine.
Well,
that's fine.
missed
I'll go
abilities.
through it in a minute.
We chalk that up next.
It's fine. I've just been a silly sausage. So I will just come straight in to quarterstaff the hunchback.
Great stuff. Attack
Here
away.
I am. There it is.
Let's go.
That's great. Now roll damage, please.
Damage. Okey smokes. Oh,
that takes the damage. The hunchback not looking particularly pleased by that, as you crack it right in the spine, as you can see the hunch rising up behind its head. And there we are. You've connected at long last with the hunchback. Is there anything else that you would like to do on your turn?
Importantly, yes. So I'm going to spend a key point for patient defense.
Great.
So this says, you can take the dodge action as a bonus action on your turn.
Great.
So I've had to clarify what that means.
Right.
So I'll use it. So when I've looked online,
Yes.
double check. So basically that means, where is it gone? I believe it gives attacks against me disadvantage.
Right.
Anyone is welcome to correct me, but I believe I had to spend that key point as a bonus action on my turn.
Yeah,
and basically
so
I
that
now
future
flexibly
turns you
dodge.
can now use it.
Yes, so attack
Yeah.
rolls made against the monk have disadvantage as long as I can see them. So say if I'm being attacked from
Yeah.
behind, then I'm being attacked
Well,
from
I would
behind.
say that you can still see them if they're behind you. I'm not going to give you the whole flank thing. That feels
Alright.
disingenuous. If they're within line of sight, regardless of direction, you can see them. We're not going to fuck around with any of that. Okay, so you've still got movement if you want to, but you have already used your action to attack. You do not have an action left to disengage. It's up to you whether you try. Also, the hunchback takes its turn directly before you. You're at the top of the order. It's at the very end of the order. So there's a lot of creatures to go between you and them.
Yeah, so we've currently got the... Is it one Robin up by us? Or is
There's
it
a Wren and a Robin, and the
it's
Robin
a
has been
Wren and a
turned
Robin.
to fucking just mist.
That's fine.
The Robin took 6 damage, and it had 2 HP, so it's more than obliterated. It's been disintegrated.
That's fine. I couldn't tell that it was... I can now see the arms are landscape.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
I will move a tad, actually. I'm going to commit. So I will...
All right.
This is what I would like to do. So I've only got 20. So basically I just want to move here if I can. Without being thrown again.
The hunchback is going
This
to
has
try and attack you.
disadvantage.
It will attack at disadvantage. And it rolls a 15 at disadvantage. That was a 10 and a 12 plus 5. Just so that you get the full clarity there.
Hits.
And it hits you for 8 damage.
Christ's sake. Why did I do this?
Which means that you are dropped to 0 and you are back where you were.
I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just stay here.
Cracking
never mind,
combat.
Don't mind me. I'm an excellent character. Yeah.
You hear a jaunty laugh in what sounds like a bit of a Scottish accent, as you hear in your ear once more. Are you sure I can't persuade you to join and help me? I could help you out right now.
Ruby's too embarrassed and too angry. She's knocked out, but her whole body is seething with anger.
Okay. With that, I would give you a roll of your choice. Doesn't need to be an agreement to join this creature. It just needs to be something that you feel would demonstrate resilience, if you choose to do so. If you want to do so, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're agreeing to go along with anything. It just could be whatever it is that you choose to do. To see whether you might be able to get just a free boon.
I'm thinking Constitution.
Okay. Cool. Get a 10 or above and something good will happen.
Ruby smokes. I'll roll it as a saving throw.
Go for it. A 19.
Hey-o.
Okay.
Damn.
Ruby, you are laying on your back. You feel embarrassed as this is the second time in combat that you have been downed. You're surrounded by your new compatriots who are doing their absolute best. Even the person who's 30 feet in the air is still doing their absolute best to try and bring you up from the brink. You've dropped a second time by trying to flee to safety, and unfortunately, it's not gone 100% your way either of those times. In fact, it's gone 0% your way both of those times. And with this voice ringing in your ear, and the fact that you feel so embarrassed, you feel almost a sense of pity wash over you, with a beneficial sort of intent behind it. As the rest of you, while Ruby is completely unconscious, the rest of you do not see anything different with Ruby. You don't see any change in her demeanor. You don't see her stirring in her sleep or, well, unconscious state. You don't see anything whatsoever. But Isabel and Victor and Aldrin and Briar and Ash, each of you see long, wretched, black, smoke-like hands reaching up from the grass and grabbing each of these creatures and pulling them viciously down through the soil as all of them scream in pain, even the dead ones. And combat is over.
Even the rabbit that's our friend?
The rabbit stays and looks like it's pretty chill. And combat is over.
Come on.
Well, since we are out of combat, I would like to heal Ruby.
Thank you.
So
Yeah,
I
I
will
think
go
I'm gonna run over
ahead
and
and
help them to their feet.
I believe Cure Wounds is my stronger one. Yeah, Cure Wounds. First level.
The rabbit fucks off into the hedgerows, by the way.
Goodbye,
Yeah,
rabbit.
so-
You were scary.
Goodbye,
Ruby will
rabbit.
get points.
Goodbye.
Is the hunchback gone as well?
Oh, yeah, I fucking forgot about that. Hunchback goes as well, yeah. Okay,
And did you take
so...
away a character? Or am I imagining it?
Did I take away your character?
Aldrin's gone. Aldrin's gone.
No, Aldrin's still there.
No,
Victor's not
Victor.
here. Why is Victor gone?
Where's Victor?
The
I
fuck
can see,
is...
oh, they
under
were
right
on top
team,
of
I
each
tried
other.
on-
I've just
Victor's
zoomed out and I can't see you anywhere.
They're on top of
Okay.
each other.
Oh.
There he
I
is.
saw
Oh,
Victor.
right, okay. We had two
Oh,
Victors for a
Victor.
second there. Okay, well, there you are. Great.
I'm on top of them, I believe.
Oh, you
but
were
it
on
won't
top
let me
of
move
somebody.
my icon for some reason.
If you have it selected and you use the WASD keys, then yeah, you can move using WASD. WASD. Okay. Ruby, you are brought back to consciousness. You stand back up again or sit
Yes.
down. What's your first reaction to this?
I'm probably just gonna sit down, but have knees up, sort of thing, and rest an arm on my knees, and
Right. I think that's totally fair.
yeah, and then sort of look at everyone around me, look them in the eyes, and just nod a little bit, and just say, "I'm sorry I failed you guys, but thank you for what you've done." And also look around and go, "How long was I out? Where have they gone?"
So the thing that happened while you were sleeping, they're in the ground.
Oh, you killed them.
Got tugged under
Cool.
by weird hand thingies.
You mean they're literally in the ground, not just dead?
Yeah, they're down there. They went screaming.
The dead ones too.
They were
Oh,
screaming too.
I mean, to
okay.
be honest, it was kind of handy.
It was
I'll-
handy.
I do love
Yeah.
that. As the DM, I have to enjoy that description of the dead ones too.
So, I think we should have approached that hunchback and punched him in the face as a greeting. Maybe this wouldn't have happened.
I'm sorry, I picked the wrong swan.
Can I go and poke the ground near where one of them got pulled into the ground, please?
Yeah, of course. can be whatever roll you want to do. You want perception or insight or arcana or religion, whatever it is you're looking for here.
While Victor's doing that, I'm also going to heal Ruby.
Great.
Thank you.
Spend whatever abilities, spells you want to. You're out of combat. You can do whatever you need to. Victor, whenever you're ready, do whatever roll you want to do. Also, do you need to pick your proficiency for today? Because you get different proficiency, don't you, per day? I think you picked perception last time. Are you muted? I can't hear you.
Wait, who are you asking?
Victor, Steve. Not muted, just not talking. Okay, well, we'll move on with everybody else. What does everybody else want to do? Victor's poking at the ground. We're just waiting for what is going to happen with that.
Aldrin needs to rest and regain hit points.
Well, you have only just woken up from a long rest, so you probably won't be
Yeah.
able to short rest until you make it some distance down the road. But you're welcome to spend whatever ability points you need to, or, you know, spell slots to try and gain some health back.
Yeah, Aldrin kind of has no heals.
Right. Okay. Well, with the end of
I-
combat, yeah, go on.
I was going to say, can I do some investigation to try to figure out where they came from? Like the creatures that were angry,
Sure, yeah.
not the hands.
Yeah. Give me a nature check. You don't really know. You were unconscious when they arrived. It was dark, and when you woke up, it seemingly they were there. Even if you were on that watch, as I explained to Aldrin, because I don't remember whether you said you were on second watch or first.
I was asleep myself.
You were
but
asleep.
yeah.
So then, if you were asleep, then to
Aldrin
you,
was on
you
second.
woke up. But Aldrin was the person who saw them sort of just there.
So can Aldrin do a nature check? Because I'll...
Of course, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you did it twice.
Oh.
Okay,
Whoopsie.
so you got 13 on the first of those rolls. They didn't seem like they were normal creatures, shall we say? I'm guessing Steve's having technical difficulties because you popping in and out of voice chat and Foundry. So we're going to let Steve do what Steve needs to do. But yeah, you Aldrin, at the very least, you don't recall ever seeing animals being like that. You've lived in the swamps, the Desherga swamp, for as long as you've been alive, which is a considerable amount of time for a standard mortal. Not so much for an elf. But you've never really seen even the rabid ones go that hard. These were hulking monstrosities. They were huge compared to their normal, regular, natural counterparts. There's no reason why they should have been that way, and there's no reason why they should have attacked all of you all at once. All that you can really perhaps surmise is that the Hunchback might have had something to do with it, but you don't really know for sure.
These creatures were quite unusual. I think something's at play here. That fellow was odd too. He was like half of a bird.
And he didn't talk.
Yeah.
Now,
Kind of barely honked.
let me just see. Steve, are you back now? Okay. That's a no, because I'm not getting any voice feedback. I don't know what's going on with that. So we'll move on with this, and we'll say that whatever Steve wanted to do as part of their checks, there we go. There you are. All right. So what check was it in particular that you wanted to do? You can roll it now before we move on.
Yeah.
Whatever kind of check you think you are trying to apply in this moment.
I don't know. I think it might be
Nature or religion or perception or...
It was going to be probably an Arcana, even though I'm
Okay.
not good at it. I think that would make sense.
Right.
Or an
So I can
investigation
roll
check,
for you if you like,
maybe just
in
check
case
my
your
tools.
thing is fucked. So you've got Arcana is +3 and Investigation is +7. Which would you rather? Steve?
If you could, that would be great. Yeah.
Which one?
If you could roll,
you
that
didn't
would
say
be
anything.
fantastic.
Yes, but which one? Arcana or Investigation? Hello? Steve? We're losing you. Steve?
Do an investigation.
Okay.
I think there may be a slight delay.
Yes, there is a little bit. Okay, so 17 on the investigation check. Victor has investigated plenty in his time. He's worked for a big company. He's relatively high up on the chain. He's been to big events like the one in High Falls, speaking to the Snow Queen. But in this case, this is something a little bit outside of your book. It's something that you've not really had to deal with before. You've seen and you've heard of things that have gone bump in the night. You've never quite seen it with your own eyes, and you've certainly never seen it in broad daylight. So this is a little bit too new for you. What you do see with your investigation, there's no residue on the grass. There's no hole in the ground. There's no softness underfoot. It feels like firm ground with good soil, with grass and whatever greenery and shrubbery there may be in its place. You don't really feel like the earth was split asunder. You just feel like these things were here a second ago and then they were not. And they were not in really explicit fashion. So I think your investigation of 17 gives you a bit, but only enough to tell you that you don't know shit. So I think that's probably fair.
Okay, these things have vanished. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we're going to... Yeah, go on.
Apologies. I just wanted to do a cheeky bit of RP. Is that all right?
Go for it.
Basically, Ruby, after this absolute awful bit, and then there's this weirdness happen when she was conked out and prone, just needs to go take a moment, especially with the voice in her head. And Ruby finds either the nearest rocky outcrop or a tree that's a bit away from these guys, and is just going to have a cheeky little recenter and wail a bit on the tree to sort of try and rediscipline herself a tad.
Great.
Sort of like maybe pop over here and just take some time pummeling an inanimate object or, living creature.
We love that.
That's a plant.
Well, Isabel sees that and thinks it's a good idea just because. And I just go to a nearby tree and use my axe to just pound it for no reason.
Okay. So we have
Nice.
some light casual deforestation and yeah. Does anybody else need to do anything to center themselves, or any other checks or investigation rolls that anybody else wishes to do?
I mean, I already did my check, and I don't think I'll find anything more.
All right. So with that, then we will move on to our encounter roll for this evening. Of course, we have these encounters on the D8, and we need to see which next friend you're going to meet. Friend or foe, or indifferent, who's to know?
If there's another bird involved, I think Ruby may riot.
They just got me the chicken chaser.
I'm looking at my list, and there is a bird on the list. So yes, there might be. But we'll
They're
wait
just
and
doing all
see.
these birds because of me.
We'll wait and see whether that transpires. So we've got a D8 to roll. And again, just to remind you, a 7 and an 8 means that nothing eventful happens and you have a clear encounter on your way towards Dreidel. Remember, that is the end goal in sight for this initial mission. Every other number on the die, however, will give you a corresponding encounter with a specific NPC that is of my making or of my finding and reshaping. But one way or another, you may find something or you may find nothing. So let's do the roll. And that is a 2. So...
Cool.
Or
Oh,
turn?
fucking hell. Oh my
or
god, this is so fucking... This was not planned. This was not planned to be this. This was a roll of a die. However, you do see a very resplendent looking Kenku walking down the trail. Kenku, of course, is a bird creature. Let me show you this. So you see this creature walking down the path. They're 4 foot tall, sort of crow-like Kenku. They're wearing an orange silk robe, and they've got a golden neck chain with this enormous ruby set in it. And they're just walking freely. They sort of look crow-like, sort of magpie-ish. But yeah, they walk in your direction. And you each see them walking towards you. Is there anything in particular that you would like to say or do, I guess?
another bird.
And that's for the viewing audience at home. This is what they're all seeing.
Ruby
All the
stops
birds.
punching or pummeling the tree to turn around and look towards who's coming, and then just starts slowly walking towards them in a vaguely intimidating manner, but not a full-on intimidation. She's just making herself look big and scary, basically, like some cats do when they see a threat.
Great. You see this this Kenku sort of look towards you with a quizzical look, tilting their head slightly,
Oh, no.
and they go, "Hello, who are you?"
Hello,
Hello!
I'm Ruby. Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Ruby. Who are you?
I
Ruby, there's
am
no point.
Daitsu Moss.
Daitsu Moss.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Do you
Wanna
do
trade?
you know where trade?
Wanna trade?
What do you have?
Wanna trade?
What do you have to trade?
They move their beak underneath the long chain that they're wearing and sort of like lift it up. Wanna trade?
For
I
what?
am flying close by just to keep an eye on this because I don't trust it.
Daitsu turns towards Ash and goes, "Hello!
Yeah,
Who
you're
are
using borrowed
you?"
words. Hi.
Is it possible to like do if they've made made
You
this
you all, by the way, you've encountered Kenku before in your travels. Kenku are a bird creature that they're sentient, they're sort of, humanoid birds, but they also only speak by imitation of words that they've heard before. They can't speak their own words, they have to have heard something to say it.
Yeah, that's why I said you're
as
using
they've-
borrowed words.
Borrowed words.
As they've gestured the necklace or chain sort of closer towards us, can I like do a little bit of a check to see if it looks like it's real or if there's any weirdness
Sure.
to it? If I'm close
Yeah,
enough?
do whatever check. Want to trade?
Investigation check. Oh, 16.
Investigation check of 16. To the best of your ability, you would say that this thing looks real as fuck.
Can I
Um,
do an insight
Big ass
check on
ruby, and it's gold.
It's a ruby.
It's a big old ruby, and it is gold.
It's a big old ruby. Okay.
Where
Bigger
have
than
you
bigger than your
traded?
fist. Bigger than your fist.
Can upon seeing this and twigging it's a ruby and it's real, I'll go, I will trade. I will trade with you, Daitsu.
Want to trade?
And then I have a one gold piece. I'd like to take my one gold piece out of my little pack and gesture it towards Daitsu. Trade?
You can't do better.
Ooh. I don't know if I can.
They turn their head quizzically to you and then look away towards the rest of the crowd. Want to trade?
Can I do an insight check on it?
Insight, yeah, sure. I'm assuming on the bird and not on the ruby.
Yeah, on the bird.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with an insight check of 18, you can see that this bird is above board. I'll even give anybody here a history check if you'd like.
Yeah, let's go.
Sure, let's do that.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not good at it, but
never mind.
clearly.
Briar with a roll of 22. In the circles that your family have been in, you have definitely heard tell of Daitsu Moss. Daitsu Moss is a renowned Kenku for the ability that they have seemingly found out of nothing to find things in their magpie-ish way and then trade with people and trade up every time. If you've ever heard IRL of the story of one red paperclip, that person in real life, in our world, actually managed to go from trade to trade to trade from a single red paperclip to owning their own house. This is that kind of a thing. So Daitsu has managed to amass wealth and belongings and possessions so that they could keep trading up, essentially. And it seems like at this point in time, you've found them with a lovely silk robe and an even lovelier gold chain with a fucking huge ruby. The rest of you don't recognize this with your rolls. Even Aldrin's 18, this was a 20 to know it. But Briar, you certainly have heard of this person. Aldrin, I think you sort of, something's twigging here, but you can't quite put your finger on it. The rest of you, no clue,
Where
unless
have
Briar
you
says it.
traded before?
Everywhere!
I have a quick question.
You've got a question?
No, for the DM, not for him.
Oh, okay.
So I have dexterity tools of wood carvers. Could I maybe whittle like a likeness of Daitsu and try to trade that? What would I need to roll?
You would just roll the tool check. So it's basically proficiency bonus plus a nat 20 even. Okay, so you deftly pull out this wood carving thing without even looking. You're just looking at your subject the whole time, who looks at you with this quizzical expression, and without even looking, you just carve and whittle away until moments later you're left with a perfect likeness, even a flattering likeness of Daitsu, with the plumage looking just right and the beautiful crenellations and stuff all over the feathers and the lovely like filigrees around the beak. Everything looks resplendent and gorgeous, and even the grain of the wood seems to be lending itself to this task, as it looks like it outlines eyes on the sides as well. And Daitsu looks at this and is like, "Want to trade?
Trade?
Want to trade?" Lifts
Yes,
up the
trade,
chain.
and I hold it out.
It lifts up the chain so much that it flips it off the top of its head, and it's just dangling from its beak now.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up.
Want to
and
trade? Trade?
I hold out the carving, and I hold out my other empty hand to trade.
It drops the chain into your hand. Trade?
And I
And
hand
snatches the thing
over-
out of the other.
Oh, okay. Well, fine then.
Yes!
Thank you.
Thank you.
I go over to Ruby and I give Ruby the necklace.
Ruby is like no one, for context, no one has really ever given Ruby anything, let alone anything she deems so valuable as this. So struggles to know how
as
to
I
respond.
hand it to Ruby, I say, "It's your name. It's yours."
And so Ruby looks at Ash and just gives the most heartfelt thank you. In her head, she's like, oh, maybe I can give Ash something that's their name, and then realizes how that sounds and just stumbles and just goes, thank you. I will return the favor for your no. Thank you, Ash. Thank you.
Look, you
Thank
died
you, Ash.
twice during that fight. It's the least I could do.
Deitsu, with this new carving in hand, as they turn to walk south, say behind them, I love your friends.
Oh no. Poor Ruby. Oh no.
Do we?
Ruby.
What does that
Ruby.
mean?
Do
Ruby.
we hear? We haven't heard this before, have we?
You have not,
No.
no.
Okay,
Ruby
so
No,
I
knows.
what
don't
does
think
that
anything
mean?
of it.
Ruby just doesn't. Even though as rude as she feels to Ash right now, she just goes straight after Datesu and
Mhm.
and just asks, "You, where have you heard your friends? Who are your friends?"
My friends are not many.
How many?
Few.
Few. I mean, I'll be your friend, Datesu. I'll be your friend.
They promised more friends. But I do not have more friends.
Right. Who is they? Who are they? Datesu, who are they?
Shadow person.
Person? Like you, Datesu, or like me, or like any of these guys?
A sort of dull glaze goes over their eyes, and they sort of don't really answer.
Okay. A person like what, Datesu? A person like what? Just really tensely.
You see Daitsu stare into the middle distance, tilt their head backwards and forwards. Without an insight roll, you can tell that they're trying to think of the word that would best match this, and they can't really think of anything. And then after a moment, you see their eyes light up, and like wherever eyebrows would be on a bird, you see them raise. And Daitsu goes, "The spider.
Spider.
The spider.
Like a spider. How big?
Vast.
Vast.
Vast. And old.
How old, Datesu?
Older than old."
Right. Ancient, Datesu? Could they be ancient?
Daitsu nods. "Yes."
Okay. Okay. Have you met them? Yes?
"No, they met me."
Oh, in and maybe Ruby says this slightly quieter,
Mm-hmm.
even though potentially people can hear, but says
Okay.
did they meet you in a dream, Datesu? Were you asleep?
Everybody fully hears that. That's not even attempting a whisper. But yeah, you all hear that. You can all decide
I don't
whether
know how
you
to whisper
pretend
on
whether
this.
or not to say it. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. If you did whisper that, then you can roll a stealth, and we can see
Yeah,
whether
I was
people would
trying
get
to,
it.
but I didn't want to whisper
No
on
problem, no
Discord.
problem.
Thank
So yeah,
you.
give me a stealth roll, and if it beats everyone's passives, okay, great. That beats everybody's passive perceptions. So unless everybody here is making active perception checks to try and find out what Ruby is saying specifically, you don't hear this. So yeah, you whisper this to Daitsu, who nods, but doesn't catch your eye. Sort of looks away.
Okay. I'm just gonna loudly again just be like, but thank you, Datesu. Where are you
Thank
going? Are
you, and
you?
looks over towards Ash and lifts the thing up in their beak.
I wave at Daitsu and I say, "Thank you, Daitsu. Let's meet again."
Friend?
Yes, friend.
Friend? Yes.
I go over to Daitsu and I pat them on the shoulder and I say, "Friend."
Friend. Daitsu hugs you tight.
Oh, okay.
They're only 4 foot tall, so their head really only comes to your like chest. But yeah, they hug you, and they take their little whittled bird of themselves and stare at it lovingly, and then look back at you and give whatever the approximation of a bird smiling with a beak would be. But they look back, they sort of catch themselves for a moment as Ruby, you see that they recognize that you're still stood there, and they remember what that whole conversation was about, and you see a look of horror and despondency wash over their face as they just look into the middle distance again.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say thank you, Daitsu. Go well on your travels.
Thank you.
No worries. May we meet
Remember,
again,
Daisy,
Daitsu.
we're all friends.
Friend? Friend!
All of us friends.
All friends!
Friends.
Yes.
All friends.
Friendly to friend.
Goodbye!
Safe
Goodbye,
travels.
Daitsu.
She steps over towards Ruby and whispers to you, be careful where you walk. And then walks off.
I'm assuming no one else heard that. Was that just to me?
I'll give them a roll. That was a 5. Everybody heard that.
Daitsu hasn't heard someone whisper before.
Oh no.
No, unfortunately not. That was very loud. Daitsu has only mimicked people who speak incredibly loudly. But yeah, so somewhat of a fruitful encounter, should we say. Even with it being a bird, you ended up with a ruby the size of your fist and some information about this person that wants to be friends with you, apparently. Now,
I'm gonna fly now because I don't want to step on anything.
okay, fair enough. So
I'm just kind of gonna hover above ground.
with that being your last encounter roll before you reach Dreedle, is there anything in particular that any of you wish to do as you approach the city of Dreedle itself? Before I go on describing what it looks like.
As we pass the stream, Ruby just wants to take a quick wash of her hands and check her hand wraps after everything and recenter herself again.
So
after
there's a
that
lot
very-
of badger blood on your hand wraps.
Yeah, I imagine so. I nearly just said I fisted a badger.
No. That's that didn't happen.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No.
Worse. It's even
That's
worse. 'Cause
definitely
in
worse.
IRL, my best friend's nickname is Badger, so it's
Yeah.
even a terrible connotation.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Real life meat
So-
puppet. No.
Oh yeah, lovely. So Ruby's just going to wash her hands and adjust her
Great
hand
stuff.
wraps, making sure that's all okay, and puts the chain underneath her hood. So
Mhm.
really, you can't see it. It's tucked under her
Great.
wrap and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just resting on her chest, I imagine.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, we approach the city of Dreedle. As you all walk within sort of spitting distance of this place, you notice that the as you did before, as you approached the wasteland where you initially saw the holy man. In this case, you are also seeing sort of a barren wasteland again. There's sparse grass. There's no trees. The trees that are here are just sort of dead twigs. And the city itself doesn't even look to have any kind of farmland, even a attempted farmland. The walls are guarded, but I will give everybody an insight check who wishes to do so as we approach Dreedle City. And for those on stream, I'm actually going to swap over to the battle map so that you can see this new map that we're on.
Another 20. It's dirty though.
A dirty 20 and a dirty 22.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, so Ash and Briar, this is not something that you really focus on so much, really. This is something that you kind of sometimes notice some places and sometimes don't. In many cases, it's sort of the kind of thing that might give you a cause for relief, depending on your personality type, I guess. But both of you notice a distinct lack of children. There are no kids anywhere in or around Dreidel. It's all adults. And that's unusual for a city. For a city of this size, similar to Ironfront's level of size, but not quite. Ironfront is, a big business and commercial city. That's why it's so big. This, you would surmise it's difficult to have any kind of success in business when there's no crops anywhere to be able to sell. How are you supposed to feed any animals? It's difficult, There's got to be some way around that. But as you approach the north end of this city, walking down flagstone, through dirt and sand, no grass in sight. There is water, but it's all murky. You get to this end of town. To your left, you see 2 abandoned houses completely covered in cobwebs. The doors are open to you. On your right, you see that there is a bank. And further down, you see towards the end of this street, right there as I'm pinging it, there is what looks to be the sign that says Rumpelstiltskin's Random Wares.
Ah, I know that name. I need to speak to that person.
Okay. Is there anything that any of you are outwardly saying about, Ash and Briar? You notice that there are no kids. Do you say that out loud, or do you just sort of keep it to yourselves?
Can I try
Yeah, I
roll
think I
perception?
would note it.
As you go about your business here, you notice that there is still movement. There are adults that are walking around, guards and stuff on patrol. So these are going to be milling about. But so to save me from always moving these tokens, we'll just say that there are commoners walking backwards and forwards, and there are people going in and out of shops. Up to you how you approach what you approach. What would you like to say, sorry?
Briar would whisper to the group, have any of you guys noticed that there are just no kids anywhere? There's no children.
What time of day is it? Sorry.
Midday.
Perhaps they are in school?
You'd think you'd see
Or worship?
a couple at least in the streets running around. There's none. No noise, no kids screaming or playing. There's nothing.
Even at home,
Maybe-
there was
maybe
It's
they're
a
all
little
little.
eerie.
Something feels off.
We're
Something's felt off since I left.
Can I try to roll a perception to try to figure out what's going on?
I wouldn't say that a perception would really do it. Investigation or maybe history? Investigation. So a dirty 20
Hey,
investigation.
another dirty 20.
So you have heard of there being few children in places. You've heard of there being no children in places. You've never really gone that far north in your exploration or knowledge, though, to be able to pull this on the spot. It would need a history check for that. But with your investigation and your insight, you could tell that there's no natural means by which this would happen. This would be some influence would have, some external influence would have caused this. No parent would allow their child to not be in and around the city. No kid would want to be stuck inside all day. That's just against the nature of parents and children. This seems like it's completely aberrant
Being from
to that. Yeah.
Being from the kind of, am I the next city over? I suppose.
It's like so by carriage it would have normally been like a week's journey, but because you guys have been really fucking booking it and trying to get there as quickly and safely as possible, you've managed to make it in like a few days, just on foot. So this is quite a significant distance.
Okay. Would I have heard anything within my own city about this city? Is what I was trying to get at.
Give me a history check. Give me a history check.
Cool.
You've heard things about Dreidel. You've not heard much though. Usually the things that you hear are the kind of things that people talk about in taverns, I assume. And there's not really a lot of talk about somewhere like this. People tend to talk about their own lives and their own matters, and if they don't live in and around Dreidel, why would they bring it up? Apart from just gossip, and what do you gossip about another city that's very far away? You know, if you don't have the means and money to get around, then you're not going to have been there to find any stories about it. By and large, people tend to be quite poor. So yeah, that's as much as you know. Anybody else trying to figure anything out? And I will say that any further open discussion about this will require a stealth check so that people walking past you don't hear it.
Yeah, Aldrin would be trying to investigate and check out the area around where Rumpelstiltskin's name is appearing.
Okay, so you're gonna head over towards there?
There.
Are you just walking over?
Kind of watching, moving a little bit closer, but not too far from the group.
Well, how about this? Just you guys move your tokens wherever it is that you would want to be going in this city. Nobody at the moment has seemed hostile to you. They're all just going about their day and their business. There's been guards on the walls, but they've not particularly cared too much to stop you or ask you about your business. They're just letting you get on with what you want to get on with. So if you want to be moving anywhere, just move your token there. And we can describe what you're doing as you get there.
I'm looking for a certain person, aren't I?
You are looking for Friedrich Ratzenberger, and Ruby was tasked with making sure you got here and back safe.
Okay, so why don't we just ask the nearest person where they may be, because not like we've got an address or anything, is that?
Okay. So go up to whoever you want to and ask, I guess.
Okay. Well, I've got this bloke here.
Yep. It's a passing commoner.
Excuse me, sir.
Aye.
Could you tell me where... I keep forgetting his name, sorry.
It's Friedrich Ratzenberger.
Where Friedrich Ratzenberger lives.
A look of astonishment appears on this guy's face, followed swiftly by a look of anger and disgust, and he spits on the ground and walks away from you.
I just turn back to the others and say, what did I say?
So seeing that
sure.
reaction, Ruby just eats a little bit closer to Isabel.
All I'm asking is to try to figure out where this guy is.
Anything that anybody else is doing while this is going on?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the group. I'm actually gonna back up some.
Okay. So Isabel, you're still in your investigative mode. Aldrin, you're heading forward to find out about Rumpelstiltskin. Anything that Briar and Victor are heading on to?
I think I want to try and get ahead of the group, looking kind of inconspicuous. And as I go towards, are those two guards at the top? Sorry.
Yeah, they're guards. Yeah, they're just patrolling guards. They're just walking around.
So I'm basically trying to like look inconspicuous, so like blending in and listen to what if people are talking.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Give me a look check.
A little closer to the guards and see if I can eavesdrop.
Just give me a look check. We'll say odds. They're not talking about anything. Evens they are. Just do /R d20.
Why is it roll /roll?
You can do /R. It doesn't need to be /roll.
Mm.
Lovely. So odds, was it they're not talking about something, and evens they are? So yeah, they're just silent at the moment.
Okay.
Just going about their day, their business. They continue on through their patrol.
Okay. Then
The area out front of Rumpelstiltskin's place seems to be clear at this point, and there are windows that look in. You can see that there is a man stood by one of the shelves in there from this distance, Victor, and there appears to be a squat, short-looking goblin behind the counter.
okay. And it looks open, right?
Yeah, it's got like a bell above the door. It looks like it's open a crack. Yeah, lights on inside. The door's sort of open a crack. There's a bell. You can see that someone's recently opened it because it's sort of still letting the draft in. But yeah, you can see Rumpelstiltskin's random wares in there.
Try and catch the group's attention.
Yep.
And just like gesture to the door as though I'm like asking them from a little bit of a distance if we're going in here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where I need to head.
I'll head up towards Victor since he's gestured.
All right. So Ruby's heading up. That leaves Ash and Briar behind, or are you heading up as well?
I'm moving on up.
All right. Isabel, are you going with? Isabel? Are you muted?
I think they might be AFK for a moment.
Okay. Well, we'll just say that everybody's sort of moving on, I guess. Okay, you are.
I am, sorry.
No problem. Was there anything in particular that you wanted to hang back for, or are you going with the group at this point?
I'm still stunned that somebody responded to a completely reasonable question with a spit.
Yes, I can imagine that would be a little shocking, especially for Isabel. Okay, well, the door is open. You may enter at your will. It is a shop, after all. It's up to you whether you go inside and what it is that you say or do.
I kind of straighten my coat up, and I'll unhook where I was carrying my sword on my back, and then fasten it around my waist so I look more presentable, and then walk in.
Lovely.
I
Who's
don't
going
look
in first, if
sensible and I
anybody?
don't care.
And there's a goblin at the desk.
There is. Is there anybody going in particular? Anyone going in? What's the marching order is basically what I want to know. Who's going in first, second, third, all of that?
I think I was going first, yeah. I think that was kind of the plan after I got a bit of consensus from the group that we were going in. I think I would have just naturally tidied myself up and walked in.
Lovely.
I can go in
Aldrin would
afterwards.
follow after.
Okay. For those people that are going
Ruby's
inside,
be in the back.
this is Rumpelstiltskin to the group, so you can see him. There he is for stream. He wears his clothing as armor in folds with an inset gem at the neck. He's got a monocle, he's got male pattern baldness, he's got long ears, long nose, and a pointy chin. And as you each walk in, what do you do or say?
Good afternoon.
Hello?
God damn it. I'm not to Rumpelstiltskin to you.
God damn it!
It's difficult not to stay quiet. Hi. I myself and my friends, we were wondering if you could help us. A few people seem a little unhelpful around town, so we were looking for perhaps some directions.
What directions are you looking for?
I mean, personally, I was wondering if you knew where to find Merlin.
Merlin? Merlin's not been around these parts for some time. How about I interest you in some wares? There's a lot of wares around.
We were robbed on the road. I'm a little short on cash. Do you perhaps know where Merlin lived or stayed that I could maybe have a look?
You see his eyes darting around the group. He is going to make a perception check to see whether what you're saying is true about you having nothing. He's looking for coin purses. He's looking for whatever might be weighing heavy in your hands. He's looking for gems. He wants to see what you're carrying. And he gets a 19. He looks and sees... how well are you trying to hide the ruby, Ruby?
I mean, I'm not so daft. I can't remember what I'd rolled, but I'm not so daft that I wouldn't have tried to hide it.
Right.
Under my wraps. So I guess in my head, when I'm looking at Ruby, probably the gem, I guess, is underneath the logo.
Okay.
Honestly, nestled between whatever chest type thing Ruby has, really. Her
Give
pecs,
me...
we'll say.
Right. Give me a stealth check, then.
Thank you.
It's not going to be with advantage, but you do manage to hide it well enough with a 24 versus the 19 perception. Very good. That Rumpelstiltskin doesn't seem to have grasped the fact that you're essentially hiding this. However, he is going to do an insight check against you, Victor, to see whether you're lying. Because he's looking around, and it's unusual for a group of 6 people to walk into a shop with nothing to barter with. So he's going to roll, and he rolls a 7 against your deception. Please give me a deception roll, Victor, and we'll see whether you can beat a 7. You roll particularly high normally. This shouldn't be a problem. 13 deftly beats the insight of a goblin. And he looks to each of you and says, "Well then, what have you got to trade for? Information is still a barter, isn't it?"
I mean, I could carve you a wooden likeness of yourself if you wanted.
He brings out a tray underneath the desk that's just got, like, endless odds and ends, all of them looking like carvings of himself. "I'm sorry, my dear, but I've got that one covered." A little bit of snot bubble pops out of his nose as he laughs.
Disgusting. What can we see in the shop? Is there anything obviously around?
There are, in fact, 10 different objects around, yes.
Okay.
There are blades, there's a candle, there's a cloak, there's some slippers, there's a hat, there's a potion, there's a gem, etc. There's some armor. It's just assorted things. If you want to go through all of them, we can describe each, but if there's any of that you're interested in, or anything in particular that you feel like you're looking for, then let me know.
Could you describe the cloak for me?
I can describe the cloak. So the cloak is a cloak that's sort of... It's made of feathers in its construction. It's incredibly... It's got like a shimmer and a gleam to it that sort of... It's hard to focus your eyes on it, particularly. But you have a sense that by its wearing that there might be something that you would get from it.
Okay. Ruby at least wants to just touch the cloak, because if it's quite unusual to look at, it's curiosity that did kill. Of just has to touch the thing. Has to touch the cloak.
Give me
9 lives.
I mean, you've already used 2 of them today. Give me too soon. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. This won't be good.
8.
Told you.
You don't really know exactly what this does. You have a sense that it might be a benefit of some kind to you, but you couldn't really say how or what. But you get the idea that maybe this, has hidden depths that are yet to be plumbed.
Okie dokie. Thank you. Yet to be plucked, if you will.
Yes, that too. This, by the way, is it has a name. he looks over and goes, "Oh yes, the Tenin cloak. Oh, I love a bit of cloak, me. It's brilliant. That it's made of raven's feathers. It makes you really perceptive and very quick. I think somebody of your stature would really enjoy that, don't you think? What's your name, by the way? I'm Rumpelstiltskin."
Oh, hello. I'm Ruby, and yes, speed is enjoyable. I do agree.
What have you got to trade?
I'm I'm not sure if I have anything too interesting to you. I imagine this is worth a pretty penny.
Hmm. I like you. I might just give you this one for free. First one on the house for you. Yeah, why don't we do that? I'll give every one of you one of these things for free. It encourages repeat business, doesn't it?
I will remember this, Rumpelstiltskin. I
Oh.
greatly appreciate this. Thank you.
I would like to roll insight, please.
Yeah, go for it.
same.
Yeah.
Same.
I don't wear cloaks. I don't wear cloaks.
Okay.
Another dirty 20.
Dirty 20 and a dirty 21. Anyone else wanting to do insight?
So, would like
18.
to try and check the potion after the
Yeah.
insight check.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
not sure
you
if
can give me
Ruby
that roll
is
now
gonna
if you'd like.
Sure. What roll would you like?
It would be your alchemy tools, like your poisoner's kit. Isabel getting a 4. Isabel thinks all of this is perfectly above board.
I'm not. I guess I should do an insight check, but I'm not sure Ruby is in.
I don't think you're really in
she's
that
not-
mindset at the moment. No.
No, she's been told she's been given something for free,
Yeah.
and she's thinking she's having a terrible time, but
Yeah.
everything's going up. So I'm just not gonna
I
do a
think
check.
that if you did do one, you would have to do it at disadvantage just based on that fact alone.
I can do
So,
one at disadvantage.
It's your choice.
But
Yeah.
I'm happy to not do one.
Go for it.
I'll do one with disadvantage. So I just roll twice, do I?
And you roll, well, yeah, you would roll it and then you click the down arrow next to it in chat to do the disadvantage, or you could just click it twice.
Obvious.
But either way, yeah, we're all clever enough here. We're smart to, smart enough to figure out that the number lower is the one that we take. And it's a 7, which is not great. However, with our 20 and 20 and 21, you see a goblin at their trade. This is somebody who has something to give and something to gain in return. You couldn't be sure exactly what this guy is getting from this, based on insight alone. He has the demeanor of somebody who is eager for you to try his wares, at the very least. But yeah, you don't really fully, truly gather, based on just looking at his demeanor, what this is all about. You might have to probe a little bit deeper to find that out. Maybe ask a question or two.
I'm gonna ask Rumpelstiltskin, why are you trying to turn our phrases?
What do you mean?
Did I say that right?
I'm not sure you have. How about something for you, though?
What do you want in return?
Oh, just repeat business is all I care about. I think that you love some of this. Are you an armor person? Are you a sword person?
No. I am a druidic person.
Oh, when I've got armor that's leather, you might like that, no?
Out of character, is leather armor light or medium?
It's light armor.
I don't know. It might hinder my flying.
You can tell by looking at it that it's got holes for wings. Medium and heavy armor completely stop you from flying, whereas some light armors you can still, so long as there's ability in there. This would give you the ability to wear the armor and also to fly. But yeah, it's up to you if you want to inquire further. Otherwise, he looks around the room and says to everybody, Well, the Tenning Cloak has been claimed by your lovely friend over here. We also have the Murine Blade, which to everybody looks like a dagger made up of bones. We also have the Light of Atlantis. He holds up a candle. How about the Voidant Barleycorns? A pair of silken slippers. The Diminishing Blade is very nice. I like this one. Holds up an adamantine blade. You know adamantine is a material that is indestructible. The Corrine hat he lifts up with his other hand. With his full hands, he gestures over towards the Gem of Compelling Union. Puts his other things down so that he can pick up the potion. The Potion of Transposition. Points towards the armor that he's trying to get you to get, Ash. The Armor of Separation. And finally points over towards the Sword of Vengeance.
I kind of look around at everybody like, what do we do? Norm, I'm gonna say to Rumpelstiltskin real quick. We don't normally get things for free. There's give and take in nature.
Yes, I'd rather pay my way.
I'd rather you pay your way too, but you seem to be despondent on that point. So I'm giving it to you for free, with the promise that next time, if you're happy with my wares, that you come back bearing coin. How does that shiver your timbers?
How about...
my timbers are not cold, thank you. They're warm.
How about...
I like you!
For information, I will promise to do all my shopping here.
If you take one of these items, I will give you information. One question per item. How does that sound?
So you're giving us an item and information?
Of course!
Too good to be true is how that sounds.
Oh, something that is too good to be true is usually just very good. That's the way that the phrase goes. I'm very familiar with it.
Oh, this doesn't sound dodgy at all.
I think that you're up to one, you are. What's your name, you with the X?
Isabel.
Isabel, is it? Oh, what a lovely name. I reckon this hat would be nice on you.
Hats don't do it for me, thank you.
Well, suit yourself. How about the slippers?
Help someone?
You've got a lovely book bag. How about the candle? It might help to light your reading at night.
I mean, Ruby has the cloak, and it seems fine, right?
Yeah. I mean, nothing's happened yet. I mean, anything that's worn or anything like that, you would need to like get attuned to, which takes an hour. But we can say that an hour passes and you can wear it in the shop and then see what happens. We just fast forward time and you all just mill about doing your shit, whatever you want to do. I'm just very aware of time because we're getting on towards the end of the session at this point.
Okay, then I think our hands are a little tired. May I...
At the look of the Murine blade, the one made of bones, you can see that it is glowing.
Okay, then may I hold it?
Of course! Please do! It's brilliant in your hand, isn't it? You pick it up and you can see that it's like a... The handle is made of like skull and ribcage, and the blade is a long pointed tail. And it's all bones. But yeah, it glows in your hand. The glow doesn't change.
Do I feel anything when I hold it?
No.
Okay. It's a little kind of counter to my aesthetic. But if you insist and I can inquire as to where Merlin's house would be, then I will take you up on your offer.
You can place the blade into your inventory if you so wish. I'll mark these down and I'll make them. I'll make them all. I think actually I do have them ready. Pretty sure I've got them in a list. Yeah, I do. Right. Okay. So we've got the Tenin Cloak has gone to Ruby. We've got the Murine Blade has gone to Victor. So the Murine Blade, mechanically, is a dagger with +2 bonus.
Okay.
What is the thing with the armor? I'm gonna ask.
The armor? Okay. Well, this armor is very good. You can choose either bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage that you are resistant to. Of course, you need to wear it and get attuned to it for that effect to happen. But you get it and you are resistant, yeah.
I mean, that sounds pretty good.
Oh, it is good, my dear. I love it, I do. If I weren't wearing such beautiful armour myself and weren't so short in stature, I might be wearing this one myself.
In that case, yeah, I will accept it.
You will accept it, okay.
For my question.
So yeah, each person that's gotten one item so far, you each get a question each.
Could you tell me where I could find Sir Curly?
Oh, that's easy. Sir Curly is with the mayor at the moment. Mayor of Dreedle.
Oh, I'm new here. I'm sorry. I don't know where anything is in this town.
Sorry, my dear. One question per item. Who is next?
I mean, I'm grateful for the cloak, Rumpelstiltskin.
You're very welcome, my dear. It is fetching on you, I would say as well.
Thank you. I guess one thing. Well, I noticed when I walked in, or one of my party noticed, and I think it's more of a trivial question, really. Is there a reason there aren't any children in this town? It seems a bit strange to not hear children playing, really.
Oh, well, there's a lot to that question. It's up to you whether you want to know about the history of the town or the history of the person that caused it.
I'd like to know about the person who caused it, truthfully.
Ah, well, he used to go by a different name. He used to be known in this town as the Pied Piper. He got a little bit, up the wrong way with the town's inhabitants and decided that because they didn't pay him for getting rid of the rats, that he would bring the rats back and take the children to Elysia. And, well, the Fairy Queen granted all of them would stay, but she kind of weaseled the contract, and now all of their children always stay. He goes by a different name these days.
Would that be Ratzenberger by any chance?
You'd have to pick up an item for that question.
Can I just insight check him to see if he's giving away anything at all?
You can certainly try.
I'm certainly trying. There's definitely
17 insight check. Okay. And we're going to roll his deception. Blah, 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 blah.
45.
45. No. In fact, he rolled an 8.
Close.
I just need a confirmation or a denial, pretty much.
some level of recognition of that name came up in his eyes. You can't tell whether that's the name of that person or not. But he knows the name. He knows the name. You only get like surface level reactions. You don't get like the inner mind and the inner workings with an insight check. Even a good one, you're not going to get every single thing that a person is thinking. You're only going to get, recognition or deception or embarrassment. It's emotion. It's not detail, So he seems to have some level of emotional reaction to that name, but as he's explained, you would have to pick up an item to actually, understand what's going on.
In that case, can I inquire? I'm not saying I'm taking them. I'm inquiring about the adamantite weapons, whatever they are.
The adamantine blade?
Yeah, what's that? What's the story of that?
Sorry, I'm just making a note of all this. The adamantine blade, it's called the diminishing blade. It is a long sword. It is a very sort of sturdy blade in hand. Doesn't seem to have any kind of bonus to it. It's just a good blade. But you know that it being adamantine means that it's indestructible. You can give me another perception check if you'd like.
I'm going to take that offer.
Alright, give me a perception check. With a 13, I wouldn't say that you are an armorer or a blacksmith. You don't really know a great deal about blades in and of themselves, so it's hard to really grasp what it is about this thing. But with a thumb over the edge, you would notice that the blade itself is quite dull.
I don't know what else appealed to me, but I need an answer from him.
Is this the one you're choosing?
I ain't wearing the hat, so I'll give you that.
Oh, I do believe the hat would look very dashing on you, but that's fine. If you'd rather not, I understand. So it's the sword, is it, you want?
It's not a magical sword or anything, is it?
Doesn't seem to be.
I need the question answered. Jimmy.
In yours it is. I do like you, Isabel. Yes, it is Friedrich Ratzenberger. He used to be known as the Pied Piper, but he lost that title. He's a bit of a bastard, that one. Nobody likes him. I'll give you this for free. He's normally in the tavern.
That explains all the spitting.
Well, yes, people don't tend to hold people of his kind in high regard, but I get it. Yeah, so there you go. There's the diminishing blade in your inventory. In fact, let me just double check that I've actually set that up to be a longsword. I just want to make sure that I did.
Made him in a great sword, I won't complain.
Let me just make sure. I don't know where it's gone into your pack. It should have gone into your pack.
Yeah, just FYI, I can't see
There
the
it
cloak.
is.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
It's not.
Right, I'm just gonna
Short
make sure
sword, is
though.
it?
It's set as a short sword. I'm changing it to long sword. There you go. It's long sword now. Yeah, I think I have to bring up your actual character sheets to be able to drop them in. So let me do this. So you have got the tenon cloak. That should be in there now. It is. And Victor, you have the Murine blade. Lovely. Okay. So you've asked 2 questions so far, or 3? What's going on?
I have not asked my question.
Okie dokie. Well, then you have a question to ask.
Could you please tell me where or how I might get to Merlin's house from here?
That's a very tricky ask, that is, my friend. What's your name?
Bernard.
Oh, Bernard, I do like you, Bernard. You're a very discerning person, if I might say. Well, Bernard, he's over on the west side of town. You'll see a little house. It glows. It glows a bit brighter than the rest of them at night. It's hard to keep all of the wizardly things inside, I suppose, from glowing their way out of the windows. Well, that's where you might find him. Thank you very much. Anybody else got any questions or anything that they would like to take?
One more thing.
Yes.
I feel this me accepting this dagger is too much for the information. So, if I may return your dagger and please take this gold for the information. And
that wasn't part of the deal, I'm afraid. No refunds. You're gonna need to keep the dagger. Thank you very much.
Curious about this potion, sir.
The potion. Do you want to take the potion? Like, grab it? So far we've still got
anything about it.
Well, so yeah, the what you got with your roll, you could tell that there was something about this potion that is magical in nature, but it doesn't feel like it's the kind of like healing potion of giant strength. It's nothing along those lines. It's kind of it's a hard one to pin down. It's a kind of effect that you've not felt in a fluid before. What I will say, though, to remind any of those of you who do wish to peruse, that there is still a candle, there is still the slippers, there is the hat, the potion, the gem, the armor. I don't know whether Ash has agreed to take that. Have you agreed to take that? You've taken it, haven't you, Ash?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. So then there's the Sword of Vengeance.
Take the potion.
You're going to take the potion? Cool.
Yeah.
Wicked. Alright. Okay, so we've got a question that you could ask now then.
Yeah. Aldrin's gonna look at Rumpelstiltskin a little curiously and so, sir, my question is actually, why was I told to find you?
I don't know, my dear. Why were you? I don't know if I have an answer for that one. Who sent you here?
I believe it was Merle who sent me.
Merle. Oh, I know of a many Merles. I suppose it depends on what she sent you here for. Knowing one that I think I'm thinking of rightly, so in my brain box, is that she might be sending you here to find out about my past sales. Well, I do have records that I keep, but I might have to go through them for a bit. So you'll need to come back tomorrow if you want me to find all of the things there. Anybody in particular you were looking for in my records?
I'm not certain. Oh, I don't know. I was just told to come find you.
Maybe we need to take some time and go through situations so that I know exactly what situation you find yourself in. Might be able to think of something that I could lend to a needy person, if that makes sense. Well, perhaps we could take some time and think about that together, hey? Well, maybe your friends go about their business. Anybody else would like anything? Please let me know now.
What is left?
Okay, so there's the Sword of Vengeance. There's a gem. The Gem of Compelling Union, he called it. There's the Corrine Hat. There is the Voidant Barley Corns, which are silk slippers. And there is the Light of Atlantis. So a sword, a gem, a hat, some slippers, and a candle.
And what is the gem? Can I do like insight check or something on the gem, or do I know exactly what it is, what it does?
Well, it would be like an Arcana check, I guess. Are you handling this thing? Are you picking it up? Are you just looking at it while it's on the shelf? What's going on?
I'm just kind of looking at it while it's on the shelf.
Okie dokie. Well, yeah, you can do an Arcana check at... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so with an 11, you don't really know a great deal about this thing. You just know that it's a gem that has some kind of inherent magical property. But you called it the Gem of Compelling Union.
Would you say that this gem is fitting for a cleric?
That's a hard question to answer as a DM, to be honest. I don't know if I could give you an answer in the affirmative or the negative, to be honest.
Okay. I'm gonna pick up the gem.
Okay. Anything you do with it?
I'm just gonna look it over and
Cool.
and ask Rumpelstiltskin. I believe this exchange is I pick an item and I get a question. Is that?
Yes, you do, and a very good choice myself, I might say. What's your name?
Well, I'm Briar.
Hello, Briar. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. I'm Rumpelstiltskin. What might I be able to help you with?
Well, I was wondering, what would be the reason that I might have been given the information to stay away, run, actually, away from the Holy Man?
In all of your discussion with Rumpelstiltskin up to this point, you have not seen him shake out of his approach. He's appeared to be a calm or excitable goblin who wants to make trades with each of you to encourage you to come back. There may be magic afoot with a lot of these items, but by and large, he tends to be above board with everything that he's been saying and approaching you with and about. The moment that you say the words "the holy man," you see the colour drain out of his face and his eyes go wide so that his monocle drops. What name?
What did you say, Jackal? You kind of broke up.
What name?
The Holy Man.
The Cardinal.
He closes his eyes and shudders. He goes clammy, and you'd see like a cold sweat on his brow. Well, I would just say, don't get on the wrong side of him.
But we killed the Cardinal.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And you better get out of my shop now. Get out of my shop. I'm not going to be seen with you if he comes back. I don't want to be here. No, thank you.
Aldrin's gonna pick up the hat and the slippers and say, an item for a question, right?
Yes.
I leave the shop.
Okay.
Why are you so afraid?
He doesn't die. Nor is he holy.
You didn't exactly answer my question as why someone might have told me to stay away.
Is it not clear enough that he comes after you if you've wronged him, and that he doesn't die and is unholy?
Okay.
I would say that's good enough information to stay away from such a person. Now, you've got one more question. I promised you that. I will give it to you. You better ask it quick, though, because I am going from here now.
What do you know about dragon heritage?
Quite a lot, actually. There's some lovely dragons out there. I think they get a bad rep.
What about green ones?
For you, I will not count that as an extra question. I like all dragons. And I have a feeling that there might be an answer to your first question, in fact. That I think I know what item you are looking for. And there was a certain Jack who I gave it to last. But I do warn you, it comes with consequences. I will discuss this with you later. Right now I need to go and clean myself down. I'm afraid I have soiled myself. And with that, we're going to bring a very late end to our third session.
Can I yell in there? Sorry, Rumpelstiltskin. I didn't mean to upset you.
He doesn't reply. You just hear a lot of clunking and falling as like items like topple over in all which directions. Right, so I need to drag these over into people's inventories. So there's a hat for you. There's the Voidant Barleycorns as well. The Potion of Transposition. So that should be all of them for you. Yeah. And then Isabel, you've got yours. Victor, you've got yours, I think. Ruby should have yours. Briar, you have the gem. Okay. And then the armor I think I already gave to Ash, or didn't I? Did I not? I didn't. Armor of Separation. There you go.
Can I just ask you to explain what a trilby hat is?
Trilby? Yeah, Trilby. It's like a... It's
The
the
trilby
kind
is
of...
like a fedora, but the back side is turned up.
Yeah. And with not as wide a brim. It's like a narrow brim fedora.
Yeah, I own a few of those.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Do you put it on?
Oh, yeah, I wear it.
Okay. And the slippers, are you going to put those on?
Yeah.
Cool.
Why not?
When you put on the slippers, they shrink 2 sizes smaller.
Uh-oh. To fit
to
them,
the point
or
that
do they hurt
fit,
them?
or yeah.
2 sizes smaller than your feet are.
Oh, tiny shoes.
Yep. Painfully small.
Ouch.
You can take them off if you want.
Yep.
Okay. They go back to their regular size.
Oh, that's a rude shoe.
Do you take the hat off?
Do we all see this happen?
Yeah.
I mean, do
Yeah,
I
I'll
see it
try-
from outside?
I'll try to take the hat off.
Okay. Roll a d6.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, hold on. It's.
I can roll it for you if you want.
D6, right?
Yeah. Slash R d6, yeah. Okay, as you take off the trilby comes off, but it's left. You're left with a wizard's hat on your head.
I had on my head now.
So yeah, you've now got a wizard's hat on your head. You can only remove the hat once a day, and when you do, you have to roll a d6, and it will determine what kind of hat is underneath it. But it will multiply.
It's the hat of many hats?
It's the hat of hats, yes. The hat of hats.
Oh,
Corrine
that's a
hat.
trick.
Corine is the new name that I gave it because Corine is an anagram of encore.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Also, Briar, you would notice immediately that the gem of compelling union will not move from your hand. You can push it around. It is like attached to your skin, essentially, like a fixed tattoo, but a 3D one. But you can push it around and you can move it somewhere else, but you can't get it off.
Is it doing anything
No,
other than not?
no, it just exists there and it won't get off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm
Ruby,
wondering if I
you
should
don't
wear
notice anything in
armor.
particular. Ruby doesn't notice anything in particular with the cloak. Victor, you notice that the blade, the dagger, you don't really have a scabbard that's shaped to be the same as a rat, because it is a rat skeleton essentially. But it is constantly glowing to like a blinding aspect.
Okay.
And you don't know why it's glowing, but you know that it's glowing, and it's doesn't dim at all. But it is a dagger with a +2 bonus. So, stats of a dagger with a +2 bonus, I guess.
Can I try and hold it against the inside of my coat to see if the glow comes through my coat?
It definitely does, yeah. You see it through the threads. It's very, very powerful magical glow. But it's called a Murine blade. Murine is the word that means, in the English language, it means relating to rats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then after an hour spent with the armor of separation, Ash, you notice that yes, you have become attuned to it, and you are now resistant to which one did you choose? Bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing?
Piercing.
Piercing. Okay. So you recognize that you are now resistant to piercing damage of all kinds. However, you are also now vulnerable to bludgeoning and slashing. So you take half damage from piercing attacks, but you take double damage from bludgeoning and slashing.
Oh, friends, it looks like I'm going to be flying this entire time.
The potion, I think you would need to drink to figure out what it does. The diminishing blade. Isabel, it strikes you after some time of looking and handling this thing. It's an adamantine blade. It's indestructible. It's also quite dull. That means you can't sharpen it.
Go figures.
It's literally just a sword that you can't sharpen, so it's useless.
Well, I won't use it then. I'll just
Yeah, it's not magical. It's literally just a dull sword that you can't sharpen because
That's
it's
fine.
indestructible.
I'll swindle it off later.
Yeah, so by its very nature, it's kind of sucky. But yeah, Ruby, you get the first perception check of the day, which resets at midnight. You get with advantage, and you have a 10-foot bonus to your walking speed.
Okie dokie.
10 in cloak,
And I didn't really
probably
notice
the best
anything.
ones of all of them, to be honest.
So I didn't notice anything untoward. It didn't shrink suddenly. Two
Nope.
sizes too small.
No, you can put it on, take it off. You're attuned to it.
And
You can
I
use
take
it.
off my armor.
You can take it off, yeah.
Okay, so not as bad as I thought maybe then.
Well,
Is
you
that...
you still feel like the curse is still there.
Oh, so regardless if I'm wearing it or not,
Yes.
I am cursed. Okay.
Yes. That one I actually found from like a list of known cursed items within the wiki, like 5e universe. Some
Oh,
of the others
awesome,
I actually
cool.
created myself.
If he's gonna give us cursed stuff, I might just tell the cardinal that we're friends with him.
Maybe.
I mean, I have had a rubbish start to my morning, but I've had a wonderful afternoon.
Yeah, you
I
got
have
given a
lots of
ruby
lovely
gold
things.
necklace and you get a new friend.
Ruby is hitted the F out.
Yeah, man. I mean, for a monk to be wearing a feathered cloak and a gold fucking ruby chain, that's like lit. You've never owned anything this valuable in your
That's
entire
a
life.
blingy monk.
She had a terrible bird-based morning, and then her bird-based afternoon has
Yeah.
been very different.
Oh yeah, holy fuck yeah. But yeah, great,
Yeah.
great stuff. You've got some really tricked out items here. Yeah, I think, honestly,
Am
Victor...
I able to put this dagger down?
Yeah, he can put it down. He did say no refunds. You don't know how binding that is, but yeah, you can put it down.
With the gem, other than it being attached to my hand, is there any like negative or positive effects that I'm feeling?
No, nothing that you're feeling. No, it doesn't need attunement or anything. It's just
Does it keep
How
me
big is
from
the gem?
casting?
You can still feel the surge of power going through your hands and your body. The name of the gem was the Gem of Compelling Union.
Serene.
Literally, like, forced adhesion.
What purpose?
Does there need to be one?
I guess not.
Listen, there were some really fucked up items in here and some kind of, not so bad ones, and then some really fucking great ones, actually. And you have avoided one really mundane one and one kind of really cool one, actually, but that has its downsides. Yeah, so I will tell you just because I doubt that you're going to walk back in here and go, oh, please give me some of the other shit. So the Light of Atlantis was a candle that is fireproof. Light of Atlantis, because Atlantis is underwater.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. That's literally it. It's just a fireproof candle.
How do you light it?
You don't. You don't. It's a useless candle.
It's just wax.
Yeah, it's just a useless
Just a
candle.
lump of wax.
That was a gimme. That was like a free question to anybody that picked it up. Was just like, oh yeah, I mean, it's just a candle I'm never gonna light. And the Sword of Vengeance is an existing one. The candle was one that I saw in another place, somebody else's homebrew. But the Sword of Vengeance, I believe, is actually an existing sword. So it's a +1 longsword. Once attuned, the user is cursed to never want to be parted from the sword, forcing them to keep it on their person at all times. And whenever you try and use any other weapon, you will use them at disadvantage. Also, whenever you take damage in combat, you need to make a Wisdom 15 DC saving throw, or you must attack the offending creature until either you or them are at 0 HP. You're like compelled to have vengeance on them.
That would have been terrible.
Yeah. So yeah, that's fun. Aldrin's now wearing a big ass wizard's hat. We love that. And you've taken off your slippers.
Yeah, evil slippers are pinchy toes.
Yeah. You know whereabouts Merlin might be, and you know where Friedrich Ratzenberger is, or might be. And Rumpelstiltskin says that... Yeah, and Rumpelstiltskin says that he thinks he knows what you're after, but that he might need some time to process this and get himself ready before he can talk in length. And that's really me just saying, we've taken enough time. This session needs to end. It's supposed to be 2 hours, and we're at nearly 3 now. So we're gonna end it there because a lot of people need to sleep or go and collect people from places. But yeah, that was very fun. I enjoyed that session very much. That was chock-a-block with stuff.
You're a monster.
You got I'm a fucking monster, he says. Yeah, you saw a bunch of monstrosities ripped from this reality into another. You met a lovely Kenku who traded you for a gem because you nat 20'd a whittled thing. You went to see Rumpelstiltskin. You got spat at in the streets. You got questions and answers. You received a bunch of items. Some of which you have answers for and some of which you don't. But no refunds. And yeah, I think some of you have come off quite bad from that barter, and some of you not so much. But there you go. Out of curiosity, Steve, why do you think I'm a monster in particular? Are you drawing on anything in particular?
Myself and Victor are both very confused as to why we keep getting like bothered by woodland creatures that then vanish and leave no clue of what the fuck is going on.
I mean, I can't really give you the answer to that.
No.
I mean, Ruby might be able to, but you know, you won't get it from me.
I feel like I'm trapped forever with.
I no. I have no understanding of what's happening, and I also quite like the idea of Kenku being considered a woodland creature.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. A fully sentient
just...
person. It's not a woodland creature.
Yeah, and a teenage girl.
Yeah. Yeah. God damn it, that chicken, that enormous chicken, you find them in the woods all the time.
The amount of birds, there is a distinct bird theme.
And I loved hearing, I finally heard it. For once I actually heard it. You didn't get to mute your microphone fast enough when I did Rumpelstiltskin's voice and you were like, God damn it. It was so fucking great.
I was trying so hard.
Discreet.
My goal is to get one session where I don't lose my shit at one of your accents.
Hello.
So far you've got every time. Yeah, I was like, shit.
That voice sounds like something I've heard of a short that I keep running into.
It might be, yeah. I mean, the best homebrews just pillage a bunch of good ideas from other people, so I have most likely heard it from somewhere. The thing is, though, what accent isn't unique? You know, do you know what I mean? Like, well, no, what accent is unique? There you go. Because, like, every accent that exists has to be all of the accents that could possibly exist, right? Like, I can't, on the spot, come up with a new accent that doesn't exist somewhere in the world. I'm not that creative. So I've got to find it from somewhere.
All of a sudden, Brooklyn.
Yeah. I mean, I did think that, I think that Steve was, like, cracking a little bit when I was doing the Kenku voice, because I came out with, like, a Glaswegian accent at one point. I'm pretty sure I heard you crack a little bit.
It's so funny.
Sorry,
but
I am back.
I don't think
No
you're
problem.
allowed to confuse us all so much. And then ask us to come up with an accent that has never been heard before in the same session. That's not really very fair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Well,
no, I really
I'm
enjoyed
not going
that.
to go to sleep now. I'll be up all night trying to think of an accent.
But also, right, it's not me challenging you to come up with one. It's me rationalizing that nobody could ever come up with a brand new accent that no one's ever heard. It just doesn't happen. You can't do it. So you know, if you want to take that as a challenge, then take it as a challenge. But it ain't meant as
That's
one.
homework for next week.
Steve, by the way, before you go to sleep, try and imagine how big space is.
It's
the same thing.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, fair. Well, yeah, I mean, I did enjoy that.
If you go to sleep and someone says, "Where are your friends?"
Yeah, where are your friends? But also, I really liked.
Every night.
I did really like the little little tag on the end of what Daitsu was saying of your friends, and you immediately picked up on it. I loved that. I love that bit.
Yeah. I just enjoyed you taking the mick out of me trying to do a Discord whisper. It's like, come on, let me stage whisper.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I said in our session 0, there's no such thing as an automatic success on stealth just because you say, I say this so that nobody hears it.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
I
if you whisper, you're going to have to roll for it regardless.
Yeah. I knew there was going to be a roll. I didn't know if you wanted me or everyone else. That was all. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, you're all good.
I'm
It's
not
just-
trying to retcon everything. I'm not that
No.
of a whisperer.
It's literally just because you'd said it so loud that I was like, you can't possibly be trying to whisper that, surely. And then you clarified that you were whispering it. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's all right.
Maybe Ruby's a secret clairvoyant. Who knows?
I love that
Maybe.
the Kinku couldn't whisper though.
Yeah. But to be fair, I have been told on many an occasion that my voice is very loud and does carry. So I have been told to be quiet by a lot of people in my life.
Just stand 5 meters away, face the opposite direction, and then sing.
So we literally do that. We're in Giddy Giraffe's stream. If she hits a stream goal of like I think it's 10 subs for each goal, whatever stream it's on that the 10 gets hit on the goal, for that stream at the end of it there is karaoke. And anybody that's in the stream that wants to join the karaoke can join in the Discord VC and sing. And I do it occasionally, but my voice is so loud, even to like a microphone that's like 3 meters away from me and I'm facing the wall, that it still peaks and people can't hear half of what I'm singing because I'm so fucking loud. And I've like tried everything. I can't stop my microphone from just peaking all the fucking time.
That was really fun to try to fix.
I think I fixed it now, though. I think I've like gone deep enough into the settings of the microphone itself and updated all drivers and shit that now it's actually like quite effective. But I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, we are actually at 3 hours now. So I'm going to say that this is where we're going to draw it to a close. Thank you, everybody, for being here. That was immensely fun. I enjoyed every moment of that. The fight, the Kenku, the spitting on you in the street. And yeah, I apologise.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah. To be fair, he spat at the floor, not at you. But yeah, and then Rumpelstiltskin as well.
The bird and the cat are friends now.
The bird and the cat are friends, and we love that.
BFFs.
And you may have lost all of your gold, bar 3 pieces, but you now have a gemstone of immeasurable value. And then there's also the one that Ruby's got.
Yes.
Anyway.
Ruby is having a terrible day.
We will return to the shop at the start of next session.
We shall. And with that, thank you, everybody.
Into the moon.
You could try. No refunds. Anyway, with that, thank you all so much for being here. It's been incredible. And I will see you all this time. Well, see you all 3 hours back, but this time next week. Does that make sense? Because I wouldn't see you at this time next week because we'd already be an hour past finishing. It makes sense in my mind.
At the beginning of session next.
Yeah. It makes sense in my mind. Anyway, I think everybody that was in the audience has now left because they're all tired as well. So we're not going to bother raiding anybody. I'm just going to end. So goodbye, everybody. I love you all. It's been wonderful. I'll see you all next time. Bye.
Doodles.
And that's it from me. Thank you all so much. It's been lovely. I'm going to head to, not bed, because I don't normally sleep until midnight and it's 10 o'clock in the evening, but I'm going to go and chill doing something. Anyway, somewhere. But thanks for joining, Roman and Don. It's been amazing. And everybody else in chat that popped in. It's been lovely. And tonight I hit my follower goal of 200 followers, so that's lovely. And look, you can see the eye of the beholder. You can see it moving around in the background there without the face and teeth. Isn't that lovely? A little eye in a nest all by itself. Ooh, creepy. Anyway, goodbye everybody. Have a lovely evening. Enjoy whatever time zone you're in. And, I don't know, eat well, live large, be happy, sleep nice. I can't think of anything else. Goodbye.
I've got all of it.
Hey guys, girls, and non-binary pals. Welcome everybody to the stream. We've had some big technical difficulties as we've been beginning today. We've noticed that the importer that's supposed to work for us has been working against us. It's a sleeper agent for the Holy Man. We didn't realise it, but we've realised it now. So we need to get on that shit and kill this guy quick. No, I'm joking. Well, where were we? Say again? Isn't he already dead? Was that what that was?
He's already dead.
He's already dead?
He's already dead. We already killed him really easily.
This sounds like a really good time for a recap. So we're in session 4 of Alandressa, my own homebrew campaign, and here we have today Mars, Tats, Katie, Shen, B, and Stee. How is everybody doing? Stressed, I imagine.
A bit. But alright.
Very relaxed, actually.
Hot.
You are very relaxed. I envy that.
Yeah.
Well,
Hello.
hello. Hello?
I'm doing good. How's everybody else?
Oh. Well, I've just scoffed down some lasagna, got out of the shower. Speaking of which, I need to turn my fan off. I completely forgot it was on. Right, so we recommence, we continue, we journey on. From where we were last time, you had just fallen asleep. You had, well, Ruby had been spoken to by this mysterious stranger in their peripheral vision, who wanted to speak, but obviously was not being paid much heed to by Ruby. So they wanted to see what Ruby was made of, test Ruby's metal. And in doing so, the rest of you were surrounded by creatures, these hulking, weird monstrosities, led, it seemed, by a hunchback human hybrid of a swan and a human. Thank you very much, Tats, for the sub. That's crazy. They essentially swarmed you. You were attacked all at once and were surrounded. And Ruby, yourself, you also got pretty badly hurt. You were knocked down twice to 0 hit points. And only by the grace of getting a good con save did you manage to evade it by a bunch of smoky, tendrily hands reaching up from the soil, grabbing all of the creatures and wrenching them down, God knows where. But what I do know is that God probably has very little to do with it. You marched on and were met by Daitsu Moss, a magpie trader, Arakokra, or, well, not Arakokra, sorry, Kenku. This person asked quite pointedly, "Want to trade?" And you ended up fashioning with a nat 20 a perfect replica whittled wooden carving of Daitsu in exchange for an enormous ruby on a gold chain. You marched onwards into Dreidel itself. You were right there on the city limits, went all the way north. And you found yourself with a less than bustling city, but the adults certainly were pondering about hither and thither. You, by hook or by crook, you ended up in Rumpelstiltskin's shop, this shop of cursed items. And to take a cursed item each was a trade for a question. Rumpelstiltskin seemed like a goblin in the know, and he really liked talking to you. And yeah, he got the willies up him when you mentioned about the holy man. And he said, if you come back later, I'll tell you everything, but I need some time to refresh myself and get myself sorted. As we return back to Alandressa proper, everybody notices that Rumpelstiltskin disappears down a grate in his shop floor. What does everybody want to do?
What time of day is it?
What time of day is it? Well, I mean, you'd just woken up at the crack of dawn. There'd been a fight. You'd walked into the city from that point. You've probably travelled for a couple of hours from where you were, so it's probably around midday at this point, I would say. We'll get approaching that.
Okay. Okay. There's nowhere kind of about my body I can place this obnoxiously glowing dagger that it isn't still obnoxiously visibly glowing. Just to clarify.
It's got a pretty hefty glow about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you how and where you deposit it, but it's quite an irregular shape because it's essentially a rat skeleton. so it's hard to find a rat skeleton shaped holster or sheath. Do you know what I mean?
Of course, of course. I will take off my neckerchief and wrap it in that for now.
Your neckerchief glows like a motherfucker.
And then,
Oh, that's nice.
and then I'm going to put it in my pocket.
Okay, your pocket has a nice ambient glow about it, like a Philips Hue light bulb.
Like this.
Yeah. What are the rest of you aiming to do? There was a bunch of sort of tasks and missions that you had in mind when you came to Dreidel. Is there anything in particular that you want to be getting done right now?
Right.
Anybody?
I mean, I'm outside, so
Yeah.
can I see how these people are acting around me?
They're just sort of
Like, I
walking
see
around,
some
going
people
about their
over here.
business. Yeah, they're just going about their business. Some of them have stopped in the street to talk to each other. None of them are particularly excitable or have a pep in their step. They're just sort of, yeah, they're just dreading the day, essentially.
I'm gonna walk outside. As I leave, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take out my own dagger and very as stealthily as possible carve on the door frame in thieves' cant.
Mm-hmm.
Items cursed. Tread cautiously.
Okay.
If I may.
Yeah, sure. Give me a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking smack about my bestie?
With a 17, you see that there is a bunch of other carvings in all different languages, all the way around the door, all of them saying cursed items, cursed items, cursed items, cursed items.
Damn it.
It's pretty straightforward. Goblin, cursed items, stay away from goblin, etc. But you feel free to do it even more obviously.
I'll put my dagger back. I don't think there's any point at this point. But I will turn to everybody else and say, perhaps we should read the door on the way into places a little more often.
We should have been way more perceptive of that.
Let's approach this like it's a video game, shall we? Quest log. The main quests that you have. You've got a discussion to be had about the monkey paw, Jack's cursed item. This was something that Rumpelstiltskin sort of alluded to, but would give you more details about later when the time came. You've got Merlin's tower to find. He pointed you in the right direction, said that it was towards the west end of town, very glowing house. So you've got that to ask about the scrap of paper that you found, Victor. You've got Sir Curly to go and speak to about the deforestation in the Green Waste Forest. And then finally we've got Friedrich Ratzenberger, the once famous, now infamous bard, the Pied Piper of Hamelin, well, essentially. You've got that discussion to have. The last you heard, he was in tavern. He was in the tavern of this fair city. Lucy! So yeah, you've got all of this.
I would sort of give Isabel a bit of a nudge and just dead loud, but just sort of say, "Want to go to the tavern with me?" And then maybe see if we can find more about the Friedrich Ratzenberger and go from there.
I mean, I guess that's a good idea, providing we don't mention his name to anybody else in fear of getting rained on by spit.
I mean, I feel like we should not break up the party at all, but that's just me.
You're welcome to join.
I'm fine to
Alright,
join.
you go there.
My matter isn't as pressing as many of yours, so I will accompany until I have
Not as
little more
pressing.
information.
The murder
I
of
will-
a very prominent person. Yeah, yeah.
They're
not
the same
pressing.
amount of dead. No matter what I
Very
perceive
good point. Very good point. I just love that commentary. They're dead. They're dead. It doesn't make any difference. Okay. So then I assume you're all headed towards the tavern.
Yeah, because my quest just went down a trapdoor.
True, true, true. By the way, anybody who wants to can give me a perception check on that trapdoor itself.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh. Maybe I shouldn't have wasted it on a door.
Everything
do
is
a
nan.
It goes through with your what do you call it from D&D, Briar. So that's a 12 for you and a 21 for Victor. I would say that Briar, you don't quite get it. Ash doesn't get it with the 8. Victor, you do get it with the 21. That's sewer grate.
Ah.
Oh, it makes sense. I wouldn't know what it is. I live in the woods.
Yeah, I think you. I think that the city person being in the city probably knows about city things.
Sure.
Okay.
I will point out that it is sewer grate and it very likely leads under the city and is a sneaky way to get around.
Can we get a roll for Isabel, please?
Sure, yeah. It would be whatever the modifier is.
Yeah, she can't roll the d20 though on Foundry.
Okay.
-1 is her mod.
Well, Isabel got a nat 20, but with a -1, that's still only a 19, so Victor still beats. Victor still beats. So yeah, you also do spot something fishy about that sewer, the grate over there, but Isabel not so clued in about the fact that it's a sewer grate. Just that it smells really bad, and that there's something about it that you couldn't quite put your finger on. So yeah, that's that.
And that's where Rumpelstiltskin went.
That's where Rumpelstiltskin just went. Yeah.
Do we perhaps need to follow him, or are we to the tavern first?
That's up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm asking the group.
I mean, we're here, but if we go down that dark hole, are we going to be able to get back out of that dark hole?
This is a very fair point. There's probably a lot.
I mean,
of...
I could, but I don't know about you all.
There's probably access throughout the city. It's just whether they're locked from the other side, I suppose.
We can come back. Do we need to go down now?
I mean, why don't we go to the tavern first? I feel like that's going to be the proper route, and then we can go do whatever else after that.
Probably best to do public appearances not covered in shit, as it were.
Oh, that's what's down there? No, ew.
Might want to think about
usually
food before we go.
Yes, let's go to the tavern, get some lunch, and then perhaps we can crawl around the sewers afterwards.
Very cool.
Sounds good to me.
That sounds lovely.
So everybody, you all head outside, I guess, and head out towards the tavern. The tavern, as you can see, is further down the street on the right-hand side. There's a big wooden sign hanging from it that's got like a burned-in carving. You know how they like carve by burning into wood, like engrave into wood. So you can see that with like the image of what looks like I forget what you call them, a stein. You know, like a large beer mug. You can see that carved into the wood that's hanging from the sign. Quite obvious there. And there's not a lot of toing and froing on this part of the city, but what there is people sort of heading inside of there and not many coming out. So yeah, there's the tavern is over that way.
Okay. In the street, as we pass, Do I see other sewer grates?
Not around this area, no.
Okay.
So I assume you all head down towards the tavern?
Yeah, I will sort of stick by Isabel as we wander down towards the tavern.
Great. So you all head down. You pass two guards who are sort of just fidgeting in the street. There's some commoners walking by. There's not a great deal of thrumming and going and coming. None of that. There's sort of like a little bit of talk, a little bit of a nod or a grunt by people, but everybody seems to be sort of very disgruntled by outward appearance at the very least. As you all head your way over towards the tavern, you see that the door is open and that there are a few people inside, sat around tables with one at the very far end, everybody having sort of left them a wide berth. This person does not look like the worker class of the rest of them. He's dressed in relative finery, but still looking in his mugs.
Is it possible to do a perception check on them?
From outside of the tavern, probably not, but if you go in...
Sorry, I thought we'd entered my understanding.
Well, you're all using sort of... I don't care so much about using the tokens on this when we're not using the battle map. I know that Tats does show this though on her stream, so if you want to commit to it, then I'd say commit to it as a group, not just sort of one at a time. So yeah, you head inside. You can take any role that you wish.
Okay. My current problem is I'm just trying to move my token inside, but I get told that there's a door in the way, a wall in the way.
Somebody's opened and closed the door. You should be able to move up through this, but I can just drag you in for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was having the same level of...
It was a problem that we had in the
Same.
last thing. It's frustrating sometimes. Foundry doesn't make the doors wide enough sometimes. Okay. You all head inside. Nobody really regards you with any kind of look. They're all just sort of looking down at their mugs. There's one worker who's walking backwards and forwards to the beer barrel. It doesn't look like it's remotely chilled, so you can only imagine that everybody's drinking room temperature beer. And over at the end of this table, you see the man in his relative finery, sort of just looking down at his mugs. Here, I'll show this to all of you and to the stream.
Can I do a perception check now, please?
Yeah, of course, go for it.
Okay. Is there a way to still do it in Foundry, or do I need to try and do something
If
else?
you're one of the people who have got... Oh, no, you're not. So, there are two of you who have got your character sheets still working, I think. That's Victor and Ash. Victor and Ash, you've both got your character sheets working in Foundry as normal. The rest of you do not. I think that what we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to build up your character sheets within Foundry, because I can't rely on the importer to do this right every time, because this is something that happened in between then and the last time and now. Nothing has changed on my end. I can only imagine that it is just fucking up because it's a shitty importer. So we're going to ditch D&D Beyond. We're going to go with Foundry in future, and we're just going to have to deal with it that way. Because if this continues to fuck up moments before we start a session, it's not reliable, nor is it helpful for anybody. So we'll just do it in Foundry, and if you need to have anything added, I'll add it manually myself, and I'll just go to the effort of doing it personally. So we'll do that. Isabel, would you care for a perception check? I can do it for you.
Sure, I can. Although I think I got the modifier wrong last time, because I remember I did switch my intelligence and wisdom before at System 0.
Oh, okay. What's your intelligence and wisdom scores now then?
If I swap them over, it'd be...
Did you want a 14 intelligence or a 14 wisdom?
It's 14 wisdom and 9 intelligence.
14 wisdom and 9 intelligence.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot I did
Okay.
that because I wanted to do something later on.
That's fine. So we'll just take whatever roll that was. That was a 19, and instead of minusing 2, we'll add... No, instead of minusing 1, we'll add 2. So that makes that into a 21. So you get a 21 perception.
Okay.
Anybody else rolling?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Cool, cool, cool. So you do have... You've got proficiency, so that's a +2. +1 is +3, so you would be +3. That's a 13. Yeah, let me make these rolls public. There you go. You should see those in chat now. Okay, so you've got a 13. Anybody else rolling perception? Please roll it if you are.
Wanted to, and I have advantage on my first perception check. I think I can do it, potentially.
Okie dokie. You might not be able to, but we'll find out.
I was trying to use... But I try and use the commands, but I don't think I did it correctly. Sorry. I have to ask for assistance.
So, it is /R1D, or it would be 2D20 KH plus, what's your modifier, do you know?
Plus...
It'd be +3 unless you're no, are you proficient in it? You are proficient in it.
Yeah, it's +3. It's +3.
You get a 17. Okay. So, you and... Who was the -1? And now I've that. So that was actually Isabel because we changed that, didn't we? So then Aldrin got the 13, and then Briar got a nat 20. Okay. Right. So let's go through these. So it's hard to know who is who when I don't have names to any of these roles. I must tell you this. Okay. So Isabel, you got a 21. You see all of this. Briar, you got a nat 20. You see all of this. Ruby with a 17. You see all of this. Ash doesn't quite see it. Victor, are you rolling perception?
I was kind of holding off to get a little vibe check on him, to be honest.
You could roll an insight if you want.
So I was going to roll an insight, I think, instead. Just
to
see what...
He looks like a down on his luck, unfortunate soul. With a 15. Okay. The rest of you that I said did see all of this. What you see is somebody who's got silks, only they're not silks of the best kind. They look like maybe at one point they were. They had gold thread. The gold thread has fallen or frayed or been pulled. The silks themselves, as you might know, silk is a bastard for absorbing and retaining fluids. There's small patches all over on his back, on his front, sort of dribbling down, where it looks like it's gone darker and sort of like filled out a bit more. With the nat 20 Briar and with the 21 Isabel, you would both know that that is from spit, that people have just been relentlessly just spitting on him, both today and previous days as well.
You could use umbrella, I guess.
He looks like he is of elvish descent. He's got darker complexion. He's sort of greying at the temples, but his hair is relatively okay. You would know from just knowing elves. Elves don't really age all that quick. So either this is a very old guy or a very stressed guy. He doesn't seem to have anywhere on his person any kind of like concealed thing. You don't look like he's got like a weapon of any kind, or an instrument of any kind, or even a coin purse of any kind. His stein looks like it's at his last dregs, but it's been that way for a while because it's completely bereft of all foam, all like vigor, whereas all the rest of the people in the tavern look like theirs are still fresh. So yeah, you essentially see that. would anybody care to make the introductions? Or are we all going to stand around awkwardly staring at this guy in the tavern for the next 20 minutes?
I would be keen to sort of go up to the bar and grab a drink.
Okay.
And then
In this
after
place, you
having a-
notice... So there's not really a bar to speak of. Around the tavern, there are barrels, there's casks of ale, there's what looks like a smaller sort of bottle of wine over in the corner. There's the hearth, and there is what looks like an iron sort of hatch that leads to somewhere. But there is no bar. It's just a single person walking to and from.
Okay, then I'd prefer to sort of sit vaguely near this guy, but not like sit right next to him, sort of thing. So it looks like he's on a long table. So I guess like a little bit up from him,
Cool,
sort of
cool, cool,
thing,
cool.
but within like conversational distance.
Right. Fair. Okay. So, should we say
try and
at the end
herald-
of the table?
So
This is
fit.
about 10 feet away from him. Okay. And then
Sure.
Victor's gone up against the fireplace in the corner, very roguelike.
Yes. I'm going to go and keep kind of watch a little bit to see if anyone behaves suspiciously or aggressively towards my friends.
Lovely.
Aldrin spotted a snack.
Aldrin goes over towards the wheel of cheese. Just an inconspicuous wheel of cheese sat in the corner.
I just didn't want to be in the way of anybody, so I just kind of sat at this other table, and I don't want to sit right next to Friedrich,
Okay.
the man that we don't know yet.
The man that
You know
don't
what?
know
I'm
yet.
just gonna stand against the front, near the front of the door, but not blocking the door. Just
Okie
lean against
dokie.
the wall.
Yeah, sort of leaning against the lintel. I get that. And Briar, anywhere in particular that you're staying? I'm not hearing a word you're saying if you are talking, Briar. Briar. While we wait for... Yeah, while we wait for Katie to return, Isabel, this is actually sort of your mission. It's something that you were set upon. There's nobody else here really that's got this person to need to talk to. Is there anything in particular that you want to be doing while you're up against the wall? Because there's not really anybody else here with an impetus to speak to Friedrich.
Sorry, my dog was going berserk, so I didn't want to unmute.
That's fair. So we're just wondering what Isabel is going to spearhead this with, but also what you were doing yourself, Briar. Like, where are you positioning yourself?
Oh, I'm just kind of, we said we wanted to come to the tavern to grab a bite to eat, so I think I'm just, giving him sort of like a passive perception. I'm not really like trying to interact with him. I'm just trying to sit down and, have a bite to eat or something.
Right. A passive perception, the person who got a nat 20 on it. I love that. Why is this song in particular not playing anything? That's really annoying. That song in particular on the thing is just completely silent for me. Let's try this instead. I've deleted it now. Fuck you, song. Okay. So Isabel, what would be your first steps in introducing yourself to this man? Or don't you want to talk to him right now?
I mean, unless he's got a name tag, I don't actually know what his name is.
Well, this guy in particular is standing out like a sore thumb. You don't really know who this guy is, but you do know that Friedrich Ratzenberger was a person who sat in a tavern quite frequently, and this man doesn't really match the description or traits of anybody else in this tavern. It's sort of very distinctive.
I just... Oh, gosh. Give me a sec. I just stare at him, sizing him up, whether, and... right.
Okay, so, I'm just gonna walk up to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be like, why don't people like you?
What do you mean? Who told you that?
Everybody.
I never did nothing to nobody.
Then
One of the guys across the counter from him spits in his direction, and it hits him right in the face. I did nothing. They are crazy. I was very, very nice.
I'm gonna look over at the dude that spit on him and be like, why do people hate him? I'm new here.
Because he's a prick. Because he took our children. Is that good enough for you?
Then why do you still allow him to be here?
We don't. We tell him to fuck off and he comes back every time. These are my friends. I'm very well loved in this place.
I'm gonna back away from him now.
You have a very strange definition of friends, my dude.
Everybody likes me. I'm so talented. I have such the moves and such the sounds. I am so good with the pipes. You know the pipes. I'm very, very good with the pipes.
Why are you covered in spit?
Because he's a prick. I told you.
Well, what makes him a prick?
They see problems and blemishes with my silks and they want to help me clean them. So they spit on my tunic, but it's all out of love. No, it's not! I fucking hate you!
I think you need some therapy.
Oh, a physiotherapist would be so nice. I have this knot in my shoulder. It's very difficult. I would adore this. Could you arrange such a thing?
For someone who wants physiotherapy, what? Can you explain why you got rid of the children? Then no one seems to be pleased that you got rid of the kids.
The guy who's been yelling and spitting in his direction, the guy here next to Victor, throws his stein at Friedrich, the back of Friedrich's head, and storms the fuck out. Well, it's very complicated, you see. The thing was, I wanted to be very good at the music, at the sounds and the things and the dancing. And so I asked a friend of mine who just happens to own a shop in this place, if he could, how do guys say, hook me up. And so I posed the question to him, and he gave me something which was supposed to help me with the with the singing and the dancing and the stuff. And they had a rat problem, and so they asked me if I could help. But it just so happened that the music was only heard and liked by rats. Nobody ever heard anything else. None of the humans or the elves or the dwarves or the goblins or any of those people really ever really heard any of the music that I did. It was all just the rats that heard it. But the rats were my biggest fans. They were such good friends of mine. And so I got rid of the rats, but nobody would pay me. And so I decided that I would, well, you know, spite all of them by taking their children. And I took them to, you know, Fairy Queen. And the Fairy Queen did their thing.
So you're telling me that because people didn't recognize your musical talent, you stole all of their children?
Yeah, it's fair. It's a fair trade.
That's rather
No, excuse me.
They weren't yours to take.
Well,
Yeah,
they
I
owed
don't
me
think
for the
that is a fair
music.
exchange.
They owed me for the
Excuse me, I
music.
don't think that's a fair exchange.
Well,
Fair is
Titania
fair.
thought it was
How is
very
that a
fair.
fair exchange?
What? Look, the
Titania
opinion
thought it was
of a
very fair.
queen, the opinion of a queen is higher than the opinion of a commoner, sure. And so the Queen Titania was very happy to receive all of these children.
So
She said that
tell
she
me,
would give them a lovely time.
I would like to ask you, so the opinion of a queen is more than the value of a commoner, yet you sit in a tavern covered in spit.
Yeah. You get it. You get it. This person, they
You
get
want
it.
to be You want to be covered in spit.
Well, I see it as love. I see it as love from my friends and compatriots that they are trying to clean my tunic when it gets dirty, you know? So many people, they pass me in the
That's not
street and
what
they
they're
knock me
doing.
over and I fall on my face and I need help to get back up and I cannot get back up.
Question.
Can I do an insight
How-
check on him?
Yeah, sure. 24. He is deeply lying to himself. For
So
24
you're-
as well, you also know that he is a piece of shit.
I mean, I could figure that out. He sold children, so.
Yeah.
I'm going to say to him, so you're making all this up to make yourself feel better?
Whatever do you mean? I'm not making anything up. I am so truthful. I am telling the best.
People do not bestow gifts with spit and bodily fluids.
They do in Driddle. It's just it's a cultural thing, you know?
It seems like you've got the wrong culture in mind.
Maybe you are uncultured. Did you ever consider that? You are not a queen, I assume.
Did you ever consider that you're worthless?
Give me a perception check. 18. He imperceptibly, or almost imperceptibly, apart from to you, chokes back a tear and stifles a stammer in his words. But he says, no.
Maybe you should do what's right and go get these children back for these townfolk, and maybe they won't spit on you anymore.
Oh, it's impossible. You cannot return back inside of Elysia. Elysia is surrounded by walls. It's magical walls. You know, the Fey magic. It's very strong.
Then you better find something to bring them back. Or else you might die.
What am I to find? I am Friedrich. I'm just Friedrich Ratzenberger. I am just a man. I don't know you guys. I don't owe you anything either.
Okay, well then we're not going to stop these people from pummeling you.
Without any prompt, they all jump on him and just like without any kind of like need to be coerced, every single one of them just jumps on him and tries to get a licking. Some of the it's like a Looney Tunes where it's just a cloud of smoke and fists and legs are just sticking out of it every so often. And this guy's just on the ground like, oh, you love me so much, you're giving me the love beatings.
Ruby at this point wants to wander up away and go towards Isabel and just be like and to say, is this man insane?
And we're meant to make a deal with him or something?
You remember that Thaddeus sent you here so that you could try and get something that would bring in food.
Yeah, and he's the guy.
I'll give you an insight check or like a history check if you want to try and make head or tail of that. I can roll
history.
it for you. History?
Yeah.
Okay. History, you get a -1. Insight, you get a +2. So for a history, you get a 16. And yeah, you with your 16, you knowing you're the leader of the Howlers as well as you do, it seems like maybe this is ever so slightly out of character for him. That he would never normally go sort of begging for scraps underneath the table, so to speak. But this feels like that kind of a move, where essentially he feels like he is so downcast at looking after the Howlers and at bringing in food and meat that he would grasp at straws to get anything for them. He wants to try and do his absolute best, no matter what the cost. And in this case, that might just be that he has decided to bring in rats as food.
As an Aarakocra, yummy. As a human, ew.
I guess if he lives this pummeling, he might not favour us at all, really, after that.
I suppose it's meat, but
One of the guards outside hears the commotion and walks up towards the tavern door, goes in and starts to make word to stop it, like, "Oi, you! Oh, wait, no, never mind," and turns around and walks away.
I followed the guy who threw the tankard, by the way. I don't know if you caught that in the chat.
I did. He literally just went outside and started like breathing and like has his hands on his knees like he's trying to like calm his nerves. You can go and speak to him if you want to. He's out here.
That was my intention. Yes, I'm gonna. Excuse me. I understand you're upset. I'm terribly sorry for interrupting. I noticed your irritation at this Friedrich fellow in the tavern.
Friedrich, my ass. He's a prick. That's all the name he needs.
May I, please? I apologize if I'm intruding, but may I ask why you're so angry at him? Because I didn't hear the part about him stealing children and stuff. I don't think inside because I'd already left.
I had a daughter. I had a wife. When he took the daughter, the wife went scrambling up to Alicia to try and get her back. It didn't work, and she died. I don't know what's happened to my daughter, but I know that my wife was left in the sea.
Sorry to hear that. So you have no idea how your wife died?
I know as well as anybody needs. It was those fey pricks. Everybody in this world is pricks.
Okay.
I reckon that Merlin could probably help, but he's fucked off somewhere.
You perhaps know where? Could you...
No. If I knew where Merlin was, I'd be banging down his door.
Okay, then I will try to see what I can do. I make no promises, but my friends and I are here to at least try and help.
Very cool. Everybody else that's inside of the tavern, you don't really see that this is going to end anytime soon. Friedrich seems to be quite used to beatings at this point, and he's just taking it. He's just sort of like lying there, just allowing them to kick him, and he's got a very, like, you know, he's still got a smile on his face for all of his flaws. So it's up to you whether you want to stay here and just idly watch this happen, or whether you want to go about some other business.
I think having heard it kick off once I was chatting to this guy, I'd probably excuse myself and run back inside as soon, because I think my friends are maybe in trouble. So I'll be back in and with them at this point, I think.
Cool.
In this case, Ruby would take sort of more Isabel's lead, in the sense of there being a fray, and the idea is that Ruby is looking after Isabel. So
yeah, sorry,
you just hang back.
Well, nothing really is sort of involving any of you at this point. It seems like the townspeople are doing a pretty good job, and Friedrich is not fighting back.
Do any of us know what Isabel needs to do with him?
I think that's up to Isabel. Did Isabel discuss it with any of you?
I mean, I can say it outright here. I was told to come here and make a trade with him for rat meat for the people I look after. But I might have a better idea if that doesn't seem so morally questionable here.
So
You've got an alternative?
You need
I don't know if we can do anything about it. Maybe we could try and get the kids back, and maybe somebody else that's not so sleazy would be willing to make a similar meat deal, but maybe not rats either.
I don't think we should give people children for meat.
Yeah. No, but I mean, wouldn't they be grateful if we got back their children now? And someone might be able to work a deal.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, I didn't mean to assume.
I'm not going to say this. It's fine, the children you used to be eating. I'm not about that.
I'm not a human. I don't know what humans taste like. Yep, that's something I've set up.
Ash and Aldrin, you are on the other side of this fight. It's very difficult for you to see or hear any of this conversation over the din of people just wailing on this guy and him going, I love all of you!
Aldrin's gonna kind of point at the whole scuffle and turn to Ash and say, does he like that?
Yeah, he's pretending to. He thinks
Is
it's love.
By the way, you did come in here with the intention of getting food, and while they're all distracted, there are provisions out on the side. There's like sourdough bread and there's wheels of cheese, you know. Like, so you could, if you wanted to, you could try and do a stealth check. I will give you it with advantage if you want to.
Oh,
Heck
no.
yeah.
Yeah, try it.
So yeah, a stealth check with advantage. These guys are commoners stats, so they are just a passive perception of 10. A stealth check with advantage? Jesus Christ, Ash, you nearly... That was a 7, and then you rolled with advantage and you got a nat 20. Okay. So yes, Ash manages to get a shit ton of everything that there is. Like, you even managed to get like a flask full of beer, like a wooden flask that you see on the side. Like someone's got like a latch to the lid. It spills a little bit, but you managed to keep a lot of the beer in there. So yeah, you get yourself like a few days worth of provisions while all these people are backs turned and everything. Okay, so where does everybody want to go next? You have other tasks to be about. You wanted to go and speak to Rumpelstiltskin. You needed to find Sir Curly, who is with the mayor. Yeah.
I think I'm going to hop up on the table if I may.
Go for it.
I'm going to just shout to the people beating the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Excuse me. While I understand you may have quite a serious gripe with this fellow, maybe we could take him and help you find those that are missing.
Give me a
if he dies now, then
performance or persuasion check with disadvantage.
It will not let me click on my character. There we go. Persuasion.
Disadvantage.
Oh, my bad.
So you just click on the left. There you go. I've turned it into disadvantage for you. So you rolled higher on the second one, but you'd already gotten a 7. These guys are not listening to you whatsoever. They are continuing to pummel him. Although it does look like they're starting to lose steam on a few of them. There's still one of them who is still fully in it. And one of the commoner that was outside that you had spoken to comes in and joins.
I kind of turn from the table. I kind of turn to everybody else and shrug.
So you've made your efforts. Where are we off to now? Are you going to see the mayor?
As good as place as any, I think.
Okay. So it's Mayor or Merlin. Mayor, Merlin, or Goblin, essentially.
Before I go to leave, as I'm walking by the table up here, I'm just gonna be like, maybe do better next time, Piper, and keep going.
I did very good. They all came with me. I'm all of their friends. Ow! Okay. So you all head out into the street, I assume. Let's give you all of that. Okay. So you may ask about where the mayor's place is. You could go to the glowing house at the end of the street to find Merlin, or you could head back to Rumpelstiltskin and go into the sewers, or see if he's come back.
Ruby doesn't have a
gentleman
particular
who
gender here.
through the tankard said that Merlin may also know about the location of the children of the town.
Mm-hmm.
Was anybody hungry? Because I got plenty of food, by the way.
Yeah, I'll have some cheese.
Oh yeah, you
Alright,
can handle all
I
that out.
cut out some provisions.
There's like an
have
old
some
sort
cheese.
of withered looking apple, because they don't really have agriculture here, but like that must have been a prized possession of the inn at one point. But yeah, the rest, there's like a lot of bread and a lot of cheese, things that can be
I'm
stored.
gonna hold on to a lot of that. Just give out a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So
Whilst Ruby is face full of cheese, she's gonna go. Okay, let's head to Merlin's then and see what we can do about these children, I guess.
okay. There are some guards that are walking past you. There are some more that are heading down. But you feel like there was something, like sort of west of town. That was what Rumpelstiltskin told you. It was the glowing house at the end at the west of town.
Then
I'll
we
talk at
shall
once.
head there. Yes, then we shall head there, I believe.
Right. So the whole, like, the sun is shining down. It's a bit overcast. There doesn't really look like there's a particular glow about many of the buildings here, but there is one at the very end of this row that is incredibly bright. That's just shining, not even from the windows. It doesn't even look like there are any windows in particular. It looks like it's just got an emanating glow of some form, but you couldn't really put your finger on where the light source was. But yeah, it's this small shack down at the end. Smaller than basically everything else in this whole district of the city. I'm assuming that you're going to head straight there.
Yeah, we're not stopping anywhere else, are we?
Cool.
Yeah, just gonna follow Rick.
Yep. Alright then. So you all head over towards this building. Now you see that there is a door at front. There are no doors around the sides. You can't see around the back yet, unless you go there. But the door at the front looks to be locked with a simple lock.
But the house
Ruby
is
wants to knock on the door.
glowing.
Okay. Does
Oh, no,
Ruby
we're gonna-
actually knock on the
Aldrin
door,
would
or
like to do an Arcana check.
okay? Give me an Arcana check.
I cannot, sir.
Oh right, I need to do
Thingy
it
is
for you.
broken.
Fucking okay. Okay, so Arcana is intelligence. You have an intelligence of 18. That would give you a +4, and you are not proficient in it. Okay.
I am gonna detect magic real quick, just to make sure.
Okay, Aldrin gets a 22 Arcana. You're going to detect magic. I don't suppose you can... Oh, no, you are one of the people that can do that, aren't you? Okay, so you place detect magic. Ash, you get an incredible, powerful sense of magic about this place. Nothing else within this sort of radius has any kind of magical glow, apart from the sort of cursed items that you've all picked up. But
Ruby
yeah,
is definitely going to still try and knock on the door as this is happening.
cool. No answer.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's in, guys.
Well,
But,
people have said he hasn't been around much, so maybe he's traveling. Do you think he
that's
went
true.
after the children?
Does this mean we have to break in?
I mean,
I wouldn't recommend that. He's a
If-
wizard.
Oh,
let
okay. Fair enough.
me check the door before we kick it in or anything.
Before they do anything, I came over to these guards, and I'm gonna ask them where I might find the mayor.
Okay. So you speak to one of these guards. Hello.
I was wondering where I might find the mayor of this lovely town.
He's right up there. Next house along. Head north. First on the right.
There's nobody there. We knocked.
No. I've not seen you go up that way. You just walked past and went west. You went down there. Haven't you just come from there? He was pointing north, up this way. North is up.
Oh. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the directions. Have a great day.
I wondered whether that was an Ash thing or a Tats thing. Yeah, no. North is up.
A little bit of both.
North is up on a compass. So yeah, the
the
mayor's house is up north. Well, it's the mayor. This is Merlin that you're looking for. So this is Merlin's house that you're at.
Oh, I thought we were looking for the mayor first. I'm sorry. No. Continue, please. My bad.
So Victor wanted to check the door.
Yeah, I want to check if it's gonna explode if we attempt.
Oh, sure.
Gain entry.
Yeah, sure.
I assume investigation.
Of course.
Okay.
In the course of your investigation, you turn the door handle and it opens.
Oh.
Nice.
Was this not locked a second ago?
It has a simple lock on it.
It has a lock.
Does not necessarily mean that the lock has been engaged.
Okay.
So yeah, you see that the door opens, but you don't really see a lot beyond the threshold as you stand here.
Is there any damage to the door as I go in as though it's been broken into?
No.
Okay. Okay. I'll just look everybody. I mean, we're not breaking in. We could take a look around, I suppose.
Let's go in. You lead the way.
I
Okay.
will cautiously lead the way. Slowly.
As you step across the threshold, each of you, as you step through, feel a difference in the airflow, in the light, in the ground. Like every footfall feels like you're walking through a meadow. You don't really see at first anything change. It feels like you're sort of in the twilight aspect of a dream, like you're walking through a miasma of smoke and darkness, but somehow glowing all at the same time. And as you hit upon a clarity in your mind, you finally hit a clarity in your eyes and ears, and you start to perceive what is actually around you. And ahead of you, in the middle of an enormous, just beautiful glade, is this huge stone tower. A stone tower with two guards stood at the front, each of them stone statue. There are towers either side, reaching up and piercing the clouds. You appear here in this glade, and you hear the door latch softly behind you. What would you like to do?
Is the door still there?
Behind you, you see the sort of... It's like a miasma surrounding a door, but the door is there.
Okay.
I told you we should be cautious and that he's a wizard.
I'm doing perception, please.
With a 14 perception, you see that there is a stone tower in front of you, and that there are statues on either side of an opening at the front. Only the opening is a stone archway. There is no door to speak of.
Can Aldrin get a perception roll as well?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be hard at work after this, making your character sheets from scratch, by the way. Right, so...
Detect magic still working.
So that would be a +3. Just give me 1 second. I can't think of two things at the same time. Aldrin gets a dirty 20. Is your detect magic working, was that?
Yeah, because it said 10-minute, 30-foot sphere on self.
Right, okay. On self, then yes. You do see that there is, like, magic about basically everything here. Everything around you is glowing an oppressive glow.
I'm just going to whisper, so much magic.
And sorry, did we get information from Aldrin's Arcana check?
Aldrin's Arcana check as well. Sorry. Yes, you do. You get essentially this is an incredibly magical place from the outside and inside. That this seems to be and is a place of magic for magic by magic. There's every level of this to the smallest atom is created or formed by or manipulated in such a way that it is magical. Everything here is magic.
And Aldrin is standing next to Ash, right?
Yeah.
Aldrin's actually gonna kind of reach over and just sort of tap Ash's arm and be like, "It's all magic."
I know, I see it too.
And for
Every
the
single thing.
stream, I'm actually going to change over to the battle map so that everybody else can see this as well. Now everyone can see this. So, yeah, you are faced with two statues in front of you. They stand either side of a stone archway. The archway is filled in with stone also. There is nothing that sort of looks to have a handle or a lock, but it is there regardless. And they stand stoic, still, but you can tell that they are animated, that they are moving. You can see not quite the breathing, but you can see a small sway left and right of a person who is doing their best to stand still, and yet they're not, they're not a true statue.
Are there windows or lights or anything?
No.
Tower?
There's not a single window in this entire place.
Okay.
All right, so it's out of character. It is Victor's basically quest, right?
Essentially, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
With the
also,
extended likelihood that he might be able to
Yeah.
do something about the kids.
Yeah, it might link with Isabel's to a degree.
Is it possible just to ask
Okay.
a question that I may have just missed?
Go for it.
So I know Steve just asked about windows, but
Yeah.
you said so the door is behind and a bit like a miasma, but it's standing alone. So is it that the meadow is stretching endlessly all around us, or
Yeah.
is there a end in sight barrier to it? I couldn't remember what you'd said.
I didn't say. It does sort of stretch on for as far as your mind can grasp.
Okay. Is it possible just to go for
Sorry,
it?
go ahead.
I was going to ask if Ruby could do a quick, just like put a hand to ground and do like a nature check or survival check, something of that ilk.
Go for it, yeah. Let me have a look.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Survival
if we
is
recognise,
wisdom,
like-
and you roll a
I
d20,
did roll a
and
d20.
but you got a
Killed
nat one.
So,
I
I don't think it's what my mother.
Do you know what? This might be grass.
Oh, I love it. So Ruby just puts her little cat paw on the ground and just goes, "Ah, fucking grass, yes," and accidentally says "yes" out loud.
Yeah.
And is very embarrassed.
Victor had a question as well.
Do we kind of recognize the like region or the area from maybe like its climate or the types of trees or anything like that?
It looks like there's sort of very little foliage on the outside here. It's grass. It's as Ash could attest, it's all magical. Everything here is created of magic. So there's a beautiful glow from the sky, but you don't really see where the sun is. There's like small clouds, but you don't see where they're going from or to. Everything is sort of an unknowable quantity of beautiful.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can I fly up to see if I see anything more or distinguishing other than this huge
About the area or the castle? The castle?
Yes, the
Yeah, you can fly up. So as you fly up, you see that there are enormous parapets. There is a pointed coned roof on the two towers. You see that there are no windows to speak of. There's no doors. There's no lights on the outside. The whole place seems like it is very beautifully, ambiently lit by whatever source of light is causing this. But none of it is coming from the tower itself. And the tower doesn't seem to have much sort of shade, anything like that, to it. But
Alright,
it is
I'm gonna land
it is
and
definitely a tower.
I'm
I don't
gonna
know what
land
to
and
tell
let
you guys.
see
This is
over
a
the
fucking
top.
wizard's tower. We've been here for like 10 minutes describing a fucking stone tower. It's a tower, it's a tower, it's a tower. It's a magical tower in a magical place. Great. Fucking hell.
Just being cautious.
Aldrin's gonna walk up to them. Not threatening, not
Yeah.
anything in particular, just sort of walking up and looking at these guards.
Yeah.
And gonna see if they say something first. If not, hello?
Are they statues?
You can tell
I
that they
don't know.
are moving, that they're like standing, waiting for something.
Can I investigate the statues to see what makes them tick? Pretty much.
If you like, yeah.
I'm gonna need you to roll. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me bring up your character sheet again. Investigation, -1.
Obviously.
Can Aldrin do that as
Right.
well?
So you get a 13, and Aldrin, investigation is intelligence, and you're not proficient, and your intelligence is a +4. And you get a 6. So a 13 and a 6. These are some fucking dope statues, guys.
Ooh, rocking.
Guys, I really like these statues. They're really well made.
Mhm.
Oh,
Quality.
Thank you.
hearing
Almost looks like they move.
Did that statue just talk?
Yes, it did.
No, that was Ruby. Sorry, that was Ruby as Ruby saying, "Did that statue just talk?" So I think it got me.
Oh, okay, right.
We all heard it, right?
Yeah, I heard that. Did you guys hear that?
I didn't.
Looks
hear
like
what
a
you said,
statue to
but-
me.
Ruby shouts, "Hello, Mr. Statue. How are you doing today?"
Stiff.
Ah,
Oh, do you
It's
need
the
to not
owner
be
of the
stiff?
house, then.
Oh, you don't want him.
No? Why not?
Oh, no.
We'd rather
we-
like have a conversation.
If you wish to enter, you must answer a riddle.
Alright, what's the riddle?
Give me 1 second. I'm going to roll.
Alrighty.
oh no.
What comes once in a minute, twice in a moment, but never in 1,000 years?
Could you repeat that, please?
What comes once in a minute, twice in a moment, but never in 1,000 years?
The letter M.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Aldrin blinks out of existence. Alexa, shut up. Right, so Aldrin blinks out of existence, and Aldrin, you see around you a sort of an entry hall. There's lights behind you, and there's an enormous stone face in the wall in front of you. There's a compass points on the ground. It's beautiful black marble. The whole thing looks incredible, but everybody else saw Aldrin disappear.
Oh.
Oh,
Holy
okay.
shit,
Pretty though.
guys.
Was that right
So-
or wrong if she did that?
They.
They did that. They, sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
Can I do a history check to see if I remember like what creature it is that tells riddles to make you pass?
because I kind of hope I fail it so I can come up with a new name for him.
I mean, you can roll for it, but I guess, yeah, it's with a 16, yeah. I mean, the Sphinxes do make riddles, but I mean, it's up to you whether you discern that this is a Sphinx. It looks like it's
I'm gonna
two humans.
walk up. Are you related to Sphinxes?
No.
Sorry if that was rude. I don't know what's not rude and what is rude and stuff.
To enter, you must answer a riddle.
So our friend just entered. Is that what just happened? You didn't vaporize them?
To enter, you must answer a riddle.
All right, let's rotate this phrase.
Okay,
Are
fire
you?
away.
Do you want to? You ready? You ready? Okay.
Give us a riddle. Give us a riddle, Stu.
Yeah, let's
Go
go.
ahead.
Okay. Which word is always spelled incorrectly?
Incorrectly.
Ruby blinks out of existence. Ruby, you see yourself stood next to Aldrin inside of this entry hall.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
There you are.
Hey. Well, aren't we
well-
the most intelligent people of this
Okay.
crew?
Right, right. Welcome to here. Wherever here is.
Hey. Yeah, let's hope the others come, because I don't think I've got another prone left in me, Aldrin.
Yeah, they just gotta answer the question.
Speaking of
happens if
question,
one of us-
are the rest of you outside going to continue trying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
To enter, you must answer a riddle.
We know.
please ask away.
What can you hold in your right hand but never in your left hand?
Your right hand. Your left hand.
Victor, you disappear and appear inside of this lobby. You are next to Aldrin and Ruby.
Okay.
Hey, friend.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. I'm really hoping
so-
nobody gets stuck forever
this is-
outside.
That would be
Okay.
unfortunate.
Ash,
Well-
Isabel, and Briar, you are each stood outside of the Wizard's Tower.
Yeah.
Would you like to go for another riddle?
May I have a riddle, please?
Have a little riddle, please. What belongs to you, but everyone else uses it?
Your name.
Ash disappears, and Ash stands next to Ruby inside of this entrance hall. We're down to Isabel and,
another welcome.
Briar.
Hello, good friend. Hello.
There's a face over there.
Now, I do want to make it quite I mean, it's probably quite apparent. And yes, you may check for traps while they're waiting for them. So, yeah, it may already be quite apparent. However, for every one of you that gets it right, that's one fewer of you to help figure out the answer to the riddle. So whoever is out here last is on their own. I'm going to let you mull that over while I roll again. Victor with a 23 investigation check. No, there are no traps in here. The statues pose this riddle. How can you physically stand behind your father while he is standing behind you?
A mirror?
Briar, you disappear and appear inside.
Oh no. I'm officially the dumbest of the group,
Hey,
guys.
welcome in.
You're playing a barbarian, I'm afraid.
You can do it!
We believe in you! We believe in you!
It was like a
Got it.
crystal maze where you're all shouting at me, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So I seem to have 2 tokens on the map for some reason.
Oh, where's the other one? Did you move it at the same time as
It's
I
up-
moved it?
Outside,
It's outside?
right
Oh,
here.
I'm not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it either.
You might want to refresh your page. Maybe it's
I
that.
don't see that either.
Okay. Alright.
I don't see it either.
I guess give me another riddle when you're ready.
The last one. What disappears as soon as you say its name?
Oh gosh.
Oh, the fact that I know this one too.
I'm not good at riddles. What does...
I can't give a hint in character. I'm sorry.
No. What happens to me? Do I get sent to hell instead?
Without this trying to be really helpful, can someone ask for multiple riddles?
That would be for the person outside to figure out. What is your answer?
Sound?
You disappear and head inside.
Oh, blimey.
You are all inside. You are faced with this sort of stone face inside of this room. There's no door backwards. There's no door forwards. There are no windows on any side. What do you wish to
Can
do?
Ruby go and touch the nose?
Are you gonna boop it?
Ruby would like to boop the snoot.
Okay. Yeah, Ruby, you can boop the snoot if you wish.
I guess I would have told everybody that it was safe and I couldn't see any traps, so yeah, okay.
Ruby didn't care whether you'd said that or not. Ruby just wanted to touch this giant face, to be honest.
Okay. This enormous stone face doesn't seem to react to the booping, but does say to each of you, Merlin isn't here. Merlin's not here.
Can I insight check a giant stone face, please?
Yes, you can, yeah. With an 8.
Well, this
is a pretty...
It's absolutely stone-faced, yeah.
It's very
cool.
stone-faced, yeah. Very stone-faced.
Can I just check for clarity? Did the voice just emanate from the stone face, or did the face move to make the noise?
The stone face moved, yeah. It spoke. The sort of audio, the sound came from the stone. And Ash, with an insight check of 22, yeah, you basically, you are aware that this might not be the most truthful thing.
I think you're lying to us.
No, Merlin's not here. Merlin's not here.
Okay, well, there's one way to tell. Okay, how many people are or how many sentient beings that can move and breathe are standing in this room right now with you?
4.
Yeah, you're lying. There's 6 of us.
Well, shit.
Do you think he can count?
You all you see that the stone sort of moves to one side and all of you manage to make it into the next area. And you are surrounded on all sides by beauty, splendor of all kinds. There is a beautiful crystal fountain that flows with gorgeous, like, fluids, different fluids of each kind, all coming from different spouts. You see that there is there's like chests and a bag over towards the left corner. There's rubies and emeralds all over the floor. To the right, there's some beautiful, if difficult to perceive, boots on the ground. There is a codex that is just of burning flame. To to the left, you see that there is a carpet that is levitating ever so slightly above the ground. And over to the right, you see endless, just piles and piles of loaves of bread right next to a fountain of molten queso cheese.
I just want to jump in that fountain right in the middle of us, if that's what that is.
There are doors.
Burden me
There
at
is a
the
door
back.
in front, there is a door to the right, and there is a door to the left.
Ruby has an overwhelming urge to pick up one of the rubies on the floor.
Yeah.
But I think there might be some rubies. I think there are some rubies on the floor towards the carpet.
Yeah.
She'd be very
There's a
tempted
bunch of
to
them.
go bend down, try to pick up a ruby, but at the same time look to the carpet and just kind of whisper so no one else hears, but whisper to the carpet, should I do this or not?
The carpet shrugs.
Did you say the carpet shrugged?
Yeah.
I would have thought the rug would shrug.
That was the joke.
I
I'm glad someone got it. Hey!
I want to put at least one ruby in one of Ruby's pack, but also go to touch the carpet shrub rug.
So
Give
the
it like a little
ruby,
pat.
you don't have any problem picking it up. Just a ruby the size of your fist. You put it into your backpack.
Thank you. Can I pat the rug and just say thank you?
The rug sort of like moves itself up against your pat and like nudges up against it like a cat seeking a stroke.
Ruby says thank you, rug. You're a good rug. I enjoy you, rug.
The carpet like shakes off a lot of its dust and looks sort of like its tassels are wagging, like a dog wagging its tail.
Are you okay, rug? Have you had company for a while?
It sort of droops one end.
Do you want some company, rug?
It flattens itself down to the floor.
Not quite sure how to perceive that.
You do an insight check.
If you... Oh, I'll do that then, please. Hang on.
So you're... Oh, you've managed it. You did an 11 anyway. Okay, so insight is wisdom. You're not proficient
My
in
insight's
it.
+1, so it's 12 in overall.
So with an 11, you notice that yeah, this rug is pretty happy to have you here.
I will say to the rug, if you want to come with us, rug, you're welcome to join. We'll happily have you.
Okay. Yeah, the rug sort of nudges over towards you again, but stays flat against the ground. You have an idea that maybe this rug is offering you a ride.
Okay. Ruby goes to sit cross-legged on the rug.
Okay. The rug lifts itself up off the ground, and you feel yourself levitate with it. This is a flying carpet.
Ruby exclaims in happiness. I don't know what she says. It's probably just we or something, but Ruby is very excited.
Nice.
Cue copyrighted Disney music.
Yeah. Okay, so then Ash, you wanted to dive into the queso?
No. I thought it was water in this right here in front of me.
Oh, the fountain. You can dive into the fountain if you
Yes.
want, yeah.
I want... the bird in me wants to be in the fountain.
Okay, you head into the fountain.
Aldrin's also inspecting the fountain, hoping for frogs, but not
Okay.
expecting to find them.
Do you want an Arcana check or an investigation?
I think investigation.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, investigation.
Alright, so...
Aldrin's kind of like everything here is magic, so no matter what, it's magic.
Yeah. Cool.
So-
Well, your investigation, you have an intelligence of 4. You're not proficient, so that is 1d20 plus 4. You get a 22 on that one. And with a 22, you get the idea that this fountain creates whatever you want most.
Ooh,
Like it's a
frog.
cornucopia.
Wait, are you telling me
Ash,
it's gonna create my house?
Ash, you are in a fountain that is completely filled with frogs. And the fountain itself is spewing out more and more frogs above you.
Oh,
This isn't what I want.
no, it's what I want.
Do you
It's
do anything with
wonderful.
it? Do you, like, touch any of them, pick them up? What do you do?
Well, I mean, if it's
Ash,
like
don't
full of
touch
them,
them.
they're touching me.
So, Aldrin's warned you, Ash, about touching them. Aldrin, what are you doing, though? Are you touching them?
Aldrin is keeping an eye out on them, seeing if they can tell, like, what types of frogs these are first, before,
Yeah, sure.
letting Ash touch them or touching them themselves.
Cool.
If they're toxic and handleable, we'll try and catch them.
Alright.
If they are totally fine, we'll try and catch them. If they're incredibly poisonous, you're gonna yell at Ash to get the hook out the water.
Okay. Alright, well, you know exactly what these are. They are the ones that you wanted. So whichever one you wanted most is the one that came out. If you wanted it to be venomous, then it's venomous. If you wanted it to be poisonous, it's poisonous. If you want it to be normal, it's normal. What was it that you truthfully wanted when you saw this?
Truthfully, I was thinking of tree frogs.
Okay. Then
So
tree
our
frogs
happy
they
little orange toed, green and white faced little happy friends.
are. Lovely.
Oh,
Well,
these
then
are
that's what
fun.
you get. So
don't
Ruby's
worry,
grabbed a
Ash.
ruby and is on the carpet. Ash has dived in. Aldrin's got some frogs.
I'm gonna just go and look at the doors to
Okay.
see if one of them looks more important or more used than the others. Because I don't think Victor is really big on magic necessarily.
Yeah.
Would I?
And knowing the whole place is magic, I think he perhaps doesn't trust it. He's already been duped with a cursed knife today, so he doesn't really want to pick up anything else that might be.
Well, Ash still has the remnants of the detect magic about to wear off, like in the next minute.
Yeah.
Everything in here is magic. The walls, the doors, the faucets, the water, the carpet, every single thing in here is magic. It all has the aura of magic. When you check the doors all look identical to one another. They're all oak built. There is one towards the back in the middle of the main place. It's closed, but not locked. There's one to the right that is closed, but not locked. There is one to the left that is closed and locked.
Oh. So two are locked and two are locked.
One is locked and two are not.
I said it the wrong way. I said it the wrong way around. Yeah.
I figured you knew which way around it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
But just for everybody else's clarity, there is one locked and two unlocked. So the one on the left is the one that is locked. This bad boy.
Okay. Cool. Are we? This is to everybody. Are we continuing on, or are we happy here for a while? Because I may go and...
I am curious if there's anything in this room that's sentient as well, because the statue's outside, the face. Hello, can anything hear me?
The carpet turns towards you and sort of nods.
Can you point us in the direction of Merlin?
The carpet sort of goes as if to like turn its head towards Ruby, if it can be said to have a head, and sort of shrugs Ruby off ever so slightly, and then points directly up. So that because Ruby would have definitely fallen off if it had turned vertical.
How
Sorry,
high
Rob.
is the ceiling?
It's a vaulted ceiling. It's very high.
But there is a ceiling there. It doesn't kind of go off into darkness.
No, no, no. This just looks like the regular inside of a ceiling. But remember, there are 2 towers, one on the left and one on the right.
Sure.
They said
Do we
directly
need
up.
to head out then, guys? Are we going up?
The
happy
carpet
to
sort
head
of whirls around and goes over towards the right-hand door.
Do we, as we were robbed, do we take some of these gems that seem to be so haphazardly cast aside?
Sure. Just tell me
I
how
don't know
many
what
of them
you
you pick
mean.
up so I can make a note of them for your inventory later. So how many is everybody picking up? Let's say that there are
0.
30 on the ground.
I am
I'm
not taking
going-
any.
Okay, so
I'm not
Ash
taking
doesn't take
any.
any. Isabel
I
doesn't
don't
take
trust
any.
you.
I was asking for more of a group consensus on theft. To be honest.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm not against
I
stealing.
am-
But I am.
Mm,
I'm not sure about that whole magical place and taking stuff from it.
I don't want to
Aldrin's
steal from
kind
someone
of
who's
picking
going to
up
be helping
frogs.
us.
yes.
Exactly.
I think I shall also refrain.
Ruby remains silent.
So who's taking what?
Aldrin is taking
Ruby
frogs.
has 1 ruby.
Ruby's got a ruby. Aldrin took how many frogs?
10.
Just for your inventory. Okay, 10.
Did any frogs try to join me that I need to be aware of and get rid of?
None of them try to join you, no.
Oh, I
It's
didn't
up
know
to
if they,
you
like,
how
tried to
many you
dump in my
take.
Bag.
Yeah, it's up to you how many you take.
Yeah, no, I don't want frogs.
Okay. Victor, did you take any? Briar, did you take any?
Nope.
No. Victor? Any
I'm
gems?
not going to take anything. No,
Okay.
He was more kind of, I think, feeling it out
Right.
to see whether because we did get robbed, whether it was worth taking some so we could get supplies and such. But
Cool.
as the general consensus was like, no, let's not steal. He kind of shyly is like, okay.
Alright, wicked.
I mean, if we were stealing from Ratzenberger, then you'd like, yes.
Right.
Yes, perhaps we can make some funds the proper way.
Well, I don't think this is stealing with the frogs. I mean, it gave them to me.
No, that's fine. It was more the shiny trinkets around. I think the
Oh.
fountain appears to be a buffet, as it were.
Well, the fountain gave somebody what they wanted, but not me. I want my house back.
You see that the fountain starts to create tiny houses.
Oh no, I didn't mean it that way, but now the frogs have houses. Okay.
Yeah, the frogs start to
Yay,
climb
what is-
inside of the houses, and they, honestly, when they come back out, they're wearing sharp suits. They look very, dapper.
Oh, look at those fancy frogs.
One of them tips its hat to you. So the carpet pointed towards the right-hand door. You seem to have grabbed what you want to grab, and not grabbed what you didn't want to grab. Are we headed towards the right-hand door?
Do we?
Let's follow the rug, guys.
Let's.
The rug heads over towards the right-hand door.
Okay.
Do you head
Then
up?
we shall.
Cheese pit.
Yes.
I'll go first.
Okay. Door opens. Just a wooden staircase. Spiral staircase, big and wide. Looks like the wood is treated with something or is just magical. Probably the latter. Because it doesn't creak. There's nothing about this that echoes. There's no real tangibility to any of this place. Up until you get to the top. And at the top, you see that there is a hatch. Do you want to go through the hatch?
Yes.
Okay. You reach your hand out towards the hatch, but your hand doesn't place on the hatch. It sort of goes through it.
Who was first? Who would have noticed that?
I mean,
well,
I was. The
Ash
first
said
one
that they
in
were
the
going to be going
room,
first, so.
Okay, cool. So,
So yeah. Can
So
I try to
you'll have
fly
to go
up
through.
through the hatch?
Yeah. You with minimal effort, you just walk through it. And when you're on the top of it, you are able to like stand on it without, falling back through it. It's sort of like a one-way entrance sort of a deal. But yeah, the entrance is there, and I'm going to drag you all into this new room. As you enter this room, you see that there is there are plants lining this sort of cylindrical place. It's a 40-foot-ish high room. In the middle is what looks to be like a magical hypercube. There are more of this sort of shape around the outside, following the same sort of pattern as where these plants have been. There is a flaming doorway. There is a shit ton of books and scrolls and tiny notes and like little tidbits, or like the fantasy equivalent of post-it notes, essentially, all over the place. There is a big stone hand up against an alchemist's desk, and sat at the alchemist's desk is a tiny gentleman.
I go next to Victor and I nudge him towards the tiny figure.
Yes. Mr. Merlin, I assume?
I'm Merlin.
How tiny are we talking, just out of interest?
Like 4 foot tall. 4 foot tall, wearing some like rough sort of woven woolen robes and a wizard's hat that sort of looks like it's seen better days. He's sort of got half-rimmed glasses and a long beard and a big moustache and bushy eyebrows. Classic wizard. Hello. I'm Merlin.
Tis a pleasure to finally meet you.
Finally? I wasn't aware we had an appointment.
We did not. Excuse the intrusion. And we were told by the townsfolk to come and find you. We have a couple of matters of interest to ask you about. If you have time.
Which townsfolk? Which town do we speak of?
Dreidel?
Oh, that one. Oh yes, I've not been out of that one in a while.
Excuse me, out of that one?
Well, yes, I can go anywhere that my little houses are.
Oh.
It's quite convenient, you know.
Oh. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Can you bring the children back from Elysium?
Would you like your friends back?
The children that were stolen.
I'm aware who you mean. Would you like your friends back?
Our friends?
Well, yes. These two over here. They must be dim-witted or something. They're clearly just copies. They're your real friends are inside of my cell. Would you like them back?
What do you mean they're copies? They've been with us the whole time.
He snaps his fingers, and the two of them poof out of existence and reappear like 5 feet away on the ground in front of him. Briar and Isabel both received a private message from me in Discord telling them that they'd answered the riddle incorrectly and thusly were inside of a cell in the Wizard's Tower and must act as normal until I say otherwise. But any roll that they'd made up until that point would naturally be a nat 1.
Oh.
Briar and Isabel are now stood in front of you. The answers to those riddles. The answers to those riddles. How can you physically stand behind your father while he's standing behind you? You're standing back to back with him. And what disappears as soon as you say its name? Silence.
I thought they were wrong, and I thought we were just being nice.
Hey! Hey! I am not nice! I am an evil bastard!
So you know how we asked the stone face how many living beings were in this room, and they said 4. It's because it
Yes.
was correct. It wasn't
It's
lying.
because it was correct, exactly. I'm a devious bastard.
Well, that could
Brilliant.
just be the barbarian, okay?
Briar, Isabel, are you two okay?
I think I am.
You don't remember anything of what had happened between you arriving and you poofing into existence here, other than being in like a 4-dimensional black void.
Where am I?
Well, you're in my
I'm
tower!
here.
Hello!
Behind you is Merlin. Say hello.
Oh,
And
oh
you
my
are
God.
Briar.
Yeah.
Hello! He extends a hand out to you from very low. He's very short.
Hi.
He grasps
Oh.
your hand. He's sort of got a gentleman's grasp. It's not overly strong or grippy, and he's only got small hands anyway. So yeah, you don't really see much of a wrist breaking handshake here. But yeah, he does reach out for a handshake.
Well, thanks for letting me out of your prison. Thankfully,
Well, next
just
time,
start-
answer my questions correctly. And the rest of you, I assume you, points over towards Ruby, and you, points over towards Ash, and you especially, points over towards Aldrin, have taken things from downstairs.
I didn't mean to if I did.
The
fountain gave me
carpet, the
throne.
carpet followed me. The carpet followed me. The carpet followed me. That's all that happened.
He snaps his fingers, the ruby disappears, the 10 frogs disappear, and Ash's little refreshment of being in the fountain, that feeling of refreshment also disappears. I had applied a debuff to each of you for every one thing that you had taken. Aldrin took 10, you had a -10 to any roll after that point.
Oh,
I
just wanted to...
Want to just make a
Brilliant.
point here. I am an evil bastard.
I saw the fountain and wanted a little bath. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, no, you're very welcome.
Sorry.
Well, now that I know, I can
Yeah.
disable the safeguards. It's just that I'm Merlin. People expect a certain thing from me, and if I open my doors and give them all gemstones, well, then I'm going to be ruined, aren't I?
I'm sorry, Merlin. My name is Ruby, and there was a ruby, and I couldn't help myself. The carpet told me I could. I asked your carpet.
I see. Well, interesting.
We're just so many friends. I just had to help them.
Fine.
Now
He
we're
claps
all-
his hands and all of them return to you, but this time without the debuffs.
Okay.
But no more.
Now we're all okay, right? We're all friends here. We're all on good terms.
He leans back and like lifts his chin ever so slightly in a very haughty look, but just sort of goes, maybe, and returns back over to his seat.
Thank you for reuniting us all.
Well, you should answer the riddles properly if you're going to enter a wizard's tower. Now, what did you come here for?
It's our first time to Wizard's Tower, I think. I have some personal business, but I think initially we were asking about Elysia and the missing children in town to see if we could perhaps help them.
Oh, terrible business, yes. Well, of course you can't.
Why can't we?
Well, I am a very powerful wizard. I have studied for hundreds of years, and even I know not how to overcome Titania's enchantments on the wall.
Okay.
The strength of
You-
that magic is completely unparalleled. You would need time and focus and some kind of help. What kind, I don't know, but I have no idea. I have studied for a very long time. I do not know the magic which can overcome a fae.
What about another fae?
Well, yes, this is true. There are fae around. Some of them are quite powerful.
Are there ones we could talk to, Merlin, do you think? Do you know of any friendly fae?
Friendly is,
Subjective.
Yes, I like you. Yes, as the axe-wielding one says, clearly the most intelligent one of you. Yes. Not particularly friendly, should we say. Powerful, yes. Friendly, well.
Friend, or would they be willing, maybe? Maybe I should change it. Willing to help. Not necessarily just out of the goodness of their own hearts, but, you know.
With
Trade, I
trade,
guess.
perhaps. With trade, yes.
Who could we trade with, Merlin? Do you know?
It depends how much you want it. There are lengths that any moralistic person should not go to.
Ruby just looks nervously around the group at that point.
Could I do a history check to try to see if I know anything that would be, like, not worthy to give to a fae?
Yeah.
I know in person, but not in character. Oh, God, no, I don't.
Okay. So with a 4, you have no idea. You've grown up in a forest, you've not really left it, you don't really know the history of the world or of the monarchies. There's not really a great deal of history that you know off the top of your head about this. Anyone else who wants to do a history check can.
Yes, I think I probably have access to books and such, so
Right.
it makes sense, I think. Okay. But
Unfortunately, none of those books have
irrelevant
anything to do
ones,
with
yes.
fae.
Can,
Yeah.
can I give somebody guidance before they roll if they're checking next one?
Can I check a history check because
Sorry.
I do read books.
Sure. So Ruby rolls a
gonna give-
5. 5 on top of... Where's
Nothing.
history?
I was just wondering with Ruby's background if she's come across the fae.
Have you come across the fae? With a 5, you can't really remember off the top of your head if you have or not. Now, Ash, you said that you wanted to give someone guidance on their next roll.
Yep, that's what I'm doing right now. Give me just a second.
Cool. Just outline for us what that does for the person.
You have to touch to get that working.
Yeah.
And Aldrin would like to do a check as well.
Okay. So we're all doing history?
Yeah, why not?
Alright. Cool. Then your history, Isabel, is a -1. And you are not proficient in it. Why did you do that? I wanted that. Okay. And guidance does what?
It helps with rolls. It is,
Is it advantage or is it what?
they get an extra d4.
Extra d4. Lovely.
And add the number rolled to it.
Yeah. Okay, Isabel gets an 11 on a history check. You've read about Fae. You don't really know much more than the fact that, yes, they are self-centered and they are capricious, but there's not really a great deal more than that you would know about the specifics of who to go and speak to. And this has to be a historical moment, honestly, because I think that everybody has rolled shit. Apart from Aldrin, who's not rolled yet.
I can't roll for myself.
No, I'm about to for you. So you get a +4. You are everybody's only hope if you want to figure this out for yourselves.
You better do it.
Fingers crossed.
With a dirty 21. Aldrin being around the elder councils in Aldrin's youth, they would have heard a lot of talk about fairy tales and about, you know, like this might be a world of fairy tales, you know, over the table. but they still tell fairy tales themselves. A lot of them are true to life, and a lot of them are embellished. Some of them are just plain fiction. Others are what you might call lies. But in this case, you've definitely heard of the fairy godmother. Fairy godmother will grant wishes, and the wish spell is the most powerful of all spells. The fairy godmother is a fae, but you also know that the fairy godmother is not what you might call the most approachable. The last that Aldrin heard of the fairy godmother was the Elder Council, probably the most appropriate of people to be talking about this, that the Elder Council talk about a place that, for us in the real world, we would consider to be the equivalent of, like, North Korea. They, like, talk about this place called Gorizont on the southeast coast. A territory all of its own, where they've broken the bridges, that nobody is allowed to leave. And essentially it's painted as being a beautiful paradise. That it's run by the fairy godmother, and the fairy godmother herself is a brilliant tyrant, but a tyrant nonetheless. That she makes it paradise, but you're not allowed to leave. You don't know what the penalty would be if that were to happen, and you've never known of anybody successfully leaving. But the fairy godmother would be probably the most powerful fae that you've heard of, certainly. And that in your limited experience, by overhearing these secondhand stories that perhaps, you had accessible to you while you were in a swamp. But that's certainly the top pegged one for the time being. Can't really think of any others.
So, guys, this fairy godmother, she's a fae. Not necessarily the all bestie at the best, but she's got the wish magic. That's pretty strong. I mean, really strong. Like, really, really strong.
Do we know where she is?
Well, yes. Again, it depends on how much you want it.
How much do we have to want it?
Oh, how do I put this? If anybody leaves, she will pull Gorizont to hell. With everybody in it. If you want her help, it would be impossible to talk to her without going in there, I would imagine. Unless you have other magical means by doing so. Otherwise, you would be hard-pressed.
How do you know she would pull Gorizon to hell?
I got out just in time. When she was making these rules. Hundreds of years ago, yes.
So it's possible to get out if you've done it, then?
Well, I'm a very clever wizard. Not everybody is. And I did so while she was forming that policy, before she'd actually enacted it. There are a few others who are stuck in there with her.
Are there anyone inside that would help us if other people who, maybe not quite as competent or as intelligent as yourself, who could not get out ahead of time?
None have succeeded.
But is there anyone inside we could speak to?
Oh, no doubt so, but it's hard to know who would be on your side.
Fair enough.
And if we got out, then everybody else would be dragged to hell.
When faced with annihilation and the surety of hell, it's hard to know who is your true friend and ally.
Why does she keep everybody locked up?
Well, she is a very complicated person.
Sounds like it.
I think we maybe need some more options or information before we venture there.
You
I'm not very good at identifying friend and foe.
You mentioned that there was something of another matter you wish to speak about.
Of course, yes. Sorry. I step forward and I pass him the note that I have been carrying with me the whole time. The little burnt scrap of paper. A friend of mine was recently murdered. I was advised to bring this to you for more insight than I have myself, essentially.
Okay. And what is this?
I found this charred scrap of paper. It has just 2 words on it. The body was friend was killed by magic, and then her head. Please, anyone who's squeamish, cover your ears. Her head was torn from her body.
Oh. That's a very unusual way to dispose of a person, don't you think?
Yes. Yes. I was sent to see if you could help.
Well, I wonder. What kind of a person requires magic and a head being torn off to kill them? Curious. I will ponder on that. For now, what is this scrap of paper?
The answer to that as he asks the question? If I do I realize anything?
Yeah. Do you want to give me either a investigation check or a history check or whichever you want?
Because my investigation.
Yeah, do whichever you like.
Higher. Oh, garbage.
I mean, someone could give you the help action if you discuss it out loud with them.
I mean, I'll help.
Or just help you out in general by talking it through, you know?
Yeah, so does anybody... I'll turn to... Like, I'm assuming... I'm not saying it quietly to him, so...
Yeah.
You can all listen in, so I don't know if you wanted to... if you know anything. Does anybody, know... Ruby, my friend was similar to yourself. But I do not know of a creature who requires such a means of disposal. I feel many of us, a knife in the back would do it. Yeah, so does anybody know anything about tearing something's head off after you've magically murdered it that could help?
Is it to stop something being brought back? If your head's not attached, then you can't be undead?
I didn't think outside of it being maybe rage motivated rather than necessity.
Oh.
I've taken a look at this scrap of paper, and I must say it's quite the piece that you've given me. It's not really a great deal at all. They're just 2 words. The thing is, I do know of one particular rhyme that it would fit.
Okay. Would you mind telling it to me?
Oh, of course. Yes. With hollow voice in an empty bed, 1,000 needles through your head, we stalk the night and day unseen, we reach for light that falls unclean. Yes.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Oh, of course. With hollow voice in an empty bed, 1,000 needles through your head, we stalk the night and day unseen, we reach for light that falls unclean. It is the rhyme that is for the acolytes of the hollow.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Oh, yes. Oh, of course. Well, they're not particularly nice sort, to be honest. The acolytes of the Hollow are the followers of Loki.
Isn't he a funny guy?
Oh, he's
no.
not so funny anymore, no. Much before my time, he was restrained by Odin in the cave in Highfall. It's still a matter of pilgrimage for many people. They go there to seek his sort of wishes and tend to him. He's got it quite cushy these days.
You said wishes?
Well, yes. Whatever he wants. They look after him. Odin wasn't particularly kind in the way that he left him, but then Loki was a bit of a sort. As for taking a head off, I don't really know of anybody who could just do it with their bare hands. Was there something that they did it with?
I could not find an implement. I don't believe. Did I? I didn't find anything, did I?
You saw a cabinet door open in the desk with a lot of silverware inside. And it looked like something big was missing.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I have written that down, actually. But I couldn't ascertain the shape of it, could I? Because it was all kind of loosely piled up here.
Yeah.
There was a missing, perhaps, silver item in the safe in her room, but I do not know what it was.
Well, okay. I should think I might be able to figure this out. Give me a moment.
I'll turn to everybody else and be like, does anybody know anything of any creatures that would require this kind of death?
A creature that takes magic and silver? Sounds like a werewolf to me.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna roll a nature check.
He rolled a history check. He got a 24.
Gotcha.
She was less wolf-like and more like our friend Ruby here.
Sorry.
Excuse this being a little on the nose, but more like a tiger.
Well, there are were-tigers. Maybe a tiger can be made into a werewolf by the lycanthropy disease.
There's quite a few were people, isn't there?
Who was this person?
My friend Red, my boss also, but also a friend of mine.
Red? Big Red? Or should we say Little Red Riding Hood?
Yes, so the stories say yes.
I've had my suspicions on Red for a long time. A lot of the questions about her story don't add up.
How do you mean?
The woodcutter killed the wolf. How then did Sir Curly get attacked by the big bad wolf as well afterwards? Doesn't make any sense to me. I have always suspected that Big Red was a werewolf herself. She was very careful if she was, but I've never seen her around silver, so I've never known. Also, might I just remark on one thing?
Oh, wow.
Is your name Ruby?
Yes, that's why I was drawn to the rubies, I'm afraid.
Do you have little rings on your underside?
What do you mean?
It's just that I've seen you before.
How? I don't believe we've met, Merlin.
How old are you?
Bear with.
Rude asking a lady her age.
20,
I was
20,
just thinking that.
22.
Well,
20 what?
22.
the Ruby I knew was alive at your age to appear, probably 80 years ago. Only she went by the name Ruby Joy.
Ruby Joy.
Yes.
Oh. And what? She was my age, but a while ago, 80-ish years ago.
She wasn't just your age, she looked identical to you.
Clothes as well?
No, not the clothes. The story goes that a lot of people heard that a big bad wolf came and ate her. The Ruby Joy that I knew of was the grandmother of Little Red.
Oh. It's not a familiarity that I am aware of. Whether there's a distant relation, I could not tell you, but...
Wait, are you telling me that reincarnation is real?
Oh, reincarnation is certainly an idea. I've never known it to be true myself, apart from bringing people back in the old traditional ways. Magic!
Can I check if Ruby is telling the truth? Please?
Sure. Give me insight.
Go for it.
Nat 20. Ruby is telling the truth.
Ooh.
Okay.
With a nat 20, I'll give you as well, Merlin is also telling the truth.
I'm struggling a little bit here, Merlin. I hear what you're saying, but I don't understand how that could be.
Oh, very simple.
I am
Cloning.
cloning.
Well, yes. That's my idea on it. I've often seen a pattern of your kind, pardon my mentioning your coat, adorning many walls and floors. Very, very hard to come by, I must say. But very sought after on the black market. I avoid it myself, of course.
Which black markets do you refer to? Local ones or what?
Oh, the usual ones. The sort of criminal black markets. I did know of one person who was not so discreet about his sale of them. People, I mean. People. Well, Sir Curly. Sir Curly was a person who sold and traded in slave clones of your good self.
Okay.
Ruby doesn't have a response.
You seem like this is a lot to take in. Have I misspoken? Should I not have... Maybe I should have been more sensitive. Let's forget. I can erase your memory. It's fine.
No.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just more information than we were perhaps expecting.
Oh, I understand. Yes. Well, I'll erase everybody's memory then. We can start again.
Please.
I would prefer, Merlin, you erase everyone else's memory apart from mine about this conversation.
Oh, I see.
No. Wait. You don't get a say on my memories.
Well, it seems that we're at an impasse. I can't really do it without everybody's consent, and it seems like you're outvoted.
Well, you require their consent, do you?
I suppose.
What about forced consent?
That sounds like something that you should have as a discussion with them. Anyway, Ruby, I shan't call you Ruby Joy. Ruby. Here, take this for your, new information. And he passes you a bag.
Can I look in the bag?
Sure. It looks a lot like a bag of holding, but there's something different to it this time.
Oh, is there anything in it? Is it an empty bag?
Oh, well, from time to time, I have found that, magical items just simply appear in it. It's how I've got a lot of mine. I don't make all of this, you know. I find it. But occasionally, this comes about. The last, probably few decades, I've been working on creating agriculture from magic. That's what you can see around the room. I'm trying to help Treadle to overcome their poverty of flowers and plants and the like. The problem being that Fey magic is much stronger than mine. However, this bag continues to produce magical items. Keep it with you, and occasionally you might find that there's something inside of it. Sometimes, even a potion.
Thank you for giving this to me.
Oh, yes. No problem at all. I do apologize about springing that information upon you.
I appreciate that, but I would still appreciate those around me not remembering that conversation.
Well, Merlin's got some information to get back to.
Wait, Merlin, I have a question.
Yes, of course.
What does pick a god and pray mean?
His face goes ashen white. His skin starts to clam up immediately. And he takes his hat fully off his head and pulls his glasses off with the other hand.
I don't know proper etiquette.
What did you
live
say?
in the woods. We came across this creature that had pick a god and pray engraved upon their crumbling armor.
And what happened?
We took that one down. And the armor and the sword went with it. But it was stabbing bodies and trying to draw more power, so we had to do it. We didn't want it to get more powerful. We were trying to save everybody.
He pinches two fingers together at the bridge of his nose and just rubs the place that his glasses have been sat and sits there.
Please don't kick us out. I'm so sorry. It's dangerous and we need to try to stop this, I feel like.
I will give you what information I have, but I must find some time to go through my texts. Please avail yourselves of my tower and its comforts. I will be some time.
May we return, or will you contact us?
You may return to my tower wherever you find the glowing house.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dampen the spirits.
I feel that the spirits were not particularly high. And he looks over towards Ruby and smiles.
Ruby grunts.
I would love to leave, but don't know how.
Well, one thing I can say for sure. One often finds one's destiny on the road one takes to avoid it. Whatever has put each of you onto this line of discovery seems to be important. I would not be one to stand in your way. I will do what I can for you. I will show you my teleportation room, but you may use my tower until then. It is your choice how long for. And with that, we're going to end the session. He takes you upstairs. He shows you the teleportation room. He also shows you how to get back downstairs and all of that.
Oh, man, I'm always getting kicked out of places.
Well, if you will keep bringing up the one thing that you should probably not have done.
We gotta find out what
Oh,
it is.
yeah! That evil curse guy. Yeah, no, we fucking killed him. Oh, great. Fucking great. Okay. Well, for all of the mystery that you had, it's sort of like I've given you more information, but also opened up more mystery. So I kind of feel like that was a double-edged sword of a session. How does everybody feel about it?
Exactly like it was a double-edged sword.
Yeah, just, twist it next time. Come on, why don't you? But
Well,
don't really.
yeah. How's Ruby feeling about that?
Fucking marvelous.
There's a joy in your voice there.
Yeah, there's a real joy there.
Oi, that's rude. That's triggering. Triggered.
Oh, my face is going to feel this on Tuesday, I know it.
Out of context, that sounds really weird.
I think we've been very open about the fact that you punch me on a regular basis. So, yeah, I think that that's pretty fair.
Hey, I haven't punched you this week.
No, because you've been away. You've been away. You've been in fucking Wales. You're in a different country. It's pretty hard to punch me from there.
I can try.
You can try, and you will, I'm sure. Well, I've got all of the enemies, and you're going to kill all of them, I assume. But you found out today much more information about Gorazont, about Sir Curly, about Ruby, and about just shit in general. You've also found out that that scrap of paper had to do with Loki's organization, so to speak, the Acolytes of the Hollow, and that you have potentially seen a dead werewolf tiger who lied about their origin. Maybe there's more lies going around than you originally thought. Who's to say?
So are they a werewolf or a were-tiger?
Well, a were-tiger is one that turns into a tiger.
Into a tiger.
A were, like...
werewolf
Right, so like there's a
tabaxi.
were, I think there's like were-jackal, and there's a were-wolf, and there's a were-tiger, and there's like a were-hyena and stuff, and I think you can turn into all of those things. But if she's already a tiger, then it doesn't necessarily limit her to being a were-tiger. Do you get what I mean?
That's what
I was going to say, I mean, by logic, if Ruby Joy is Big Red's grandmother, then she's a tabaxi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is also a werewolf. That's what I was thinking in my head. I was like, this is a lot of flipping stuff over.
Yeah. So there we go.
Mm-hmm.
That's a chunky session.
There we go with nothing.
Yeah,
Did you
thanks,
get
guys.
that rhyme down, by the way? I gather you were trying to write it down as I was saying it.
Yeah, I ended up just scribbling it out.
Yeah, with hollow
What
voice
I
in an
got
empty
in it-
bed, 1,000 needles through your head, we stalk the night and day unseen, we reach for light that falls unclean.
Yeah, no, I got, with hollow voice in an empty bed, 1,000 needles through your head. We stalk in the night unseen, something falls unclean.
something dark side.
I know Loki is the Greek god, but for some reason I'm thinking of headless things. I think of Sleepy Hollows. Those are Sleepy Hollows, or whatever it is.
Can you repeat that last bit so I can get it proper?
I've already copied
down
and
now?
pasted it into a DM to you, and I'm going to put it
Oh, thank
into the Tavern Alandressa so that you've got it there for reference.
Thank you.
As lovely as the continual confusion and absolute harassment of Ruby is, I am going to have to make like a tree and leaf, I'm afraid, guys.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I also need to depart.
thank you everybody for being here
Thank
today.
Thank you.
I hope that that wasn't completely triggering for everybody. And I fucking...
Everybody.
I loved fucking with all of you at the point of the riddles. That was so fucking great. But yeah, thank you everybody. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. And I hope that you enjoyed seeing Friedrich Ratzenberger having his head kicked in by everybody.
Thank you, and I hope the technical difficulties are over next week.
Right, well, as soon as
Yeah.
this stream and recording ends, I'm going to go into everybody's character sheets and fix everything. So it will be native through Foundry. There won't be any D&D beyond pull. So we'll just have to do it that way. It's the only way that I can think to do it.
Sounds good.
I'm just going to have to make sure that I get all of your stats noted down and your inventory noted down. And then hopefully, if I disable that module, it shouldn't delete everything from your character.
Awesome.
We'll find
Well,
out.
thank you very much, guys.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
I'll see you in a
Next
week.
See you in a week.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, and I guess that leaves us to decide where we're going to raid. Where shall we raid, folks?
I rated my friend Leil,
Oh, yeah.
Leil 13. They're just a friend of the channel.
Lovely. Leil 13. How do I spell that?
Leil.
Leil, and that's their full username.
Yep.
Cool. Well, we've now got 2 raid messages now. We've got a sub one and we've got a follower one. So feel free to copy the second message there if you are a sub, and you can say that in the chat to the person that we're about to raid. I am going to raid us out to Leil. Leil.
Yes, and she pronounces it Lail. So.
Leil. Okie
Yep.
dokie. Right, well. There we are. Invalid username. Leil.
Leil 13. 13.
Oh, well, you...
I said 13.
Fine. There we go.
I'm so sorry.
Well, thank you everybody who has been here. Thank you everybody for your continued support. Thank you again for that sub, Tats. We're going to raid out to Leil now. And hello to Xylent Strike in the chat as well. Xylent was in my first campaign. Played a kind of an amalgamation character of just about everything that you can be. A changeling with multi-class in Rogue initially, but then also a few others. That was a fun campaign, but it was the funnest part of it for me was giving the Corrine hat to Harrion that time round. That was the original Hat of Hats. We've now got Aldrin who's wearing the Hat of Hats with some lovely hats on it, I must say. But now we're going to raid out. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for being amazing, and I will see you all next time. Bye.
All right, I have stuff I've got to do. So I will see you all later.
Catch you later.
See you later.
Bye.